私のミスでした。私の選択、そしてそれによって招かれたこの全ての状況。結局この結果にたどり着いて初めてあなたの方が正しかったことを悟るだなんて。今さらずうずうしいですがお願いします。先生、きっと私の話は忘れてしまうでしょうが、それでも構いません。何も思い出せなくても、おそらくあなたは同じ状況で同じ選択をされるでしょうから。ですから大事なのは経験ではなく選択。あなたにしかできない選択の数々。責任を負うものについて話したことがありましたね。あの時の私には分かりませんでしたが、今なら理解できます。大人としての責任と義務、そしてその延長線上にあったあなたの選択、それが意味する心映えも。ですから先生、私が信じられる大人であるあなたになら、このねじれて歪んだ先の終着点とはまた別の結果を、そこへつながる選択肢はきっと見つかるはずです。だから先生、どうか。
Gacha games are kind of a funny thing. It feels like every time someone tries to sell you on their favorite one, they all hit you with the same line. Unlike other gacha games, ours has a compelling story and characters. And at that point, it honestly sounds like a gambler's fallacy. Of course, someone thinks their game is better than the rest. They've already sunk a lot of time and maybe even money into it. Thus, when that line gets repeated across so many games, it's easy to assume they're all the same. Nothing more than hollow experiences dressed up with their chosen aesthetic and a roulette wheel. But I know that not to be true. Though I get why people outside the scene or even some longtime players might feel that way. Because for a while, the genre really was just that. Ever since the release of Konami's Dragon Collection in 2010, the system proved its financial merits almost immediately. It only took until 2013 for an entry to break the big money mark, that being 2012's Puzzle & Dragons. Seriously, think about this. In just 1 year, it went from launch to becoming the first mobile game in history to gross over 1 billion in revenue. That sent a message. One that led to a flood of dopamine-powered slot machines with character skins slapped on, whether it was risque anime girls, big-name franchises, or that same tired Western fantasy look. Boot up the vast majority of games that still exist from those early eras. Dokkan Battle, Fire Emblem Heroes, Grand Summoners. And you'll find just that. Hell, those experiences never really stopped being made. Their legacy carried on into every shill YouTuber's favorite set of words, AFK Arena and That's not to say all these titles are irredeemable across the board. Perhaps there's fun to be had beyond the character slot machine, but I imagine even their fans would struggle to argue the story is why they've stuck around popping bubbles for the past decade. And that leads us to the evolution. Especially in Asia, where these games thrive, devs started picking up on the fact that if they wanted to stand out, they had to offer more than sexy ladies or IPs. And with the limitations of a phone screen where gameplay depth can only go so far, the natural move was to double down on narrative and characters. So the infamous line, unlike other gacha games, ours has a compelling story and characters, doesn't sound so crazy within that context. Yes, in the here and now, there are plenty of gacha games with captivating storytelling, but that's night and day from when the stigma began. Where in that time, I've played all varieties from both old and new, yet despite the endless string of games, many of which I even liked in recent years, I had never found a home in any of them. Until one.
Blue Archive.
Which is where our story will finally take place. Ironically, even though I just spent all that time speaking to the transition into narrative and character becoming a stronger focus of gacha, what got me into the door with Blue Archive was more surface level. I mean, come on. A gacha game about a respectable adult teacher guiding a harem of students, solving their problems, helping them grow, all while serving as a tactical commander in battle. Well, that's literally meat bait if I've ever seen it. And it only got better once the game started fleshing out Sensei as a character. However, what really sealed those first impressions was the presentation. The models, the art, the music, the way the AI mascot says your name
Temitori sensei, okaeri nasai.
when you boot up the game. It was clear right away that Blue Archive not only had style, but knew exactly how to appeal to the otaku spirit. Which is amusing when you realize that, despite what initial impressions might suggest, Blue Archive isn't Japanese, it's Korean. This is increasingly common nowadays, with Korean and Chinese games frequently adopting heavily anime-inspired visuals and settings. And you know, recently I encountered some unfortunate pseudo-intellectual drivel in relation to this. Typical YouTube fare, you know the type. Someone talking at you with an emotionally strung voice on the edge of tears, or smug know-it-all cadences designed to make the speaker seem knowledgeable, unless you're someone with actual expertise, at which point you quickly notice they're spreading objectively incorrect information and lazy assumptions that will now be regurgitated on the internet for the next several years. And I bring this up in the hope of correcting a specific narrative before it becomes accepted internet wisdom, as what I encountered seemed to have been leading to a narrative forming that games like Blue Archive are trying to deceive their audiences by pretending to be Japanese, but that's plainly not true. Blue Archive appeals to the otaku spirit, precisely because it's made by otaku, people who love and draw inspiration from Japanese media. We live in a world under a connected sky.
Say that again?
Anime has long become one of the biggest global exports from its nation of origin. So much so that every country has people who've grown up inspired by the medium, actively working to capture its essence. Americans in particular have even gone as far as to take the term anime for themselves, as where it was colloquially used to refer to specifically Japanese animation prior, in recent years companies have begun marketing their cartoons as anime, whilst trying and failing to ape the art style and feel of these works. So if we're going to point fingers for attempted deception, we're looking at the wrong culprit. The deeper one goes into Blue Archive's world, the clearer the love letter to the works that have inspired so many of us become. That authenticity is important, perhaps more than ever, as the Japanese market itself increasingly drifts away from its unique identity in pursuit of creating with a global appeal in mind. We now see games like Blue Archive stepping in to fill the void that was left, carrying forward these cherished themes, styles, and aesthetics, not out of cheap imitation to profit off of popularity, but genuine desire to recapture them in a way that stands right next to the greats. And that loops us back to my initial interest in Blue Archive, aesthetics. For me personally, art style might be the single most important aspect of any game. I don't care how good your gameplay supposedly is, if your game doesn't visually appeal to me, I won't touch it. And while Blue Archive did face typical gacha inconsistencies early on, seriously, John Nexon, we need to have a talk about Suzumi's base sprites.
Oh, that's bad.
Regardless, as Blue Archive shed those launch growing pains, creating a cohesive art style and design philosophy all its own, it managed to truly capture something few do nowadays. And that's the beauty to be found in simplicity. What I mean by this is so many gacha games overdesign their characters, clashing colors, a million accessories, loud hair, whatever. It's not a design philosophy that I think objectively can never produce good results, but personally, it just doesn't do it for me. Logistically, it's done because of how competitive the market is. VTubers, for example, often suffer a similar fate. It's an attempt to make designs stand out and be unique, yet ironically to me, it does the opposite. It makes everything cluttered, and nothing truly stands out as a result, it becomes noise. Blue Archive in comparison hits the sweet spot with its characters. The designs are clean, readable, and memorable. Simple but never boring. And often those little visual quirks that draw your eye to a character say a lot about their personality. Blue Archive tells more with less, no matter if it's Doremi, Misum 150, Utoko Misu, or the countless others who have helped create this shared visual identity. We'll get into specific examples of how this is done later as we talk more about our students. However, this design language goes beyond the art. It's the models too, notably being the most erotic part of the game. I mean, seriously. Look at these things. Oftentimes I end up liking them more than the official art. I suppose that statement won't come as a surprise to frequent viewers, as I've previously spoken of my love for lower poly models. But for those not in the know, it should be stated that I'm not speaking to the PS1 nostalgia bait that comment is usually associated with. What I really love is more in line with the 3DS era. Think of Bravely Default, that style. These thickly proportioned chibi models that this graphical fidelity excels at creating. Which, as you've no doubt noticed, is exactly what Blue Archive is reminiscent of. Possessing these chibi models capable of exaggerated motions and facial expressions, all of which, much like their core design, reinforce the character's identity. Whether they're on the battlefield unleashing their skills or just in the menu where the player can pick them up, each giving you a cute expression, annoyed struggle, or possible fluster. Every little aspect of these were considered just as much, if not more, than their official art to embody who these students are. And that includes their panties. A sadly lost art in modern video games as it displays something distinct about one's personality. Yet even here, where it's hardly seen by the player, the developers still considered the oh so important question: what underwear would this character wear? However, we'll be shelving most of the deeper reveals that come from such questions at the moment to instead turn our heads, or more aptly our ears, to another area of Blue Archive's aesthetics that is similarly gripping. It's music. Blue Archive's soundtrack sits squarely in kawaii future bass, a newer style rooted in anime and video game culture, often denoted by its chiptune-inspired synths. For Blue Archive specifically, the core composers are Nor, Misukyo, and Karut, with others contributing over the years. Yet much like the visuals, no matter who's at the helm, the music remains unmistakably Blue Archive. Whether it's the high-energy tracks that fuel the chaos of gunfire shooting across both the battlefield and many of the game's CG scenes. The quieter music that accompanies both the calms and emotional lows of the story. Or of course, the upbeat tunes that play during the silliest of antics. It all just sticks with you. Even if you've never played the game, there's a good chance you've heard some of these tracks floating around online, due to their catchiness. Honestly, even the menus drew me in, the soft blue and white palette, the tablet UI presentation, and the overall sereneness the interface leaves me with. Sometimes I just look at this classroom with the game's mascot, Arona, kicking her feet or dreaming of strawberry milk, and it becomes obvious why one would feel that way. It's so easy to picture myself relaxing there with the subtle sound of running water. And Blue Archive has so many environments like that, places you want to linger in. Lay on the grass, stare at the sky, just be there to take in its beauty. Ironically then, the thing I was least sold on when it came to Blue Archive was the gameplay. To its credit though, Blue Archive does something I do appreciate. It's actually designed with mobile play in mind. That might sound obvious, but it's not these days. Especially around the time Blue Archive launched, the trend was moving toward bigger, AAA-styled gacha experiences, in the wake of more powerful mobile hardware. Games like Genshin Impact made waves, offering console-quality graphics and massive open worlds, where sure, that sounds cool on paper, but in practice, I found myself bouncing off those games rather quickly. They demanded too much from me. Uncomfortable controls if I wasn't on PC, long grinds, time-consuming daily tasks that felt more like chores than content. I get that some people like that scope, but me, I like that I can pick up Blue Archive on my phone, play a few missions, go on a date with a student, and set it down. That doesn't mean I don't love that we have a PC client now, because I do. It is primarily the way I play the game, but I appreciate that it was designed with mobile convenience in mind, instead of the other way around, where many of these games are designed for PC hardware first and foremost currently, and simply need to function on a phone, no matter how cumbersome. Simultaneously though, there have been days where I've spent hours within Blue Archive, so it's not that I want to give the impression that it's limited to bite-sized experiences, and I'm attempting to sell that as a positive. This is more to say that no matter where you choose to enjoy Blue Archive, you are not getting a lesser experience on certain platforms, unlike a lot of gacha now. Whether I'm reading the VN-style dialogue or interacting with the tactical gameplay, in bed or PC, it's enjoyable all the same. But that brings me back to my original hesitancy, the combat. Now, when the game was first being developed, it was under the codename Project MX, short for Moe XCOM, where Moe is generally defined by youthful or innocent female characters eliciting feelings of affection or protectiveness from the viewer, while XCOM obviously is a reference to, well, XCOM. Thus, that name tells you pretty much everything. It's a tactical game where you, as the commander, view the battlefield from above and guide your units, but instead of gritty soldiers, you're leading cute and funny anime girls. Though the combat system simplifies XCOM's formula, you don't control every step. The real-time battles have your students acting primarily on their own for basic attacks, while Sensei's job is to dictate when and where their special skills are used, in which these are dealt out to the player randomly like a hand of cards. Which, that said, at launch I didn't find the strategy all that satisfying. Compared to something like XCOM, it felt shallow. There just wasn't much I could do tactically in the early days. But over time, the gameplay improved dramatically. More students means more abilities, specific stat combinations, EX skills, and synergies, all of which means more variety in team building. And further, there have been more active changes to improve the system itself. You now get to choose your starting skill cards, removing the worst part of the RNG and letting you plan better from the outset. Boss fights have also evolved. There's more variety, more complexity, and more incentive to approach each battle like a puzzle. I won't pretend I'm pushing for top ranks or anything, but even as someone who gets his gold, or sometimes silver, medal and calls it a day, I can appreciate that fights require you to understand and plan around some mechanical depth. And the best part is how all this ties back to the player's role as sensei. You're not a superpowered warrior, you're someone who empowers others. Your strength lies in your ability to guide, support, and strategize. There's something so cool to me about a guy who perhaps isn't a powerhouse by himself, but whose true power lies in his ability to draw out the potential of others. And this gameplay loop ties these themes together just as much as the narrative's writing. Which finally brings us back to what I opened with. The story. Because as much as I love all these other things, and trust me, there's still a lot more to praise, it's the characters and the narratives that explore them that shine the brightest in Blue Archive. Usually in my videos, the story section is just a slice of a much bigger discussion, something tucked between mechanics critique and behind-the-scenes development, but not this time. No, this time it'll be taking center stage as we take a deep dive into exactly what Blue Archive has to offer in its storytelling. And to do that, we need to go back to where it all began.
Sensei! 少々待っていてくださいと言いましたのに、お疲れだったみたいですね。
Blue Archive is first and foremost a visual novel, and like many in the genre, you are placed in the role of a self-insert, though in this case one that is not entirely a blank slate, as Sensei is a defined character, one with canonical qualities to him that are ever present, no matter who is the pilot of his journey. Whether physical or mental, all of said qualities will be explored throughout this analysis. That said, he's also an entity that cannot exist without the player. Essentially, he's someone you're meant to project onto to some extent. To that end, the opening of the story, Sensei's appearance in this world, is left rather vague. In-universe entering Kivotos, the land in which this story takes place, is seen as a difficult and rare occurrence, allowing you, the player, to freely project what the man's life looked like prior, whether that backstory is representative of your own or one you've imagined. Regardless of your self-crafted origins, Sensei's first encounter upon waking up from his mysterious trip is with an elf-eared woman named Nanagami Rin. Rin, or Rin-chan, is a character I feel often gets overshadowed by others who occupy a similar role in Sensei's life. Some of those we'll meet shortly. But by no means is Rin a bad character in her own right. Rin essentially serves as Sensei's supervisor, and visually she certainly fits that role. Her outfit consisting of a tightly fitted white uniform accentuated with gold and blues, complemented by black tights, where draped over this ensemble is a militaristic coat lined internally with an elegant starry night motif, seamlessly blending with her long hair. Lastly is her oval glasses that rest above sharp azure eyes. It's a design that commands respect yet also radiates beauty. Of course, Rin would likely sigh in irritation if you complimented her appearance directly in such a way, as beyond looking the part, she also plays it. Rin constantly, verbally digs into Sensei about pending paperwork or responsibilities, often wearing a stern, sometimes intimidating, expression. She tends to clash heavily with the teacher's more laid-back personality that sees him always looking for ways to slack off from the more desk-oriented aspects of his job. Wherein, speaking of that job, it should be noted that Sensei wasn't hired by Rin. Rather, he was appointed by the General Student Council President, the true highest authority in Kivotos, who has mysteriously disappeared, and as a result, Rin, the second in command, is now tasked with those presidential duties, placing immense pressure and responsibility on her. And further, as we later learn, this absent figure was also one of Rin's closest friends. She didn't ask for this position, nor could she have anticipated suddenly losing someone so important. Thus, her stern demeanor is somewhat understandable. One can only imagine the hefty burden that results when you add everything together. But Rin isn't Sensei's only greeting upon arrival, as, speaking of the burden of heft, the thighs following Rin's introduction can only belong to our student-to-be, Hayase Yuuka. Now, I'm not going to highlight every student we encounter in the main story, but going forward for each volume, I'd like to give at least a few words or more aptly pages to the main girls, as well as any other that catch my eyes, as while I love all of my students, I do play favorites, and Yuuka falls into that upper echelon. Being the treasurer of Millennium Academy's student council, she's strict with money, and will frequently reprimand Sensei's poor financial choices, whether that's draining his bank account on gacha or gunpowder. Habits relatable to many senseis, I imagine, though it's most relatable to our Korean players, as this dynamic proved so popular that Nexon ran a promotional credit card collaboration in Korea, in which the more money the user spent, the angrier the text they would receive from Yuuka over said spending habits.
信じられません。最低です。
Though, unfortunately, the rest of us could never be so lucky to receive these scoldings. Which, on that note, this is who I was talking about earlier, as similar to Rin, Yuuka is no nonsense. She's a polite and professional girl that takes pride in her work, to the point of smugness on occasion. But instead of Rin's intimidating presence, Yuuka's outbursts are often adorable, leading to quickly flustered cheeks, whether it's in anger at dealing with other difficult students or even sensei at times, being subjected to his embarrassing or questionable remarks. Perhaps most crucially to Yuuka's superiority in this department is that the power dynamic is flipped. She is not Sensei's superior, but his student, creating a certain irony. a teenager lecturing an adult about maturity, and acting as his authority despite not being so. For many, I'm sure it's something they could just appreciate having regardless. A person who's always looking out for you, even if forcefully at times. But this aspect, the flipped nature, elevates it to a whole new level of adorable for me. Though in describing it that way, I can almost feel that I'm going to be scolded once more.
生徒たちの模範となるべき教育者がこんな
Yet there's still a deeper layer to the appeal, in part because Yuuka is secretly a selfish girl. Though she presents her interactions with Sensei as purely business-related, it becomes increasingly obvious she simply wants to spend time with him. This dynamic is best explored in the miniseries Sensei, May I Have a Moment of Your Time, on Blue Archive's YouTube channel, a series that would later spiral into several different offshoots involving various students, but Yuuka is where its success began. Each video being a short 1-minute segment where Yuuka came to Sensei with various topics of shifting importance, often ending typically with her annoyed at the teacher's teasing or flustered by her own feelings. As these are fully voiced and 3D animated, it added an extra dimension to these interactions we never get to see to such an extent with the game alone, really highlighting the depths of this interpersonal relationship between the two. The little tells of Yuka's feelings, as though she criticizes Sensei's work ethic. Her admiration is just as apparent, no more so than when it comes to the teacher displaying the singular area he never slacks in, his devotion and care to his students. And as time goes on and we see deeper into Yuka's life, we even come to find she has pictures of the teacher strung up all around her room. When it comes time for Valentine's Day, she spends nearly the equivalent of $100 on Sensei's gift, hoping to outdo his other suitors. A choice clearly driven by affection, yet she reassures him the gift is nothing more than a strict courtesy of being business partners, and further vehemently denies how much money she even dropped on the purchase. So while her feelings are rarely ones she openly wears publicly, they always find their way of bubbling to the surface. And it's a mutual relationship amongst many senseis. As though her series was initially meant to be a 12-episode run, it got renewed for a second set due to its popularity, where in her return, Yuuka is joined by Millennium's secretary, Noah, who we will get to much later. Though here, Noah often serves as a foil to Yuuka, constantly teasing her about her obvious feelings for Sensei. But more broadly, she serves to contrast Yuuka's personality, as the two generally come as a pair once Blue Archive becomes more developed. That said, let's pivot from the emotional layers to the physical. Millennium Academy emphasizes science and technology, reflected clearly in their students' attire, typically resembling that of a business professional or secretary. Yuka's specific uniform features a blazer over a formal shirt and tie, paired with a skirt that leaves a hefty amount of leg exposure. While this is certainly in part done for the attraction it provides, it also serves to add to Yuka's maturity, as it gives the appearance that she is taller despite, in reality, only being slightly over 5 foot. Her hairstyle, pigtails, can also be said to carry some symbolism, typically being associated with youthful purity and compliance. And this is what we can come to expect from student attire, as alluded to in the introduction, though the pieces that make up her outfit, or more broadly design, are rather simplistic. When they come together, not only does the result leave a strong impression, but we can find various aspects that relate back to the core identity of this character, her desire to be seen as mature, her innocence in the area of romance. A lot of thought goes into the little details instead of assaulting your eyes to immediately grab attention. However, there are 2 things we have yet to talk about, the first of which is the coat. Being a science school, these come standard issue with being a student of Millennium, but they do look atypical compared to what one would usually expect from a lab coat. And that's because the intention is to give a bit of a futuristic or sci-fi flair to these students, as future technology is a big focus of the school, and these coats are its most prominent signifier. Which leaves the girls' Uzis. Each student in Blue Archive is accompanied by her weapon of choice. While not always the case, it can be representative of a certain aspect of the character, or at times give us deeper insight into them. In Yuka's case, we come to find she's particularly suited for dual-wielding weapons in episode 19 of her miniseries, as it's noted that she's ambidextrous. Now, lastly, it should be stated that students in this game are at times given alts, as in alternative outfits. We typically won't be looking at them with rare exceptions, as generally speaking, the core design in relation to the character is strongest in their main attire, where these alts typically have a stronger focus on fan service. That's not to say completely so, as much like the panties, it can be telling what a character wears in a given situation. And Blue Archive doesn't just slap girls in sexy outfits, those sexy outfits are designed with thought, which sort of makes them all the sexier. So at times they will get a mention from me throughout this video, if I have something to say or just a fondness for a particular one, such as the case with Yuka's gym uniform. It's a question without a definitive answer. Is it the maid outfit? An attire that elicits a certain degree of both servitude and femininity within its design principles. A combination of social context and material. Or is it the bunny suit? A garment where eroticism is not a byproduct, but the thesis, as it was conceived for spectacle, and tailored to frame the female form like an exhibit. Both may make good contenders, but my answer aligns with neither. No, my answer is that of the gym uniform. Well, I'm happy you asked. Because, my dear viewer, the gym uniform is deceptively modest, much like Yuka herself. Being that it's functional wear for activities such as dodging ball or running down a court, it's made to be lightweight and move with ease. But it is within this activity that it shines. The top is the ultimate blank canvas, slightly oversized, clinging when damp, or with the slightest bit of exaggerated movement. And as we look down, the bruma, the true marvel of Japanese engineering, comes into view. They sit high on the hip and generously at the thigh, possessing a certain springiness. Similar to the top, it's designed in such a way for activity, but as a result, it clings so tightly to the body, whether it's a cartwheel or one simply tying their shoe. Innocent actions that become so inviting as the gap between skin and fabric shrink. It's like that of a secret you weren't supposed to see. The ordinary becomes illicitly exciting. So where the typical alts of gacha games, your swimsuits, bunny suits, all stare you in the face with their appeal, the bruma style of gym uniform requires a more refined eye to see the true beauty. And much like Yuka's standard attire, her gym uniform is firmly grounded in that reality. So let's have one more overview for Yuka. This outfit consists of a dark blue shirt and similarly colored bruma. These days, unfortunately, even within anime, the bruma has been retired for more unisex attire. But here it plays relatively close to the discussed classics, with the core deviation being the baggy tracksuit Yuka wears at her waist. Perhaps a further indication of her modesty, though I do think it makes the outfit more fashionable as a result. And then there's the star sticker, one of those small, almost childlike accents that keep peeking through her proper presentation, the same way her pigtails do in her default look. Yet no matter the outfit, fan content around Yuka tends to orbit one particular area, the legs. Now, typically in Blue Archive, when we find a student has an associated point of interest, as we'll call it here, it more often than not leads back to their live 2D. These little relationship rank rewards where the game practically underlines the feature on purpose within an intimate moment that can be used as the player's lobby background. Examples include Hiyori's tummy or Himari's. But not every live 2D can be described in this way, as is the case with Yuka. Keeping to her character, her live 2Ds have always been pretty innocent, not even relying on an accidental or unintentional moment to wink at the player in such a way. Thus, this obsession doesn't follow the common pipeline. It's more subtle than that. Yuka's thighs aren't flaunted, they're noticed. The design keeps inviting your eye there without even admitting it's doing so. Her outfits, her proportions, even the way her models feel like they give that area just a little bit more emphasis. And the story itself further teases at this. Early on, Veritas, a group within Millennium, messes with Yuka's medical records and lists her weight at 100 kilos. And when other students see the number, they begin theorizing on where all that weight could be hiding, where the most logical conclusion from players was that it's concentrated within her thighs, which in a way summarizes a lot of what I've said on Yuka. Because while the treasurer of Millennium is mature, professional, and rather modest, she's still somehow the most fitting candidate in the cast to wear the outfit I find to be the most erotic. Not because she's trying to show anything off, but because the game knows you'll notice anyway.
今ここで私が口をつけたペットボトルから先生が水を飲んだら、事実上の関節キー。いやいや、いくらそういう状況だからって、そんなハレンチなことが許されるわけ。でも、先生なら、一口だけですよ。
But that's enough for now, as back in our core narrative, this girl is soon followed by a few other students, each being representatives of the neighboring districts. Chinatsu from Gehenna alongside Suzumi and Hasumi from Trinity. From their conversation, we quickly pick up on the seeds of conflict starting within the main story. This will become commonplace whether explicitly stated or subtly implied through offhanded comments the player hears. Blue Archive wastes no time establishing its world as alive and dynamic, having both a rich past and ongoing development, even beyond Sensei's immediate presence. Currently, the main takeaway is that the General Student Council hasn't been viewed favorably since the disappearance of its president, the council being seen as completely incompetent in her absence, where Rin faces the bulk of this criticism as the new leader. The friction between our acting president and the students is at its most playful here, with Rin making sarcastic comments toward the students' criticism, but their complaints aren't unwarranted. We learn the council has lost control of the Sanctum Tower, a crucial structure granting authority over all of Kivotos. Quite an important thing to remain in the right hands. But furthermore, the chalet building, the only area that contains the means to get the tower back, is inaccessible, as running amok through the streets of Kivotos is a notoriously dangerous student, Wakamo, having recently escaped the corrections facility and started an uprising. Thus, with all of this happening at once, it really is no surprise the representatives of the affected districts aren't too happy with Rin. However, in keeping with the more playful tone seen in the early stages of these back and forths, while Rin does assure each of the concerned students their problems will be solved, it is by the means of directly enlisting them into the conflict. Some are more willing than others, but the results are the same. Sensei is ultimately put in charge of a makeshift team consisting of these students, and quickly proves his worth as a tactical commander by reclaiming the chalet building. Thus, despite the negativity toward Rin remaining, Sensei's actions and first impressions significantly boost his reputation across the academies, while alleviating some of the leadership concerns, with the soldiers that fell into his command in particular ending the day's events by showering him in both praise and gratitude. Though funnily enough, none show such things more enthusiastically than the very outlaw Sensei had just foiled. As yes, a reoccurring theme of Blue Archive is that love for the teacher transcends boundaries of friend and foe, with Kosaka Wakamo being not only our first example, but perhaps our best. From her name alone, we're already cued into the inspiration. Wakamo draws heavily from Tamamo no Mei, a mythical figure from Japanese folklore. Interpretations vary by era and retelling, but the broad shape of the story stays the same. Tamamo is a fox spirit in human disguise, both beautiful and catastrophic. She inserts herself near the center of power and leaves the human world worse for it, seducing powerful men, toppling governments, sowing all manner of chaos. Wakamo most physically resembles the in-between of Tamamo's forms, neither the full nine-tailed monster nor the perfect human disguise. She's still humanoid, but the fox ears remain, and though not 9, a tail does slip into view. Even the mask plays into the same dynamic, an intentional layer of performance, a statement that what you're seeing is curated, and that something else is hidden beneath. Where coincidentally, or more likely purposefully, Wakamo also shares the same voice actress as the Fate series' own Tamamo no Mei.
そんなに見つめられてはいくら私といえども恥ずかしくなってしまいます。あなた様のその視線だけで体のあちこちからもどかしさが溢れ出して
Furthering the connection metatextually. From what we've seen so far, the personality match is also quite apparent, wherein Wakamo, much like Tamamo, finds pleasure in causing chaos. As upon breaking from the corrections facility, she went right back to attempting to disrupt and bring ruin to the governing body of the nation. And this is where her halo becomes more than decoration. While all students of Kivotos have these fixtures, their importance in design varies. Sometimes they're solely an aesthetic match, but like many physical design choices, at times they can teach us more about the individual. In Wakamo's case, her halo bears resemblance to the anti-government symbol of anarchy. And this is the kind of criminal she is. Wakamo does not have some grand goal she's building to, some play of power. No, she is a quite literal troublemaker. The chaos, the very act of anarchy, is what drives her. Yet, glance downward, and you find an interesting contrast. Her attire prominently features cherry blossoms, flowers traditionally symbolizing beauty, tranquility, and the brevity of life. On paper, that symbolism feels completely wrong for someone like Wakamo, until you think of it in relation to Sensei. Because the moment the teacher first encounters Wakamo, she's instantly flustered, barely able to respond as Sensei lays some of the most impressive moves on the high schooler you've ever seen.
あららら失礼いたしました
This reaction isn't mere embarrassment, it's genuine love at first sight, from Wakamo's perspective anyway. From Sensei's point of view, this affection seems unrequited, at least to the same extent, but such is the life of the yandere. As that is another aspect of Wakamo, the yandere trope. Characters defined by obsessive and dangerous possessiveness toward their beloved. The term comes from combining the Japanese yanderu, meaning sick or disturbed, and dere, meaning love-struck, in this instance. Academically, though less flattering, Wakamo could also be described as having erotomania, a psychological condition characterized by delusional beliefs of mutual affection, given Sensei doesn't share the obsession. However, if a player chooses to follow her relationship story in the hopes of requiting that love for real, or simply to get the premium currency that comes from it, you'll encounter the usual trappings. From her stalking to emotional and violent overreactions to any event involving her target of affection. Dedicated speeches stating her willingness to do absolutely anything Sensei asks, with heart pupils in her eyes, and so much more. Though I find it important to point out a common misconception, in that yanderes aren't always jealous, especially those with a disposition much like Wakamo's, as she does not see these women or other bystanders as rivals. She truly believes Sensei and her are in love with one another, regardless of how the player feels, ergo the erotomania. However, in instances where she views one as a threat to that fantasy, whether in trying to steal her love or bring harm to him, we see Wakamo's chaotic core taken to its extreme, entire areas being set ablaze. To that end, for one final time, I'd like to bring you back to her attire. As while we've spoken on the flower itself, its color is not that of the traditional pink, but instead black, carrying a representation of the violence and death that Wakamo's chaos embodies. Yet pulling us back is that they're joined by white blossoms, that which could represent the purity of her love or the new beginning to her and Sensei's romance. Together, these contrasting colors represent the duality of Wakamo's personality. The mask of chaos lifted only around Sensei, though when it does, what it reveals is not a monster, but instead, a beautiful, love-struck girl. No doubt a student that will make some senseis think I can save her, while others will say I can make her worse. I'll let you sit on the thought of which side I could be on though, as we return to the narrative in which Sensei first foiled Wakamo.
まだ私はいろいろと至らぬ身ではあります。あなた様のそばにいることでたくさん迷惑をかけ、また間違いを犯してしまうかもしれません。それでも私はこうしてあなた様の先生のおそばにいてもよろしいでしょうか。ありがとうございます。そんなあなた様だから私は。
With the love-struck villainess running off, Sensei secures the object at the heart of all this commotion, that which was stored in the chalet building and acts as the key to the Sanctum Tower, the Shittim Chest. For those unfamiliar with the biblical, Shittim refers to wood from acacia trees, the same wood used to create the Ark of the Covenant. Furthermore, as Sensei picks up the chest, it initially appears as nothing more than an innocuous smart tablet, prompting Sensei for a password, where Sensei enters these phrases, statements he recalls from a dream. We thirst for the 7 whalings. We bear the Koan of Jericho. Once more, we find biblical references, this time the connection alluding to the Battle of Jericho. In this tale, the city of Jericho had its gates sealed off against the Israelites. Thus, to conquer Jericho, God commanded Joshua to march around the city carrying the Ark of the Covenant, once daily for 6 days and 7 times on the 7th day. Each of these circuits accompanied by priests blowing ram horns, which could be seen as the 7 whalings. As for the second phrase, the koan of Jericho, it's a bit trickier. Koans are stories or questions meant to challenge a student's understanding of Zen in Buddhist teachings. So then the Christian equivalent to a koan would be a parable. However, Christianity has no direct equivalent parable for Jericho, so then perhaps this is meant to be poetic, suggesting carrying forth the lesson learned from the fall of Jericho or the fate of the Canaanites, the people of the city, as ultimately God brought down the city walls at the 7th wailing, leading to the city's conquest and its people perishing. Regardless, what is clear from this password is the Shittim Chest biblical parallel to the Ark of the Covenant. And just as the Ark carried the sacred tablets, the 10 Commandments, Sensei's chest manifests as a modern smart tablet, where upon unlocking the device, Sensei's consciousness is transported to one of the most serene locations Blue Archive has to offer. Such endless tranquil spaces and rooms filled with running water have recently become associated with horror to my understanding, perhaps being one of many indications in the genre's decline, as personally I find this imagery deeply soothing, where in Blue Archive's case it echoes the broader aesthetic, capturing the essence of the ocean and the beauty of the sky through a harmonious palette of blue and white. I'd gladly lose myself in such forgetting worldly concerns within the infinite skyline. Yet, Sensei isn't alone here. Amidst the surreal arrangement of stacked desks, another beauty awaits.
にゃまだですよ。しっかり噛まないと。にゃにゃもうありゃありゃありゃありゃえあれあれれ先生
Meet Arona, the young girl greeting you each time you start the app or to be found dreamily thinking of sweets in your menus. Arona stands apart from most of the girls we will be taking a look at. As per her introduction, she is not a normal student but instead the main OS of the Shittim Chest, designating her as Sensei's AI companion. Despite this, she still shares certain features with the usual students, most prominently her halo. Though hers is uniquely animated and expressive, shifting design with her emotional state, which does seem to change rather easily as the girl is both energetic and childish, an easy target for Sensei's teasing that is quickly taken advantage of. Notably, Arona also bears a striking resemblance to the mysterious woman briefly glimpsed during Sensei's dream sequence that opened this video. Both characters feature cotton candy-like color schemes, having predominantly light blue hair with pink accents, as well as having similar styled bangs obscuring one eye and the same voice actress. Yet, despite these shared features, the demeanors they display are starkly different. Arona is cheerful and carefree. Whereas the mysterious woman might carry a subdued cheerfulness in her voice, it seems fractured, broken from whatever led to the situation Sensei found himself witness to. The connection between these characters is certainly something that will develop and lead to theories much later in this video series, as even in our current reality as I write and later speak to you, not all of these mysteries have been unraveled, so while worth noting for now, let's turn our focus back to Arona herself. More specifically, her name Arona. Though it may sound Japanese, its most likely root is actually Hebrew, seemingly derived from Aron, the word for a chest or a box. And at the same time, the spelling of Arona also invites comparison with the name Aaron, who, biblically speaking, served as Moses' prophet and assistant. This aligns closely with Arona's role, bridging the mortal and divine worlds, as she possesses mystical, sometimes inexplicable powers used primarily to aid Sensei. And continuing with that analogy, naturally Sensei parallels Moses, guiding the masses, his students, toward a better future. And further, the word Kivotos, again the land we're in, is Greek for arc, tying a bow on the parallels. Perhaps there is not much to speak on with Arona at the moment beyond her cuteness, and those elements that offer intrigue, but nevertheless. As we witness these stories of Sensei shepherding his students through tales of both lighthearted and treacherous nature, no matter the path, Arona will be there helping, aiding, and protecting the teacher along the way. It is a partnership that starts with one solidifying moment, where Arona requests Sensei, and by extension the player, to touch his finger to hers. Ostensibly, this act catalogs Sensei's biometrics, linking him to the Shittim Chest. But symbolically, this moment serves to help build an intimate connection between the player and Arona. Something her voice greetings already do, but here we experience something more reminiscent of a promise or bond.
まるで指切りして約束するみたいでしょ？はい？宇宙人の映画のワンシーンみたいですって？実は、これで生体情報の指紋を確認するんです。画面に残った指紋を目視で確認するのですが、すぐ終わります。こう見えて目はいいので。どれどれ？よく見えないかも。まあ、これでいいですかね。
In the ceremony's completion, Sensei uses his newfound authority over the chest to ask Arona to connect to the Sanctum Tower, taking control back, handing that power to the General Student Council, and accomplishing the initial objective. So then, with the immediate crisis finally resolved, Rin then proceeds to escort Sensei to his official office, giving him, and more directly to player, an explanation for exactly what his position entails. As Chalet Sensei, he can freely enter any academy in Kivotos, taking any students into his care for an unrestricted amount of time. Given the president's vague terms, this position's duties are broad, and in the meta sense exists to be able to contextualize any story the game throws the teacher into. In that sense, it works well. Sensei is a versatile figure able to help every student in need and has the authority to insert himself into any conflict or student he chooses. Thus, the prologue effectively achieves its goals. Within the narrative, Sensei emerges as a key figure, already garnering respect throughout Kivotos. And for players, it offers a sampling of the game's core elements. Beyond introducing the mechanics of the game, it gives a glimpse to many of the distinct visual and thematic identities of various academies, such as Millennium's futuristic and scientific aesthetic displayed by Yuuka. So whether a player is simply having their interest piqued by wanting to check out more of a particular academy that caught their eye, or the lingering questions the prologue more broadly sets up regarding the Shittim Chest, its cryptic message, the significance of students' halos, the president's mysterious disappearance, or the AI that bears a striking resemblance to the woman from the teacher's dreams. It leaves a lot to ponder for a first-time viewer, and I really think that's what it excels at best. Though it's going to be a long time before we get all of those answers. So for now, we turn to Sensei's first official day on the job. The morning starting as every day should, Sensei being greeted by an adorable girl, Arona, with her then proceeding to inform him of all of the messages he received from various academies, following his growing reputation, where amongst the plethora of requests, one sticks out to the man in particular, a letter from Abydos Academy, detailing a gang causing trouble for the school. In response, Arona offers a brief description of the area. Barren, harsh, generally desert-like. But Sensei sets those concerns aside for now, even if he probably shouldn't. This already tells us something about the teacher. For all of his tactical skill, he's quick to run in when a student needs help, often without thinking through the consequences. And it's with that lack of foresight that brings Sensei to his knees, passing out on his journey to the school. Awakening to yet another cute girl, which, to be fair, makes the trek feel a little less like a total failure. But more importantly is that this girl is someone even those unfamiliar with Blue Archive might recognize, as this student, Sunaookami Shiroko, essentially functions as the game's second mascot, while Arona fills the more literal mascot role. Shiroko is fairly prominent, appearing on the app icon and across a variety of promotional artwork. Her importance over other students might seem odd at first, but it will make sense with time. Though for now, let's take a closer look at the her we will come to know in this volume. Firstly, we're about to meet some very loud personalities here in Abydos, but Shiroko is starkly on the other side of the spectrum. Where Wakamo was a textbook yandere, Shiroko is known as Sunao cool. The term combines the Japanese sunao, meaning honest or straightforward, open about one's feelings, with kuru, the Japanese pronunciation of cool, thus meaning calm and reserved. This differs from the more familiar kudere archetype, who are typically seen as having a cool, unreadable front to hide intense feelings beneath. In those cases, you would think of a character like Fiona Frost from Spy X Family, who masks her love for Lloyd beneath a composed demeanor. So then it can be said kuderes eventually melt into softness, whereas Sunao cool types don't melt. Their reserve isn't just a performance or the top layer of their personality, it's who they are. In understanding this distinction, we find what makes Shiroko appealing is the absence of gap moe. Unlike the typical kudere and similar archetypes who thrive from the contrast between a character's outer behavior and inner feelings, Shiroko's minimal speech, steady gaze, and even delivery are exactly what they mean. This demeanor has the effect of Shiroko at times coming off as aloof or socially awkward, often communicating with an almost animal-like stare rather than words. But if you watch and listen, that soft-spoken speech and subtle action display her feelings bluntly, thus creating a girl who is more reserved yet direct with her affection. And once more calling upon comparison to animalistic qualities, she has a bit of a penchant for violence, or more accurately for action. When it's protecting someone she cares about, the instinct goes straight to the teeth. But even outside of that, she's drawn to the kind of excitement that feels like a chase. Probably why she can say "let's rob a bank" with the same calm demeanor she'd used to suggest going for a run. It's a personality that's a great fit for a kimono mimi of man's best friend, since, as you've no doubt noticed, Shiroko is a wolf girl. A fact that will bring us back to her family name, Sunaookami. In breaking it down, we have Suna meaning sand and Okami meaning wolf. Together, Sandwolf. The immediate thought is to assume this is a reference to her being from the Desert Academy, though it goes a step further. In early development, Shiroko's codename was Anubis, thus it's not that she's supposed to be a Sandwolf, but the Sandwolf, the Egyptian god of death, protection, and the one who guides the souls. This link will continue to become more explicit over time, but there is one more connection we can already find. Namely her heterochromia, a condition in which the person has two differently colored eyes. In Shiroko's case, this leaves one of her pupils with a striking pale white color, echoing the eye of Anubis, the god's own iconography, a symbol of vision and judgment from beyond. Looking more broadly at her design though, what we see is a fairly standard school uniform, yet we bring our focus to the finer details. As in looking at the deviations there are from a traditional uniform, the most notable is the biker glove, and her wearing running shoes instead of loafers, marking her as athletic and outdoors oriented. However, there's also the winter scarf, an odd note against the rest of her outfit. It seems a bit impractical for the climate's heat, even for someone as outdoors oriented as Shiroko, which is exactly why it stands out. It doesn't read like fashion or function, more like something kept close on purpose, the kind of detail that doesn't explain itself, at least yet. And that's where our first dive into Shiroko will be coming to a close. In some ways that makes it feel premature, as Shiroko is one of those characters whose importance can only really be understood with time. But perhaps that's fitting for a girl whose affection works much the same way. She never loudly announces how much Sensei means to her, she simply stays close, appearing again and again until her presence feels inseparable from Kivotos itself. By that I mean even beyond her interactions, she's the app icon, part of the main Steam image, one of the very first girls you meet. It's impossible to separate her from Blue Archive itself. As a result, in some ways just seeing Shiroko can make you feel at home. And there's something fittingly canine about that sentiment, because just the same, Shiroko's the kind of girl who is always there when you return, and always seems just as happy to see you.
先生が一緒に来てくれてよかった。一人だったら途中でやめてたかもしれない。そんなことない。今もこれを考えるようになったきっかけも、すべて先生がいてくれたから。
That all said, in understanding Shiroko's inclination toward physical activity, it becomes no surprise she's far more prepared for the heat than Sensei, even coming to his aid with a water bottle in hand, though hesitating for a moment in realizing the possibility of an indirect kiss occurring. Yet nevertheless, she relents given the teacher's situation and his insistence, where he then proceeds to ask the girl if she will carry him the rest of the way. A request that's met with some confusion, especially after Sensei delivers a questionable comment telling the student her sweat smells nice. But in being man's best friend, or best girl to some in this case, Shiroko does not seem bothered, instead immediately taking the teacher onto her back and riding off to the academy. Whereupon arriving, her fellow classmates accuse not the teacher, the strange adult that has suddenly appeared in the room, of doing anything unsavory, but instead it's Shiroko that immediately comes under scrutiny, painting an interesting picture of exactly what this girl's reputation is, as our classmates jump right to the idea of Sensei being kidnapped, though perhaps it's just obvious what a well-mannered adult the teacher is. Regardless, this is where we get the rest of the introductions for Shiroko's club, the Foreclosure Task Force. Takanashi Hoshino, the oldest of the group, who carries herself like a sleepy veteran auntie, perpetually yawning, wearing about her back, even handing out casual wisdom at times, and much like the old-timer archetype in hundreds of stories, there's a mystique to her. Whether inside Abydos or beyond it, Hoshino is treated as a battlefield powerhouse, rumored to have unmatched potential amongst Kivotos students. Yet the minute things aren't dire, Grandma's looking for her next nap. So despite in actuality just being another teenage student, Hoshino does bring with her many allusions to the Lollibaba trope. Now, as you probably know, Lolly is short for Lolita, referring to a character that is childlike in appearance, whereas Baba literally means old woman. It's a rough, casual term often used teasingly or dismissively, though in the right tone it can come off more playful than hateful. Thus, when combined together, they create a term that is typically reserved for characters that have lived for millennia but retain a young appearance. However, there's a persistent stigma around this, usually from bad faith caricatures, that lampoon otaku with the line, "The lolly is 1,000 years old, so it's fine," thus framing the interest in the trope simply as a way to justify their interest in youthful characters. Yet in practice, as someone who knows lolicons, that is not at all how they actually speak on objects of affection. If one attempts to throw this accusation at a true lover of the cute and funny, you'll be more likely to hear. This is Seiya, she's 17 years old, 149 centimeters, a high school student, and my wife, attached with a GigaChat image. Conversely, it's usually the other side, people blurring fiction and reality, who make these tortured justifications for their media takes, whether doing the same song and dance they mock, or by offloading personal trauma to explain why they need taboo fiction, while simultaneously policing everyone else's. In reality, most normal, functioning people, including normies, understand how fiction works. The success of shows like Game of Thrones, or content with similar taboos, prove the point. Now then, the importance in me bringing this up is to immediately dismiss all of these copium-like excuses as the appeal or reason to be into Lollibaba, speaking as someone who not only likes, but loves the trope. The real interest comes from the contrast. There are several layers to this, from the basics of age versus appearance to the further opportunities such a trope presents, allowing for an easy blend of older woman personality traits set inside a youthful frame, thus creating an alluring dissonance, character and visual pulling against each other. Though on a personal note, I do enjoy the literalness of the old age, just seeing the big number like it's an attack strike from a JRPG. But the popularity of a character like Hoshino that forgoes this proves the unique appeal by doubling down on the disconnect. The acting of a withered old soul while being so youthful. And as a result, it certainly leads to a nice tinge of irony throughout the relationship stories Hoshino has with Sensei. As where his age is at times used for comedy with many students, the reverse occurs with Hoshino. It's her speaking to him as if she's the seasoned veteran. And in some cases, we even get to see Sensei act a bit childish. Though there is, of course, times where that facade breaks in serious or intimate moments, and she's reminded who the true adult is. As for Hoshino's connection to Egypt, there will be no need for speculation. Her weapon is explicitly named the Eye of Horus, thus she's our Horus. The significance is that Horus is described as the god of power, kingship, and protection, the one who has supremacy over the sky, a statement that circles us back to Hoshino's strength. While the narrative will provide both a show and tell approach at various points to display her superiority on the field, this can already be seen at a glance, as Hoshino wears combat gear at all times, unlike her fellow classmates. And like Shiroko, Hoshino's heterochromia carries symbolism tied to her inspiration, as Horus is traditionally associated with the sun and the moon, one eye representing each. Hoshino mirrors that split, her right eye carrying a yellow iris, while her left a blue. The connection goes further, however, because Horus isn't depicted as a single fixed figure, instead possessing many depictions, two of which are Horus the Elder and Horus the Younger. Volume 1 will play with that dual depiction, as while Hoshino has never literally been two people, in seeing glimpses into Abydos' past, the Hoshino of that time, a Horus the Younger if you will, shows us a different demeanor, more aggressive and unruly, a sharp contrast with the old-timer we come to know, which leaves us with one last connection to investigate, the halo that sits atop Hoshino's head. What you'll immediately notice is that when flattened out, the halo resembles that of a reticle, this being true for the entire Abydos school. However, that's not what's of interest to us for this conversation. Instead, we have to look at Hoshino's full portrait, where it's angled slightly differently, as here its imagery shifts to bear a closer resemblance to the actual Eye of Horus. What I like about Hoshino is, fittingly, something I find I often enjoy in the more elderly characters of the stories I've experienced. While there's certainly an appeal to the cranky old master, the type who has simply grown tired of the world's bullshit, my favorites remain those who have a more whimsical aspect to them. Those who seem unserious at first, hiding their experience beneath jokes, laziness, or even perversion, only for the story to gradually reveal that they truly live up to their reputation. And while Hoshino might not have the literal years under her belt, it becomes clear she is someone who's experienced the hardships of life. In some way, the old lady act is perhaps a personification of that, a girl forced to grow old too quickly. That framing makes her sound tragic, but this goes back to why I like these characters, because in spite of their long journey, the person they end up being is someone who isn't jaded, but someone who embodies the pleasures of life, even if they can't keep up with all the youngins. So no matter the side of their dynamic Sensei ends up on, whether it's taking care of Granny or indulging the more playful, the end result is an ever-shifting dichotomy that is always fun to experience.
先生もそんなとこにずっと立ってないで、横になってみたら？あんまり広くはないけど、どう？いい感じだよ。
We now arrive at my favorite of the group, Izayoi Nonomi, and as you would imagine, Nonomi too carries a connection to the Egyptian gods. However, unlike the past two students, you won't find any obvious visual tells, and instead we must look to her personality for a hint. So let's start there. Nonomi's the mom of the club. Cheerful, easygoing, some might say ditzy, but I wouldn't go that far. She's the support beam, pulling the team together in rough moments, lending an ear when emotions dip, swiping a credit card without hesitation when funds are running dry, and of course, producing emergency snacks like any good mother. In a way, it too reverses the situation Sensei will most typically find himself in with his students, as it's very easy picturing Nonomi to be the one spoiling the player, instead of it always being the other way around. Whether in whipping out that credit card, or just offering a variety of soft places to rest your head, seeing that Nonomi is far more forward than the other students of Abydos, not shying away from making advances at the teacher. So then, from those descriptions, the key word we're largely left with is mother, which when thinking of Egyptian connections, one might initially turn to Renenutet, the god of harvest and nurture, especially since Nonomi's birthday lands on September 1st, the harvest moon, creating a clear through line between the two. Certainly not a bad chain of logic, but the real answer shows up once we learn about her family, the source of Nonomi's easy spending, old money. The name of the family business, Saint Nephis. So then, Nephis is the protective goddess of the dead, sister to Isis, wherein Egyptian funerary rites. Nephis and Isis were invoked as a pair. They mourn together, guard the body, and help the dead reach the afterlife. Thus, it might seem like an odd choice at first, given there's less of a connection to the mothering or nurturing traits. However, in myth, Nephis was the mother to Anubis and a guardian to Horus alongside Isis, mirroring how Nonomi's place within the club positions her as a motherly figure to Shiroko and a caretaker to Hoshino respectively. Thus, Nonomi wears her role in spirit, even if not in iconography like her classmates. On the visual side, Nonomi reads as high class. Her default look is tightly fitted to her figure, initially presenting someone who cares about presentation, much like a business-oriented student like Yuuka. Yet it's purposefully not as tidily kept. The collar's casually unbuttoned, the cardigan's worn loose. It lands somewhere unprofessional yet undeniably stylish, where many of our well-dressed students, such as those from Millennium, read as corporate chic. Nonomi feels like someone genuinely into fashion, mixing fitted with baggy to create a silhouette, not just uniform compliance. Similarly, her alternative outfits continue that point. The coat and scarf combo of her winter attire reads designer, like she knows how to layer for shape, not just warmth. And her swimsuit, it's curated with accessories like someone who understands balance and focal points. No matter the attire, Nonomi isn't simply well dressed. She's an outright fashionista, and like everything else she does, she wears that taste the same way she often wears her kindness, as an excuse to spoil sensei, perhaps a little too openly.
ありがとうございます、先生。本当に夢のような一日でした。私、ここに来られてよかったです。ですが、もう少しだけ、ほんの少しだけ、一緒にいてください。
Next we have Kuromi Serika. In a way, she's a foil to Shiroko, not in conflict with her best friends, but in how they bounce off sensei. If you recall, Shiroko is soft-spoken and openly protective, even if her affection is muted, whereas Serika is our classical tsundere, definitely the most well-known of the personality types discussed, but for the uninitiated. This word is a combination of sun, a Japanese onomatopoeia for sticking your nose up and turning away from someone, whereas dere continues to mean love-struck. Characters in this category typically have quick tempers and suffer from embarrassment at their own feelings, leading them to send scrambled signals to their beloved. As a result, their affection turns into various forms of aggression, and that push and pull is what makes them alluring. On one side, a strong, self-dependent character who refuses to bend or be won over easily. Yet on the other, someone awkward, insecure, perhaps even scared of what could happen if they were honest. So they camouflage that softness with harsh words and reflexive hostility. And that contradiction is the hook. The tsundere presents that there's a gentle core under all that attitude. And it feels uniquely intimate to be the one who gets to see it. There's a certain pride to it, a certain specialness. The ice didn't melt for everyone, just you. Thus for Serika, while it's clear that she likes the teacher, the moment her feelings bubble to the surface, she detonates into flustered scolding. Hence the stalker, pervert, and other colorful labels the player will become accustomed to hearing in her presence. Not that sensei is entirely blameless for earning a few of those titles. Furthermore, it isn't just a sensei thing. Serika's fuse is short with everyone, even if sensei receives the most explosive variant. One could say then that such a fickle temper is not unlike many a real cat, which just gives us a further juxtaposition with Shiroko, a feline and a canine. As for her placement amongst the Egyptian gods, it's a bit harder to figure out. Some might argue Sekhmet, given she's a lioness-headed goddess, associated with Ra's wrath and the fury of battle, creating a connection using the feline imagery and Serika's temper, which certainly has its own ground to stand on, but my belief stems from her official position in Abydos, that of the group's treasurer, meaning she handles their money, though humorously and conversely to our last treasurer, Serika is notoriously bad with cash, falling for pyramid schemes, spending haphazardly, and so on. It's honestly easy to imagine, even if Abydos wasn't suffering the broader context of what we're soon going to find out, that they would always be having financial troubles. That said, it's this facet that makes me read her as Bastet, as Bastet's the guardian of the home, community, and most importantly, Egypt's capital. She's the patron god of domestic cats. And yes, while Serika herself is a cat girl, I believe this better connects to her New Year's alt, where in this relationship story, we see that she has a particular fondness for the creatures she shares a likeness to, and they seem to likewise flock to her just as much as some senseis do.
それってどういう意味？っていうかそれ褒めてるの？
That leaves us with Okusora Ayane. If Serika contrasts Shiroko, then Ayane contrasts Nonomi. As while I stated Nonomi could be seen as a motherly figure within the Abydos group, I never said she was the responsible one. Nonomi is more likely to encourage bad behavior if it appears to be a fun endeavor. So despite being the youngest, Ayane is the most serious and most responsible of the group. In that sense, she's Abydos' straight man, the one who has to rein everyone in whenever the others get carried away. And for the player, that translates into a particular kind of charm, the soft-spoken, intelligent bookworm, the kind you want to protect just as much as you want to tease. That said, the job takes its toll. Ayane shows saint's levels of patience until she doesn't. When pushed past her limit, the quiet girl erupts into an impressive tantrum. Not one of violence or vulgarity, she doesn't turn scary in a literal sense. But the simple act of Ayane raising her voice and speaking her mind is devastating. It tells the perpetrator they've truly messed up. Thus, the Abydos group have grown to fear such encounters. From that lens, her inspiration lands Hathor. In Egyptian mythology, the goddess is associated with love and joy. She's seen as benevolent, but when wrathful. Much like Ayane, that warmth becomes destructive. And not only does Ayane's personality map neatly to that duality, but so does her gameplay, as her standard unit plays a supportive role, healing via drones, dropping supplies to the front lines, while her later summer unit sees her in the pilot's seat, instead shooting from the skies in a helicopter. Thus, whether love or wrath, both Ayane and Hathor earn the title Goddess of the Sky. This leaves us with the physical. There are two things I primarily like about Ayane in this area. Firstly, she's an elf. But further is her style of dress. The Abydos students have skewed traditional in their uniforms, which is why they haven't gotten a big focus with the exception of Nonomi. And Ayane certainly isn't an outlier, her blazer being her primary distinction. However, as we look across all of her manners of dress, it becomes clear there's a second student here with style. Though in Ayane's case, it feels more innate than of the result of curations of a fashionista. You see it best out of uniform with her swimsuit. A typical bikini would be way too flashy for someone like Ayane, yet instead of going for something traditionally more modest like a one-piece, she keeps the bikini top and balances it with a light hoodie and mid-rise jean shorts. Casual, modest, yet incredibly cute. Point being, Ayane to me reads classy. Even when an outfit shows skin, it's the right amount, enticing without tipping into revealing. Which leads me back to a broader point about Blue Archive. Typically in gacha games, alternative outfits are rather uniform. The swimsuits and bunny suits we spoke of in Yuka's section. Attire that is more stripped down in nature, and as a result, it could be argued that they're selling the costume more than anything else. This isn't a bad thing, nor is it something Blue Archive isn't doing. Often outfits have this aspect to them, a physical appeal. But I do think there is a reason that Blue Archive's alternative outfits aren't just the typical. Beyond the swimsuit adjacent, we have camp uniforms, casual wear, pajamas, and many others, where the students have more clothes than less. And they're still alluring, oftentimes even more so for someone like me who prefers cuteness in design. So then, this isn't a statement I make to say Blue Archive is not lewd or erotic. I've already argued the opposite. But I make this statement to say that Blue Archive's designers have a deeper read on attraction and intimacy than many others in the business. Again, these typical alts are direct. We understand the appeal of something more exposed at a glance, and Blue Archive does have outfits that possess little to no clothing when applicable. Yet, it's examples like those in the nightwear category for me that sit as some of the most enticing, because it provides an intimate and personal scenario. More broadly, my love of a character comes from their physical appearance and outfit as much as their personality. So sure, in instances you can get a positive reaction just by putting them into something arousing, but it will always be elevated by relating it back to the character, thinking on what they would wear, how they would wear it, how to capture what made the original design so great. Or conversely, how would this character react to being forced into a circumstance where they have to wear something unusual for them? Blue Archive succeeds on a much higher level than all my past experiences in the genre in this regard. And I think that's why this section ends up tying itself so directly to Ayane, because she isn't a flashy girl by any metric. Just as Ayane occupies the backline during battle, she can sometimes fade into the background of Abydos itself. As a result, one might even call her plain. But Ayane is the kind of girl where the more attention you give her, the less true that becomes. From picking up on the subtlety of her fashion sense, to just how cute she is whenever Sensei's attention turns to her. Which is why I feel her summer relationship story is so fitting. At its end, Sensei is supposed to be documenting her helicopter repairs, yet his camera instead drifts toward Ayane. The machine may have been what was intended to be the focus of the day, but she's the one he actually wants to immortalize and examine every little detail of. That, to me, is Ayane's appeal. She may not be the girl who immediately steals the spotlight, both in a visual sense and personality-wise. The others are all much louder or direct. But once you stop looking past her and start looking at her, it becomes difficult to understand how she ever faded into the background at all.
先生、修理の記念写真ということでしたら、もっとヘリを中心に撮った方がいいのでは？え？ヘリではなくて、私の記念写真？そうだったんですか？それは嫌ではないですが、なんだか急に顔が熱く。
Thus, with these introductions out of the way, our attention must return to the classroom. As the gang Sensei was informed about in the initial request, the Helmet Gang, makes their first appearance, leading an assault on the school. Although just as suddenly as this occurs, it's over. While initially it appears the girls can't find a rhythm in fighting together, with Sensei lending his own tactical skills to the battlefield, victory is assured. Which might lead a player to think Volume 1's conflict is going to be solved as smoothly as the last. However, this gang problem was simply a precursor to a much bigger issue facing the Abydos students, one of the financial variety, that not even Nonomi's credit card can solve. And given that this relates to Abydos' greater place within the city of Kivotos, it's best we get a better understanding of how this area operates. Broadly speaking, it's an academy city, but one that has the scope and size of an entire country, each school within functioning as its own state, with their own government, policy, and politics, all overseen by the General Student Council, while Chalet now operates independently. Inside those borders, the most common citizens Sensei will become acquainted to are the students themselves, of course. But there are other entities within Kivotos. Dog people, cat people, robots, all manner of anthropomorphic adults who live and work in these districts. Yet Sensei is the only human male. This is not because something catastrophic occurred, wiping out older generations. No, Kivotos can be seen as a sort of collection of boarding schools the girls go off to. As while it may be scarce, we do get references to various students having parents, whether they exist outside of Kivotos' walls or simply off-screen. Nonomi being our primary example. But back to the anthropomorphic adults that we do see throughout the various regions within Kivotos. These individuals are the taxpayer, whereas living in the districts is a privilege. Thus, in return for their investments, academies fund public life and provide protection. As I'm sure you've noticed, these teenagers don't just wield weapons, they essentially are weapons, each able to tank 1,000,000 bullets, and are all trained in combat despite different specialties. These aren't robots or anything, well, usually. These girls are still mortal and can die through specific means, but anyone who possesses these halos aren't human in the way Sensei is. Now, this relates back to Abydos Academy because the school is no longer in control of their region. Thus, the school itself and the greater district is no longer receiving funding, or at least any funding that won't benefit a certain corporation. That company being Kaiser Industries, who has seized the district by questionable means, which in turn has twisted what should be a mutually beneficial relationship between the citizens and those in charge into something parasitic. The story of How takes place several years ago, in which the initial construction of the transcontinental desert railroad within Abydos had begun. This ambitious project was to bring great prosperity to the land, in the midst of worsening desertification, and as such Abydos invested all of their capital into it. Yet in the middle of its construction, a terrible sandstorm, the worst the district had ever seen, covered the area, submerging the very thing that was supposed to lift the district up. In response, Abydos attempted to keep raising funds and participate in relief work to help boost morale, but neither seemed to make a dent. Smaller storms would just undo the work before they could make progress, and when things got truly desperate, the school council at the time turned to a loan corporation, Kaiser, in order to help fund the cleanup, leaving the school 900 million yen in debt by the end. Being unable to keep up with payments, they surrendered control of the district, the school itself being the last remaining asset not sold off, and the students scraped together monthly payments just to avoid losing even that. None of these girls created this mess, but they are the last ones willing to stay and fight for their home. Abydos is down to just these 5. The predicament has left each individual in the club to deal with those feelings in their own way. For example, due to Sensei receiving this information from the group, Serika took off in a huff, not wanting to involve an outsider. This is partially because she sees it solely as an Abydos problem, so Abydos must fix it, but you get a hint of resentment here. Of course, Serika would feel this way. An emotional wall has been built out of frustration. No one cares about these girls. I mean, the General Student Council certainly never stepped in. Sensei is the first one to do something of his own volition for them, all coming from Ayane moving in the opposite direction of Serika. Pragmatic, desperate for any real progress. She reached out the second she heard the rumors that spiraled from Sensei's involvement at the Sanctum Tower, where his response, his willingness to show up, has broken the chain of negligence. And further, he reassures the girls he won't be abandoning the Abydos students like everyone before him. Thus, Sensei's new mission begins. Yes, stalking. I did say he wasn't entirely blameless for receiving such accusations, didn't I? Though the intent is innocent enough. Wishing to smooth things over after Serika stormed off the other day, given her frustration at the rest of the Abydos students welcoming the teacher in with open arms. However, as anybody well-versed in anime tropes will know, such approaches are not suited to the wild tsundere. Thus she berates Sensei for even attempting to speak with her, yet alone offering to walk alongside her, leaving a determined teacher with no other choice than to follow from within the shadows, until ending up at her part-time job, a ramen shop, owned by a particularly cool guy named Master Shiba. And here Blue Archive does one of the things it does best: reprieve. The restaurant section is a simple chance to watch the girls' personalities bounce off one another, see their own dynamics, as well as advance their relationship with Sensei. These scenes are reminiscent of what one will find in many slice-of-life series, the type to simply be referred to as cute girls do cute things, or even receive the nothing ever happens criticism. Yet despite that, they remain popular, don't they? Because it's moments like this exactly where a lot happens. Tiny tells, throwaway lines that pay off later, entertaining hijinks that, in this case, all end in a red-faced Serika. For Blue Archive, it's the oxygen that ignites the fire. This game understands that characterization doesn't live in spectacle alone. For that reason, hanging out in the restaurant, eating ramen, choosing what student to sit next to, where Nonomi is obviously the right choice, all of this is equally as important as any conflict or world-ending event that follows, and these times become a reoccurring step in the journey within every volume, ones that I wouldn't trade for anything. By its end, though, I wouldn't exactly say things have been smoothed over with Serika, but the atmosphere has softened. It was a moment of everyone having fun together, one they could all leave for home happy from, except for one. Serika. Having still been a bit frustrated by her friend's insistence to involve the teacher, Serika had proceeded to go home alone, and in the process was snatched up by the Helmet Gang. In response, the others are quick to realize something's wrong, but the means of finding her, well, that remains elusive. The only institution with the data to triangulate her last phone ping is the General Student Council, and they're not exactly handing out permissions right now, so Sensei won't ask for permission. This is the first clear, unambiguous demonstration of Sensei's defining trait: total, almost reckless commitment to his students. Yes, in just coming to Abydos we saw this displayed, but underestimating the harshness of weather is hardly comparable to breaking the law. While Chalet does exist outside the usual chain of command, that is not an all-access pass to break into the council's network. He risked his standing, his position, and relationship with the city's leadership, but does it anyway, because nothing matters more than these kids. And further, from a writing perspective, it displays the tip of a certain competence we're going to continue to see going forward. A story can only be as smart or intelligent as the ones writing it, which often leads many to a series of plot contrivances or holes. But throughout Blue Archive, even Sensei's miracles will show the work to get there. There's no Deus Ex phone tracker that comes out of nowhere, no contrived witness in an alley to be found. Even the mystical is consistently contextualized within the world, following its own logic. Solutions are tracked from prior context and set up well in advance, though given how early we are in the story, this path is very easy to see at a glance. Arona's capabilities and connection to the Sanctum Tower makes for an easy hack that sees Sensei's ambitions through, which takes us back to the girl tied up in the truck. Finally gaining consciousness, Serika awakens in fear. They say the mind does cruel math in the dark, and such thoughts lead Serika to begin believing that her friends would see this as her betrayal. If she goes missing here, they'd easily believe she left like all the rest, and why wouldn't they with her constant attitude? That darkness brings a stream of tears to her eyes as she attempts to fight the thought, yet she remains terrified that this must be where she dies. And as the frustration builds, she cries out for help, where an explosion proceeds to hit the vehicle. Initially, it only sets a deeper fear in her, before the doors open and her friends pull her out to safety, fighting off the remains of the Helmet Gang as the Abydos crew make off in a jeep. Serika, wiping away tears, asks how they even found her and why Sensei would come at all, with the teacher replying, leading to a new slew of perverted accusations just as things began. But ultimately, that marks the crisis as solved, with Serika's tsundere returning to more of the soon than the dere, hardly able to thank her hero. But further, with the next day comes a bit of normalcy, and a sensei who is now properly accepted into the group by all. Thus, he's finally present for one of Abydos's regularly scheduled "How do we deal with the debt" meetings. As such, various options are thrown around, from Shiroko's avid interest in robbing a bank complete with homemade masks for the occasion, to Nonomi's suggestion of starting an idol group. I've always been partial to the idea of being called producer-san by a group of idols myself, so I'll once again see myself to the Nonomi side of the debate. However, it's within these wildly unrealistic solutions that we see Ayane get fed up with the group for the first time, flipping a table in the process, so maybe she is actually a bit scary when she gets like this. Regardless, it lives up to the reputation, and is only calmed down after the rest of the girls apologize and offer to take her out for ramen, which puts us right back at Serika's workplace. Only this time, our attention shifts from the foreclosure task force to a second set of students that seem to be led by some form of debonair villainous. This would be Problem Solver 68, and from within Blue Archive's revolving door of clubs, the Problem Solvers currently sit within my top placements. As can be assumed from their name, they're a team that primarily works as fixers. If the job is shady, pays, or both, they'll attempt to solve it. So let's get acquainted.
Hi, 便利屋68のRikuhachimaです。
Leading them would be Rikuhachima Aru, my favorite of the bunch. Prior, the characters we have looked at have predominantly played straight with tropes. However, Aru follows a starkly different design philosophy that Blue Archive employs from time to time, and that would be the subversion of expectations. A phrase that just sounds dirty now, doesn't it? Synonymous with that of a poor writer's crutch. One that is abused for cheap shock more than craft. But it is a perfectly good tool when it trades a surface read for something greater, a natural evolution, or an interesting juxtaposition. One that is not simply employed to betray the viewer, but instead elevate the initial expectation. On the surface, everything about Aru's appearance reads like a hard-boiled outlaw. She wears a long coat in the fashion of a cape with a tightly fitted business attire beneath, that being a pencil skirt and white dress shirt. The way she stares, the way she speaks, it all seems so cold and calculated. Even her rifle fits the fantasy. She uses a PSG-1, the kind of hardware that can run you 5 figures in the real world. What this ultimately portrays is a woman who is not just villainous, but one of business. An intimidating presence, someone who gets the job done. Yet the subversion then is, this is all facade. And there's no one she attempts to sell this facade to more than Sensei. Across her relationship stories with the teacher, Aru continuously refers to the man as her business partner, frequently inviting him to all manner of fancy dates as if she's some sort of big shot, in an attempt to win over the teacher's affection and impress him. Yet it's within spending that time with her that the truth comes out. Aru's sort of an airhead, constantly breaking character, freaking out whether internally or externally once her cool persona leads her into a position that she's not at all prepared for, where the facial expressions that result from this in her attempts to save face are the real highlight for me, as they are quick to betray her confident words. This is something Sensei and other characters on occasion abuse for their own amusement, and there's no question as to why. Aru is just the cutest when she's caught in her lies. However, putting this comedic aspect of Aru to the side, her dedication to her work is more than evident. While many students' clumsiness carry over into their animations and appearance in combat, her main EX skill and in-game portrayal back up that she's a skilled markswoman. She's studied business to be a more effective boss. She's respected by her friends. And we even see she has a real empathetic side to her that we'll come to know as we dive deeper into other problem solvers. So though she carries the same energy that makes characters like Konosuba's Aqua so fun to bully, she's not as useless as the water goddess. There's something admirable here. And it all boils down to Aru's true goal, making Problem Solver 68 a reputable criminal organization. Which is somewhat funny when you say it out loud, isn't it? A reputable criminal organization. It's a little contradictory, a little naive. Possibly the result of a once weak girl who began to take inspiration from figures and characters she perceived as powerful throughout her childhood. And now her idolization is a bit misaligned with reality. Yet I can't help but want to support it. For that and so many other reasons, the end result is a student who is not just my favorite within her group, but one who joins Yuuka to sit in the upper echelons against the entire cast. Though perhaps most importantly when it comes to Aru, the last thing I can say is, if you put this woman in a dress, I will shove my dick so far within her that the man who could pull me out would be heralded as the new King of England.
そうして一緒に仕事をする時間がこれからもずっと続いていくといいわね。あくまでも仕事としての話だから。ダメ。今自分が何を言ってるのか自分でもよくわからなくなってる。
Next up, we have Onikata Kayoko, the member with the most unfortunate story to her name. However, it is not because of her lore or any event having to do with the game itself. No, poor Kayoko is saddled with Kayoko fans. As the resident hag of the very first story, she became the go-to profile picture for tourists and contrarians alike, throwing tantrums about the game's content and its audience. The "I'm one of the good ones" posters to be found once any anime-adjacent community gains its popularity. But these types will get their time, I assure you. Let's not let them take away from Kayoko more than they already have. At a glance, she reads as the scariest of the bunch. The dejected expression, the gothic attire from the piercings to the brand hoodie, all donned across her pale skin. And even her family name, Onikata, literally translates to Ghost Devil. The look across the board clearly shouts delinquency. However, appearances can be deceiving. Within Problem Solver 68, Kayoko is the straight man. Much like Ayane, she's the one to bring the team together, rein them in, and frequently point out issues within their plans, or when Aru's mob boss performance is outrunning her prep. So then, unlike the rest of the group, she doesn't chase chaos. She keeps everyone from drowning in it, which raises the obvious question, why is she here at all? Kayoko is smart, arguably the team's main and possibly only brain cell. Her idea of bliss is being left to her own devices. For senseis that journey through her relationship story, you'll learn this is what led her to her interest in music, a desire to simply drown out all of the world. Relatively speaking, she's a normal, well-behaved teenager. She loves animals, she's quiet, responsible, and to herself, totally unfit for the group she's a part of. On paper, you'd imagine she'd more easily fit into our school's disciplinary committee. And to be fair, we do get hints that she brushed shoulders with them in some capacity, whether in friction or possibly having sought to join up in the past. So perhaps that path existed, but this keeps bringing us back to the question, why is Kayoko a problem solver? It's one of these answers the game doesn't spell out so directly, but I think we've been given enough to get the picture. Kayoko's problem is that everyone thinks they have her figured out from a single glance. Throughout her time in Kivotos, authority figures, cops, your average student, take your pick, keep pulling her aside or making comments on her look, assuming she's up to something. Yet she hates attention, she doesn't want trouble. But when the world insists you're a certain way, it's not hard to drift in that direction. And ironically, that push would lead to one of the best detours her life could have taken, because the group of delinquents she ended up with became the ones who would never preemptively judge her. Yes, Kayoko often looks fed up with her friends, but just as often, the mask cracks and a smile slips through the hijinks. In fact, stories where she's away from her group, planet within another, Kayoko seems to be at her most miserable, sighing away. Frankly, the straight man sticks around for a reason. And Kayoko does have sensei for when she needs a break from all the chaos, so whether with him or within the problem solvers, she doesn't have to worry about being seen a certain way. She's found people that accept her, and even some that rely on her. Thus, in Kayoko's quest for peace and quiet, it just so happened that, ironically, it was found amongst some of the loudest people imaginable.
お正月も日々の一日に過ぎないからさ。今日という日に聞く音はこれがいいのかも。今年もいい一年でありますように。明けましておめでとう、先生。
Bringing us to the next student in the problem solver family, Igusa Haruka. She is our first one-star unit we'll be looking at, i.e. the lowest rarity in the game. But in Haruka's case, the label feels thematically on the nose, for reasons we'll soon get into. Nonetheless, this rating speaks nothing to her quality, as while she doesn't quite reach the heights of her boss Aru within my rankings, she does mark herself as my favorite in her rarity tier of student, at least among the units you receive upon rolling on banners. And a lot of that is design. Whether you've already picked up on it or you'll only now realize it, I have an inclination toward the more militaristic, in which we saw a taste of this design sensibility with Aru. Haruka is the first where it encompasses her entire outfit, from the black combat boots to the garrison cap and everything in between, on her admiral-styled military coat. However, in terms of importance for our discussion, it's less about what this character is wearing, and more how she wears it. Haruka hugs her weapon the way a kid hugs a stuffed animal. Her knees are angled inward, and her gaze appears as if she's struggling to not look away. Even her accessory of choice, a stuffed bunny attached to her bag, finds itself somewhere between sad and creepy within its design. This gives the impression of a shy, gloomy girl, and that would be correct, but not in the quiet, withdrawn way you'd expect, as Haruka is erratic, the real wild card of the group. Her words will come off as depressing if looked at in a vacuum, stating she should die for any minor inconvenience or perceived failure. But they're simultaneously delivered in the most over-the-top, extravagant ways with the clear intent of being comedic, switching from cursing herself to eyes filled with ecstasy over explosions or just the fantasy of praise. This manic disposition is a bit perplexing at first, but it was not born without reason. In getting to spend time with the girl, what we learn is that Haruka's past was one marred with bullying and ridicule. As a result, she was left with crippling self-esteem issues, and in some respects that has also deteriorated her morals. We get the clearest look into this within her relationship story. Sometime after meeting Sensei, she seeks to give the teacher a gift, acquiring multiple anime figures for him. The catch is I used acquire for a reason, as Sensei soon finds these items to have been stolen. Whereupon coming to this realization and confronting Haruka to explain why what she did was wrong, she in turn profusely apologizes, not having understood what made her initial actions so egregious. She was simply chasing validation, praise outran logic. And as the story goes on, you realize just how deep that hunger for validation runs. Later, Sensei finds that Haruka tends to a flower garden. However, there are no roses, no lilies, just weeds. This of course confuses the teacher, but upon hearing Haruka talk about the weeds, the reason is obvious. Weeds are seen as annoyances, ones that no one wants around, and if no one else will give them value, Haruka will. It's a perfect mirror for how she sees herself and what she's desperate for someone to see in her. With Sensei, we watch this manifest more romantically, how she wishes for his affection in a more womanly way than pure admiration, and how her brain short-circuits, not believing she's earned it whenever it's achieved. But when we look at the broader scope and remember that she's been pulled into a criminal organization, the implications turn dark. Here's a girl whose compass can be pulled by praise, whose morals have little weight. It's easy to imagine the predatory version of her narrative. Someone spots the weakness, exploits it, ushers her into crime. Yet the story of her life is entirely the inverse. In Haruka's early school life, the victimhood years as we'll call it, the one person who showed her kindness was Aru. She stepped in, she stopped the bullying, and offered her a place of belonging. It's for that reason that unlike every other member of the problem solvers, all of which openly put holes in their boss's facade for fun, Haruka never treats it as a bit. To her, it isn't an act or a farce. Aru really is that cool. Thus, in turn, as Aru finally got to be seen as the boss she always wanted to be. Whether it's Haruka's teacher or senior, she's cared for just as the weeds she chose to tend.
はい。これですか？門松ですが。先生がこういうのは気持ちが大事だとおっしゃっていたので、それならずっと育ててきたこの子がいいのかなと。まさかまた余計なことをしてしまいましたか？すみません、すみません、すみません、すみません、すみません。はい。本当ですか？大丈夫でしょうか？
残念。
バレちゃったくん。
Which leaves us with the fan favorite of not just the group, but perhaps the entirety of Blue Archive, as in some ways Asagi Mutsuki can be seen as the third mascot of the game, not in the literal sense, but in that Mutsuki embodies the core appeal of this franchise for many, that of the stereotypical Mesugaki. Mesugaki being a Japanese term that when translated directly would be female brat, and generally it's used to describe girls who are small, young, provocative, and brash toward adults or their superiors. Thus, Mutsuki is a troublemaker through and through. Whether it means committing crimes or teasing her sensei, it doesn't matter, and you can be sure this brat will always be playing the innocent card after the fact. This is reflected in her design. The most prominent visual would be of her main expression, sticking her tongue out as if taunting the player. Yet the true genius of Doremi's work is something that would not be noticed at a glance. It's something that requires a more prolonged look to spot. If we take our gaze to the red and black dress, it appears modest at first, quite innocent really. The frills, the plaid, the little bow at her neck. It's very playful, much like her expression. But if we then focus ourselves to her waist for a moment, you'll notice there's two very deliberately placed slits in the material at her stomach. A sensei could very easily imagine gripping her bare 55cm waist even as she remained fully clothed. And yes, this sensei did in fact do the math. But more importantly, it's a lewdness that invites, yet could just as easily be turned around to blame the perpetrator for even taking notice of this area. It's for that reason it truly is the perfect outfit for our little devil. However, further discussions in this area are not quite suited for this video, so let's pull back for a moment and return to Mutsuki's favorite pastime, teasing. Teasing in itself is interesting because it sits right on the border with bullying. We just saw with Haruka how mockery, when taken to its extreme, corrodes a person's sense of self. And for plenty of people, being on the receiving end of either bullying or teasing is a non-starter. Yet characters like Mutsuki prove how strong the appeal can be. Because teasing isn't inherently malicious. In some ways, it can be viewed as a bonding experience. Think for a moment about the last time you teased a friend or a crush, or conversely, had been on the receiving end of a playful jab. Those moments almost always ride on something personal, a shared story, a quirk you both recognize, an inside joke born from time spent together. That's why they strengthen connections, they reaffirm them. And even when there isn't a history yet, teasing can be a bridge to one. A light, obvious nudge invites the other person to play. It signals you're interesting enough to poke, and can make the receiver feel valued, as their attention is worth trying to be grabbed. In friendships, that becomes we're close enough to roast. In romance, it's the safest form of flirting. Plausible deniability. Ultimately, it's offering a back and forth and can even serve a more mechanical purpose in releasing tension between individuals. We've all been caught in awkward situations, and teasing can frequently resolve that. It's like a tiny drama. It has setup, escalation, and then finally release. Whether it's a laugh, a mocking glare, the soft or hard hey, followed by a punch, or maybe even a blush. Mutsuki is perhaps the best at playing that game, but her teasing habits themselves are even more telling. Look at who she picks on. First, her childhood friend, Aru, and secondly, Sensei. Authority-adjacent figures, sure, but more importantly, people with strong self-images, who can and will push back, though admittedly one a lot more than the other. Regardless, this resistance is what the student is truly after. She'd never go after someone like Haruka, whose anxiety would turn her games into something more harmful. Mutsuki wants friction, not damage. Even her kit alludes to her endgame, with her exclusive weapon being named Trick or Trick. Because once Mutsuki has chosen someone to play with, the outcome is rigid. One way or another, she will get her prank. The only question is what form it takes. We as the player see this most apparently in the constant victimization of Sensei, where Mutsuki will go as far as to fake important jobs or create other circumstances to drag the teacher into open areas, before knocking him to his feet as he succumbs to her schemes, being teased about his position, how it looks, and the implications that follow. Though perhaps we're once again venturing into those cutoff points in the discussion, so suffice to say, this girl might be the most dangerous threat in all of Kivotos, at least to a respectable adult like Sensei.
残念。私の勝ちだよ、先生。
くふふ、ここまでの検討は認めてあげるけど、勝負の世界は厳しいものだから仕方ないよね。くふ。
thus wrapping up our second set of introductions. But if there's one thing you could have universally taken from that section, it's that the problem solvers aren't exactly great at the whole solving of the problems thing. They have an incompetent leader, an erratic, irrational validation addict, a girl who's far more interested in pulling pranks than jobs, and finally, Kayoko. So it should come as no surprise when I say these girls are walking into the ramen shop as poor as can be. Though thankfully and humorously, it's within the kindness of the Abydos group, the very group the problem solvers were commissioned to take out after the Helmet Gang's initial failure, that they do manage to get a hefty bowl of ramen onto their plate, enough to feed all 4 girls. Naturally, the Abydos students have no idea who they're helping, an irony that is only further facilitated by a sprouting friendship developing between tables. One might think that this is an elaborate ploy by the criminal organization. Get close to their mark, befriend them, and strike when their back is turned. In fact, some problem solvers even convince themselves that's what's happening, that their cunning boss is running a covert op on the fly. Yet, the longer it goes on, it becomes obvious that Aru had absolutely no idea she had been fraternizing with her next hit the entire time. The poor girl absolutely devastated, as Mutsuki's lips twist into a smug grin, revealing exactly who these new friends were, once leaving the establishment. Funny enough, I always picture this scene ending with Aru doubling back into saying she really was leading a clever ploy of deception, as she drips with sweat. But perhaps it's just a statement on how truly devastated the girl was in the moment, that instead of her usual bit, she's left speechless. Regardless, whether meticulously planned or just happenstance, the result is the same. Getting information on the Abydos group that is immediately used to lead an assault on the school, reminiscent of the first encounter with the Helmet Gang. However, this time it's not simply Sensei's talent or leadership that wins the conflict, but instead it is a victory for capitalism.
お、定時だ。今日の日当だとここまでね。
As the problem solvers' grunts were only funded for a fixed window of time, and right on schedule they clock out mid-fight and walk, with the problem solvers themselves following suit, disappearing in an instant as they vow to get the Abydos girls next time. A classical line that effectively solidifies how this organization will function in this narrative. The problem solvers are not so much our main threat as much as a comedic nuisance. They are the Abydos equivalent of the Durambo gang from Yatterman or Team Rocket from Pokemon, a sentiment that's further displayed in Sensei's mourning following the event. The opening scene might have you thinking this is Ayane's turn in the spotlight, like Shiroko and the attempt with Serika before her, seeing as that it's now Ayane accompanying Sensei for a morning walk to the academy. However, before the elf gets to enjoy but a moment with the teacher, they are interrupted by Mutsuki throwing all 144 centimeters of herself onto Sensei. A dastardly attack, but one with the intended purpose of being playful. The girls stating they're off the clock, so there's no reason they can't all be friends, and in fact suggests that Sensei spends the day with Problem Solver 68 instead, before promptly skipping away to the group's hideout, having finished pressing Ayane's buttons and established herself quite deliberately as the alpha female, cueing Ayane's notorious temper, yet she does seem to hold a lid on it for now, even if momentarily, as once the meetings at Abydos start for the day, the others are quick to notice Ayane seems particularly riled up, declaring that Problem Solver 68 must be stopped once and for all. You get the hint that she's not only fueled by a desire to protect her school, but also her precious sensei. Nevertheless, this leads to the foreclosure task force plotting out their next move. Given it's clear that neither the Helmet Gang nor the problem solvers are the root cause of the issue, both being a set of hired hands, they turn to investigation, with Ayane discovering the firearms left at the school following the last encounter are illegal models, the sort of stuff you don't just pull off a convenience store shelf inside Kivotos, the kind a lowly street-level thug couldn't procure on their own. In other words, something one can only find in the seediest of Kivotos' underworld, the Black Market District, establishing the group's next destination. Stepping into the black market, one might expect to be confronted by the lowest of the low, the real dregs of society. Yet, instead, the screen fills with a cheery girl named Hifumi. Now, Hifumi will be taking center stage at a later point, so we will be foregoing her proper character section here. But this fact demonstrates something Blue Archive does very well. A problem you will often find within ongoing games, movies, and more generally series is they love to just add stuff. New places, new factions, new faces, or changing the world's internal logic, often in ways that contradict what was there previously, retroactively harming what was established prior and ruining the investment one might have put into the world. Some leeway can be understandable at times, given how long properties can go on for, requiring an impossible amount of foresight. Yet conversely, it seems the bare minimum in respecting what came before, building on what was done prior, or giving room for something to grow is unachievable, even by those properties that possess the largest bottom financial lines in existence. I'm bringing this all up to say Blue Archive has a clear dedication to building out its world and making it believable. You'll always be hearing about places that might not be relevant for years into the future, or bump into characters that won't be narratively relevant for a sometimes frustrating amount of time. Hifumi is not one of those cases. It won't be too long until we get to her more in depth. But the point is, what really had gotten me invested in Blue Archive's world, as opposed to so many others I've entered over the years, wasn't solely its premise, but in how well its moving parts are woven into each other. Nothing feels as if it was pulled from thin air. It's truly a world that feels rewarding to become invested in, whether it's the huge payoffs or just the finer details. One could say, this is the reason why this video exists. Blue Archive is always setting up seeds for its future, whether the player realizes it or not. And it shows you really don't need some impossible level of foresight to avoid those endless strings of plot contrivances or retcons. It is a process of slowly and naturally building these things into the world, and maybe that's not as exciting as jumping right to the climax, but it is one that will deliver a climax that is infinitely better. Which brings us back to Hifumi. While we won't be getting into her full introduction, we can cover some of the basics surrounding her, as Hifumi belongs to Trinity General School, by far the most prestigious institution in all of Kivotos, thus making the girl's appearance here all the more shocking. Yet it's not that Hifumi is a rebel, or some delinquent looking to stick it to the high-class society she comes from. No, she is just simply a fanatic. A Perero mega fan to be exact. See, in the world of Blue Archive there exist many merchandising brands, whether they're connected to a fictional anime, video game series, or parody product that mirrors the real world. But by far the most influential of these is the Momo Friends line. This is a series of plush toys and other various goods who you'll primarily be familiar with from the in-universe messaging app Momo Talk, where Hifumi's personal fixation is once again their star and member Perero, and she is here looking for an elusive variant, one that comes with the chicken holding an ice cream cone in its mouth. Although peculiar looking, only 100 of them were made, making it a commodity amongst collectors. So luckily for Sensei and the Abydos group, despite this girl sticking out like a sore thumb compared to the rest of the types that hang around in this area, this is not her first trip. Hifumi and her obsession with out-of-print and hard-to-find Momo Friends merchandise has left her quite knowledgeable of the area, and this is an advantage Hoshino in particular is not going to let get away, roping Hifumi into the group's mission and designating her as a sort of tour guide. It's a role that she doesn't seem to be the happiest to be forced into, but she does relent and go along after hearing the group out, where this makeshift tour eventually takes them to Stygian Bank. Here the Abydos girls will get their first hint to who's truly behind the attacks on the school. As in staking out the bank, they notice a familiar truck, one that belongs to Kaiser Industries. But not only that, its driver is the exact same teller that makes regular stops to Abydos, the one collecting their pay. While the full scope of things is not clear, deductive reasoning begins to point to the idea that the money Kaiser has been taking from the students has been funding illegal activities within the black market in their ignorance. Something none of the Abydos girls take very well. While it was obvious already that Kaiser, a loan shark company, was not exactly well intentioned, this little reveal shows there is far more going on here than perhaps initially assumed. Hifumi even commenting on how back at Trinity, Kaiser has been attempting to force themselves into setting up operations in the area, similar to what they did to Abydos, meaning the foreclosure task force very well could not only be funding criminal activity, but bankrolling the exact same situation reflection on others that happened to them. Thus, it should come as no surprise that each of the students want to act on these suspicions. However, they are just that. Suspicions. If they are to receive any chance of outside help, such as the General Student Council, they're going to need to prove there is illegal activity. Fortunately, the paper trail is right there. Unfortunately, only the tellers can access it. You can't just stroll in and ask for crime receipts. Unless you were already planning on a bank heist. Having donned the exact same mask she brought to the dead meeting, Shiroko was quick to convince the entire team to join in living out her dream, with even poor Hifumi drafted on the spot and issued a paper bag for costume. Nonomi, of course, not wanting to miss out on her chance to sneak her idol pitch in, christens them the Masked Swimsuit Gang. Meanwhile, Problem Solver 68 just happened to be at the same bank, tangled within an ordeal us adults are all too familiar with, the woes of bureaucracy. Hours upon hours in line just to be denied a loan. And right when Aru wishes to herself that she could be a true outlaw and take what she wants, she witnesses the Swimsuit Gang do just that. Of course, Kayoko and Mutsuki clock the culprits immediately. The uniforms below the masks are a dead giveaway, yet Aru is completely oblivious, awestruck by watching the kind of criminal she always dreamed of being. It's like a child turning on their favorite television show. However, the episode comes to a close as the bags are filled with the demanded ledgers, and the Swimsuit Gang takes off, with an entranced Aru in tow. Once finally putting enough distance between themselves and the bank, they do peek inside to see the spoils of the heist, where along with the logs, around 100 million yen sits. A mistake some in the group are initially excited by, the prospect of actually making a sizable dent in their debt. But before the conversation can move any further, Hoshino steps up stating they can't use this money for the same reason they couldn't let their own fund Kaiser's illegal activity. It was dirty. Their goal should be using these logs to prove Kaiser's foul play to the General Student Council, and hopefully push their hand in giving the school aid as a result, a sentiment that is eventually agreed upon. However, it's then that Aru catches up. She's breathless, pouring praise, swearing they've inspired her to reach for higher heights within the criminal underworld. And this scene initially feels like another instance of Aru stealing the show, much like the end of the ramen shop sequence, highlighting the airheadedness that makes her character so fun. But what soon takes my attention in this scene is how the Abydos girls respond. They get in character, they play the villains, even become somewhat proud of their actions despite the mood turning sour just moments ago. I mean, what they did on the fly robbed the biggest bank on the black market, succeeding without a scratch. That's insane. So of course, as that sets in, they're laughing, smiling. For Abydos, it's important to remember life's been an unbroken chain of responsibility. Teenagers shouldering debt, doing things by the book, fixing messes they didn't make. It's a life totally unsuited for children. The sensei started to turn their luck around, sure, but this is different. They're being completely reckless, going off the book. And for a few minutes here, they just get to be kids playing pretend. However, it's not an act that can go on forever, as that responsibility does call. Thus, the masked swimsuit gang tosses out a few final villainous lines. Before taking off with the ledgers, though in the process, leaves the 100 million yen bag behind. The problem solver's leader takes it as a sign, an investment in her potential, and moves to prove them right, upgrading Problem Solver 68's operations overnight, which means in a cosmic joke, Abydos just went from financing one criminal outfit to financing another. Still, the important thing is they made it home with the ledgers, where once the team combs through the entries, the picture clicks into place. Kaiser is funding the attacks on Abydos itself, bleeding them with loan payments, then recycling that money into mercenaries to keep the foreclosure task force forever underwater. An endless self-perpetuating cycle. Everyone's naturally furious, but there's a spark of hope by the nature of this reveal. They have the evidence. And further, Hifumi promises to take word to Trinity's Tea Party, the highest position of government within that academy. Thus, spirits are looking up, with one exception. Hoshino remains stone-faced, not thinking what they're doing will be enough. And it's hard to blame the girl. She's the oldest within Abydos, thus she's lived the longest in abandonment. And keep in mind, Sensei isn't here because of the General Student Council. He's here in spite of it. The prospect of the ones who are supposed to help these girls actually doing that is a completely foreign concept even now. Yet before there's a good opening for the teacher to properly console her, Hoshino disappears, and the rest of the team is struck with more bad news. A bomb is heard going off not far from the school, and when tracked, it seems to have detonated at Serika's workplace, leading the team quickly to take off for the ramen shop, minus the missing Hoshino. Upon arriving, they find Master Shiba, worse for wear, but nonetheless alive. However, the pieces begin falling into place. The target wasn't him, it was the foreclosure task force, an assumption that would immediately be proven correct. The device only blew up early thanks to Haruka, as it wouldn't be a problem solver's plan if everything went as intended. But regardless, rearmed and remotivated thanks to Abydos' villain arc, the problem solvers moved to square off, before being interrupted by a third party. Entering the battlefield would be Gehenna's disciplinary committee, or as they're officially known as, the Prefect Team. We've already established that each academy in Kivotos contains its own branches of government and military, so naturally it could be assumed that the chaos being caused by Problem Solver 68 has finally made it to the ears of the academy they hail from, and as such Gehenna's disciplinary committee is here to clean up what is partially their mess, being as it is their students. That might present itself positively at first, but that's ignoring the deeper implications of how this is taking place. Apply this to our world. Imagine Continent A's police launching an operation inside Continent B without coordination. Best case, it's a constitutional crisis. Worst case, a casus belli, a provocation of war. In our world, hot pursuit across borders is rare and treaty bound. When you bypass the local authority, you're not simply helping, you're declaring that authority irrelevant, and it carries the same implication here. It's a slight. By intervening unilaterally, the Prefect Team broadcasts that Abydos isn't a peer but a problem zone, something to be managed, not respected. It's the kind of aid that erodes legitimacy. Even if it removes today's threat, it confirms tomorrow's narrative. Abydos is weak, and its students understand these implications, so instead the barrels that were once aimed at the problem solvers swing to the Prefect Team, asserting that they will be the ones to handle the criminals. It's their home to fight for. Thus, let's bring our attention to the girl standing at the front of this opposing force, Shiromi Iori. Iori is a student who attracts a certain fanbase, one that I am not particularly fond of yet can simultaneously not escape. However, I can at least speak to Iori's appeal from the ankle up. The Prefect Team stands in complete contrast to what we've seen out of Gehenna so far, being a territory primarily made of troublemakers, and this is something that will only continue to be shown to be true as we move forward. Thus, the group is given a task that frankly borders on the impossible, that of keeping order within Gehenna, meaning the Prefect Team demands students that display overwhelming competence, and Iori is no exception. Visually, she's our first dark-skinned student wearing a white-collared uniform, black tie with twin chevrons, a corset skirt, knee-high socks, heels, and lastly, the signature red armband that marks jurisdiction, one that can be found throughout all of the group's members, though of them, Iori is certainly the most reckless of the bunch. In some ways, she's a loose cannon, one who acts more on impulse, as displayed by her being on the front lines of an operation with such questionable optics. So to say, if there is a criminal she sets her sights on, she's the type to shoot first, ask questions later. Yet this quickness to act does not mean she is not disciplined. Her maneuvers, though brash, are still calculated in execution. This dichotomy is shown best in how she actively moves within gameplay. While Iori does use a rifle, unlike similar characters that will fight best behind cover, she often moves into the open, making quick movements to dodge while gracefully taking out her marks. This aggressive behavior is something that carries into her personality, manifesting in that of another tsundere. However, an entirely different species of such than what we saw prior. Iori differs from Serika in that this student doesn't stop at verbal abuse, the hiss of a kitten. Iori is hands-on, she's a palm-sized tiger with a bite. Whenever this character is on screen, you can be assured Sensei is in danger of receiving a bandage or two, though I'm positive there are those of you listening who would welcome being in said position. However, it's not to say the appeal is strictly for masochists, as a problem that often plagues discourse around tsunderes is that some viewers just see these characters as mean, not understanding others' interest. In Serika's case, this is largely avoided due to how toned down she is in the grand scheme of things, at most calling Sensei a few names with flustered cheeks. But on the other hand, Iori leans closer to the archetype of a tsundere that typically gets this discourse, whether for or against, carrying her battlefield aggression into her interactions with Sensei. You'll never see her stop at a few choice words. Instead, they will frequently come with a kick of the shins or a punch to the gut, oftentimes irrationally so. Yet, as someone not possessing a masochistic side, Iori works for me because Sensei doesn't simply take the abuse. It's not a one-way street, but another variety of back and forth, with the most obvious examples coming from her relationship stories, in which Iori initially, perhaps unjustly even, calls Sensei a pervert after finding him trapped in a manhole, believing the circumstance only came about due to him wanting to look up students' skirts. Such comments continue as she helps the teacher out. However, once his legs are back to the ground, he moves to hers, coyly commenting on how nice the view was, bringing both credence to her assumption and a flustered complexion to her own cheeks right before her fists make their way to Sensei's body. This is later followed up by the roles reversing, with Iori becoming trapped amidst hot pursuit, but if there is one more stop I'd like to highlight amongst her relationship stories, it's at the beginning of her summer unit. As in preparation for summer camp, Iori must put together a strong list of don'ts for the students of Gehenna to make sure there are no loopholes to be taken advantage of that will allow them to cause inconvenience to others. In which to do so, she contracts the most despicable person she can think of, Sensei. This leads to the two sitting together as Iori questions him about all his deepest beach-related desires, from the teacher talking about wanting to take photos of girls in their bikinis to stating he wants to share a straw with Iori, each comment being followed by the girl's disgust as she asks for more, which really is quite romantic, isn't it, when you hear it out loud? But more importantly, these situations illustrate that Sensei is not simply a punching bag for the student. He can just as easily be the aggressor or the equal. Even in cases where he is quite literally on the bottom of the exchange, he can come out on top by the end. However, no matter the position, the friction is what stands to be consistent. And that tension, the line that divides our most intense emotions, love and hate, is where the fun of Iori becomes the most potent.
いつの間にそこにさっきからずっと見てた。この変態死ね。
Next would be Hinomiya Chinatsu, and this isn't our first time crossing paths. As you might recall, a brief mention of the name from back in the prologue, where at the time I didn't bother giving her a full section as I didn't find her involvement particularly noteworthy. Which fittingly brings us to a larger point about Chinatsu. Within the prefect team, she tends to be at the bottom of the totem pole when compared against the other commanding officers, at times simply feeling like a high-level grunt. Again, looking back at the prologue, her role was minimal, and more importantly, minimal in a way that felt interchangeable. It could have been anybody in that situation, grunt or officer, where the outcome wouldn't have meaningfully changed. And a lot of Chinatsu's appearances follow that same pattern. Her showing up tends to signal that the prefects consider something worth addressing, important enough to spend resources on, but not important enough to demand the top of the food chain. She's the "we're taking this seriously" stamp without it being a drop-everything emergency. Even here in Volume 1, Chinatsu is very clearly operating under Iori's direction, and when she raises concerns about the current operation, they get brushed aside, establishing the hierarchy fast. Chinatsu supports, she executes, she holds the line, but she doesn't overrule. As a result, it's easy to read her as the more supportive member amongst the prefects, and fittingly to that end, she is their medic. Now, medical staff in Blue Archive usually lean into obvious iconography, red crosses, nurse-adjacent outfits, that kind of thing. Whereas Chinatsu pulls from an older era. Instead, she comes with a very particular World War II flavor, the big tail being her oversized bag, which resembles a German orderly's medical pouch, and this is paired with a black Mauser M712 Schnellführer pistol, while her clothing reinforces the picture. A neatly buttoned blouse, skirt, red leggings, and armband, resulting in an attire that's less clinic nurse, more combat medic. Taken together, this paints the girl as someone less in the spotlight, which isn't an entirely untrue conclusion. Chinatsu is definitely someone overshadowed by the rest of her team, who can command the room on aura alone, attitude, or body, whereas Chinatsu tends to fall to the background in their presence. However, this simultaneously does not mean Chinatsu is a pushover. When she needs to take charge, she does. She asserts herself against opposition, leads when called for, and crucially when it comes to sensei, she's surprisingly open with her feelings. By all accounts, Chinatsu isn't shy. She's just disciplined. She respects authority, place, and procedure in a way that mirrors how she dresses. Chinatsu comes across as someone more old-fashioned and proper within her conduct. Nowhere is that more clear than in her Momo talks. She formats her messages like professional correspondence, even signing off at the end like she's filing paperwork rather than a casual text. Then there's that forwardness I mentioned a moment ago. She expresses these feelings in a more traditional manner compared to other students. Characters like Wakamo or Nonomi are active pursuers with varying intensities, and characters like Mutsuki devise and manipulate situations, whereas Chinatsu is never putting the moves on sensei. Instead, as traditional gender roles would dictate, she's blushing at his. And while sensei taking the lead is not at all uncommon, the specific dynamic here feels a lot more humble than is typical. The way they fawn over each other, the way they take care of each other in an equal partnership, the way the game goes out of its way to compare their actions to a married couple. She's the type of girl your wife guy friend will definitely be falling for. So suffice to say, Chinatsu's appeal isn't built on flair, it's built on structure. Her character embodies the most primal desires we have for partnership: loyalty, care, and the feeling that if the times turn ugly, she'll still be there, patching you up.
こんなに豪華な温泉を2人だけで行ったなんて、人生何が起こるかわからないものですね。いつかはもしかしたらこんな未来も。いえ、気にしないでください。もし本当にそうなれたらと、そんな素敵な日々のことを思わないわけではないのですか。生徒と先生で今は十分すぎるほど幸せなんです。本当に。
Although our current understanding would paint Iori as the mastermind of the operation on Abydos, the true instigator of the prefect team's arrival would be their administrative officer, Amau Ako. A cowbell and a pair of large udders would have you believe this student belongs in the category of beast girls like your cats and wolves prior. But no, Ako is something much more feral, an office worker. With a clipboard in hand, her posture neat, and expression poised. She looks dainty when viewed beside her comrades. Yet dainty is not a word I'd ever attach to Ako. Put simply, Ako is suffocating to be around. Some might say unbearable, as taking the role of sensei means the player is constantly dealing with Ako unleashing stress onto him, going as far as to outright blame the teacher for her problems on occasion. It can come off as outright antagonistic, and this leads many early interactions with Ako to feel, well, to be blunt, bitchy. But it isn't uniquely aimed at Sensei. Ako believes the world itself is out to get her. Not in a paranoid sense, but in the weary mathematical way of someone whose life has set a precedent for everything constantly going awry. Given what the prefect team does to keep Gehenna from burning down and Ako's place in the bureaucratic gears, her disposition is understandable. Most things probably do go wrong, and sometimes she fires the stress at the wrong target, with the handcuff on her left arm possibly symbolizing how chained to this life she truly feels. Yet even so, the tales of affection are there. She cares about Sensei and even begins to see him as a rock of sorts. For instance, in Blue Archive, if a player logs in on their birthday, whoever they have on their home screen will comment on it, congratulating them. Ako does this, of course, but unlike your average student, Ako begins making preparations for the event a week beforehand. That's not just her usual schedule obsession, that's showing an immense amount of priority over everything she has going on. More broadly, it often seems like Ako turns to Sensei as a kindred spirit, as it's very easy to denote the parallels between them, two people whose job is cleaning up after everyone else. That, I think, is the truth of their relationship. They rely on each other, trade an ear, release pent-up stress, like with a punishment game for instance, or simply let the other collapse on their shoulder, even if Sensei has to take a sharper approach to get there at times. Essentially, the relationship might not always seem healthy, but it is honest. Which surprisingly circles us back to the cowbell, as there is some significance here beyond a setup to a joke. Cowbells add constant weight and noise enough to disrupt movement and feeding for their titular animal. Over time, they can drive chronic stress behaviors. Thus, Ako's bell reads just the same, an emblem of job-born strain. It's a joke and a diagnosis.
この屈辱、絶対に忘れませんからね。待ってください。これ以上は約束と違うじゃないですか。お散歩？正気ですか？このまま？
Peeking back to the battlefield for a moment, it becomes clear that while Ako leads the current operations, she is not the highest in the chain of command within her organization. That would be the head prefect herself, Sorasaki Hina, a character that Ako shows profuse devotion to throughout the narrative, singing the praises of Hina and her accomplishments to a degree that veers into obsessive and comedic territory, depending on the circumstance. However, this picture of their relationship, one of admiration and immense respect, contrasts the current Abydos encounter itself, as it would be that superior, Sorasaki Hina, who steps in to stop her team. This entire operation, apparently, being done behind Hina's back, amidst the head prefect being away for personal business. And further, it's revealed that the problem solvers weren't even the true goal. This mission very much was a declaration of their disregard for Abydos' authority, as while Problem Solver 68 was a convenient excuse to move into the territory, the prefect team, or more aptly Ako, was truly after Chalet Sensei, wanting to take the General Student Council's newest tactical asset for herself. Unfortunately for Ako, Hina's personal business brought her straight through Abydos, where everything now converges. So let's finish our breakdown of the prefect team with its leader. To call Hina a fan favorite would be an understatement. Her appeal was not born from player gravitation alone, as even when it comes to the developers at Nexon, Hina stands to be the favorite child. You can see the favoritism everywhere. In-game, she was one of the first 3-star students to receive 2 alternative outfits, the max any student has currently, where one of which is the coveted school swimsuit, a personal favorite. Even when just considering her base unit, it too receives special treatment. Upon the 3rd anniversary, a permanent event was added allowing any player to acquire Hina for free, ensuring all senseis could properly appreciate her. Outside of the game, Nexon is constantly producing Hina merch, even official AS ASMR, while in the text, the writers spotlight her relationship with Sensei constantly. She's someone he both respects and leans on, singing her praises no differently than Ako. Hina is canonically one of your favorite students, or you are simply not Sensei. And honestly, my experience with those who have some seething bitterness toward this character has only made this statement that I once said as a joke ring more factual, as it really only seems to ever be the most idiotic or vitriolic people to attempt such subversions, which we'll get to shortly. Though Makoto fans, you will get a pass in this department. So all that said, you don't need me to tell you Hina too sits toward the top of my character list. But that brings us to the why. When we look at her, we see a regal military jacket draped like a general's cape, a pencil skirt that slit breaks just right to frame a flash of thigh, a purple gaze that intimidates, while white hair flows almost too beautifully, softening the entire image. Each little detail makes Hina stand out from the rest, and this continues even into Blue Archive's core iconography shared amongst its students. Her halo, especially when compared to the 1.0 characters she released with, looks remarkably different. Most possess halos that are hollow or ethereal, wherein even exceptions like Yuuka, who bears a halo with a more technologic design, it's still kept relatively simple. Yet Hina's felt as if it existed in an entirely different dimension. Perhaps purposefully so, as even in 2D artwork, it takes a three-dimensional appearance. Multiple overlaid rings and jagged triangles coming together to resemble that of a crown. Meanwhile, while horns and wings are the Norimak Gehenna, few come close to Hina's ornate set: sleek black horns veined with purple glow, bat-like wings that span past double her height, each tip capped with a luminous node. Hina could very well pass for a final boss in a fantasy RPG. It's possible this is where Aru picked up some inspiration for her outfit and accompanying act, as I alluded to in her section. The cape jacket, the fluff of their coats at the neck, those little similarities. Yet the main difference between these two is that despite this girl having a body Sensei could functionally pick up and throw with ease, Hina herself lives up to first appearances. She's one of the powerhouses within Kivotos, but distinctly different from the rest, as raw strength in Blue Archive rarely comes with her level of discipline. The one-student army characters are generally those that fly off the handle, hide away their power, or are frankly unstable. Hina is the outlier, the with great power comes great responsibility case, conducting herself in and out of combat methodically. These traits lead her to being one of Sensei's greatest allies, a tactical nuke for him to turn to, where her convictions and position often lead to her inclusion in the game's main volumes as well as many side events, which is what her detractors will decry her for, stating this is proof that she's forced into the story. Yet it shows a severe lack of intelligence to claim such. Characterization is one of Blue Archive's strongest suits, and Hina is not a passive character but one of action. As should be clear, she's effectively the police chief of her academy, so of course she shows up in some form whenever there's trouble, especially if it involves her district or people. Whereas Kayoko, for instance, is not someone who wants to involve herself unnecessarily in conflict, and other characters are similarly self-motivated, leading these claims to come off as no more than jealousy of Hina's continued presence. Yet her appearances aren't favoritism for its own sake, they follow function. Thus, this is where the Mary Sue-like accusations collapse. What makes the Mary Sue so narratively unsatisfying is they don't earn their place in the story. They're given unexplained talent, power, and screen time simply because, with no justification following. While with Hina, there is always something that follows: jurisdiction, competence, responsibility. She arrives with cause and leaves consequences. Yet, ironically, no one resents Hina's constant involvement more than Hina. Though this discussion has so far painted a picture of an almost godlike figure, Hina's bio still states 17 years old and 142 centimeters for a reason. She remains a young girl, a fact that any sensei who spends time with her will quickly realize, as at home she trades the martial coat for pink pajamas, sunken eyes, and a weakened posture. Even those wings have fallen, shrunken with her emotions. Unlike Ako, who wears her stress on her sleeve, Hina locks it down at work. Any visible weakness is an opening. She has to project invulnerability for everyone else's sake, even as it grinds her down. But there is, of course, one exception: Sensei. In their first real off-duty meeting, her relationship story, he calls her Hina-chan, where this manner of addressing her is initially met with pushback, but the pink cheeks that preceded tell you everything. Hina isn't used to this. The people of Kivotos only ever greet her with fear or formal respect, while Sensei greets Hina like a child, and it's a small moment that only spirals into more. He's her reminder that she's still a girl. And Sensei will be seeing a lot of those pajamas, sometimes in relaxation, playing games, watching anime, making ramen, head pats, and oh so much pampering. Little rituals that remind Hina that she's a kid. Sensei is her one place, her one person she's allowing herself to indulge in. Thus, the relationship between the two of them is twofold, not just in a practical sense on the battlefield, but also it becomes something very personal, very human. This intimate relationship that forms makes it easy to fall in love with Hina, whether it's frame 1 like my old self, or the me of today, who's thousands of hours later.
ピアノをずっと練習してたのは先生に聞かせるためで、このまま披露できなかったら絶対後悔しそうだったから。いや、そんなにすごいことじゃないよ。そういう風に期待されるとちょっと困るかも。そう。あなたはいつもそうだった。じゃあ、ちゃんと聞いててね。あなたに送る私の演奏を。
Yet this video is nowhere near those 1,000-hour marks. In the here and now, Hina's intervention snaps the standoff shut. Our team of delinquents scatters off in the commotion, whereas Ako gets a brisk reprimand. And Hina takes a proper measure of the Abydos situation, apologizing for the prefect team's actions. However, within this deliberation of this ceasefire, a few particular comments catch the ear. As Hoshino finally makes her delayed entrance, even Hina, the girl who could strike fear within nearly all of Kivotos, is taken aback. We don't get further insight into this at the moment, but the exchange hints at an incident in Hoshino's past that put her on Hina's radar, to the point that she feels uneasy. Once more alluding to the true strength Hoshino hides. Regardless, with the head prefect bowing to close her apology, the conversation turns private. Hina pulls Sensei aside and confides in him the purpose of her original visit to Abydos, one she had not told anyone else at the time, thus the reason her team was none the wiser of her whereabouts. And further, this begins their long-standing relationship. As it turns out, Hina has been tracking Kaiser, and what she tells the teacher is just as Hifumi warned. The organization's aim isn't limited to Abydos. See, Hina's digging turns up something literal, an outpost on the desert's edge where Kaiser's excavating. For what? She doesn't know, only that it isn't small, with heavy equipment coming in and minimal chatter coming out. Though in having divulged this information, Hina takes her leave. But the whole exchange underscores something that doesn't get much attention in the moment. Back in the prologue, the jabs at the General Student Council, and Rin in particular, were played as light teasing. Here, the tone turns to cast a more serious outlook. Ako's incursion doesn't just trample Abydos' authority, it stepped on the council's too. Gehenna's police force walked in assuming they could confiscate the council's newest asset, Sensei, without resistance. What was supposed to be the neutral power that kept the peace isn't feared or respected right now, and Hina's olive branch, as welcome as it is, underlines the point. She places her trust in Sensei specifically, not in the institution he nominally partners with. Between Ako's overreach and Hina's words, one thing is clear. The relationship between Kivotos' students and their governing body is a ticking time bomb. As we move into the next day, it appears to be a farewell to the problem solvers. Given all the events that transpired, frustration finally let the mask slip, and Aru admits she isn't a true outlaw, having dropped the stolen cash at what remained of Master Shiba's shop in a form of atonement. A cute moment then ensues with the whole group simultaneously teasing their boss for going soft, yet in the same breath highlighting why they all follow her. No matter the hijinks, no matter how much her entourage undermines her, they still respect her and see a true leader within every bite of her tongue. Only for Sensei to then swing by to check on his most unpredictable students just as things are wrapping up, in which after the teacher makes sure the group's alright, promises to work together in the future are shared between Sensei and Problem Solver 68. The Foreclosure Task Force, meanwhile, is not so harmonious. Their day starts with a fight between Shiroko and Hoshino, the latter of which who has been acting off for a while, aloof enough to miss the entirety of the last crisis, only for the why to finally come out as the group's daily meeting comes to a close. Although the reveal is delivered from Shiroko, she found a letter to Hoshino from Kaiser, where the offer detailed within it was simple. Abydos' debt will be cut in half if Hoshino signs on as their personal mercenary and abandons her friends. But the question is, why target her? Well, this is where we finally learn about the younger Hoshino, within two parallel conversations happening in the narrative. At Gehenna, we learn that before Hoshino was the old-timer of today, she held a reputation that could stand beside Hina's. Not as a calculated commander though, on the contrary, she was a force of nature, a rabid animal. It can be assumed that that's the power Kaiser wants. While back at the Abydos meeting, discussion turned to the same point in time, but with a focus on Abydos itself. An oasis, a festival, a school that felt bright and promising, with a leader who wanted the land's beauty back for its people. The younger Hoshino didn't quite share that optimism, yet perhaps that's why she held on to that letter, the Hoshino of today seeing a chance to get back on the path to her senpai's dreams. However, as we return to the present and the group moves to follow up on Hina's intel about Kaiser's outpost, these tales become juxtaposed against the present. Those beautiful vistas, the oasis, it's all long gone, lost to the sand, the wind, and now a foreign-run military institution, where upon planting their feet down onto the area, the group runs headfirst into the Kaiser PMC director and a conflict that is decidedly short. Tanks, soldiers, enough hardware to flatten a district is seen, and Abydos accuses that this entire operation must be some part of Kaiser's next move against them. Yet in response, he laughs. Why would Kaiser need this much force for 5 students? They're here for something bigger, a buried treasure, the mysterious item Hina cued Sensei into. And if the director did want these girls gone, well... He tanks their credit on the spot, spiking the variable rate to an absurd 91.3 million yen a month. He soon follows this with a smug tone laced with both mockery and not so thinly veiled threats. Thus the girls boil with frustration, but Hoshino calls it, insisting any further action would be pointless, pushing the team to turn and disengage. Back in the classroom, tempers still run hot, with many of the girls wanting drastic measures in response. However, Hoshino shuts it down once more, telling everyone to take the rest of the day off, then slips out herself. Sensei at this time finally takes the opening, chasing after the girl to ask her about her behavior and about the letter. As should be obvious, Hoshino is the one who blames herself most for what happened to the school. She was there when the selling off of Abydos began. She saw the district traded away firsthand, and even if the reality is she couldn't do anything to stop it, she feels at fault. So of course she considered that offer. That's where she was the day the ramen shop was bombed, accepting negotiations with the man Kaiser sent to speak with her, one she simply called Black Suit. He offered her a chance to help free everyone else and fully accept the consequence for the blame she believes she holds. And even if she won't say that last bit so plainly, it is something Sensei understands. As a result, he tells her that the foreclosure task force would never choose the school without her. All of them, the teacher included, will shoulder part of the burden. He's sure they'll find a path where no one gets sacrificed. A declaration that seems to reach the student as she walks off with a smile. Yet, upon arriving at the school the next day, a singular envelope is left on Hoshino's desk, containing the letter of resignation and an apology. Though what sticks out the most to me within it is her sentiment towards Sensei. Here, Hoshino states, "To be honest, I never liked adults. I didn't think they could be trusted. Ever since I heard about Shiroko having to carry you on her back, I couldn't help but think, damn, they must be useless. Am I wrong? But in the end, you turned out to be, well, you know, some things are better left unsaid, aren't they? Sensei, I know it's selfish of me, but I have one last request. Shiroko's a good kid at heart, but without someone keeping her grounded, she'll run wherever the wind takes her. Make sure she doesn't lose her way. Please look after her." This angle never really surfaced before. Serika's apprehension we've seen, and really any of these students could have a bias against adults, and it would be completely justified. Yet Hoshino seemed welcoming to Sensei, which is almost sadder when viewed from this new outlook. It presents the absence of emotion rather than an outburst. Someone burned too many times by those meant to protect her, thus settling into a flat truth. Adults are useless, uncaring, manipulative. She expected nothing of Sensei because to her there was no such thing as a helpful adult. And though there is a positive sentiment attached at the end, that he proved her wrong and now she believes in him enough to trust Shiroko's well-being, this does not seem to bring any solace to the teacher. If anything, it only angers him that life boxed her into this mindset. But before he can act on it, doing his best to calm down the other students, it happens again. An explosion goes off. Just as before, the task force rushes outside, but this time it's not merely the ramen shop, it's the entire city, their school, all of it is under attack. Hoshino's distrust toward adults getting another justified notch within its belt, as she was played for the fool. Kaiser never wanted her as a mercenary or to leave Abydos alone. They wanted the last official member of the old Abydos Council gone. Remove her and the final legal thread snaps. On paper, Abydos Academy no longer exists without Hoshino. But what is the point of all this really? This plan clearly goes further back and has a larger scope than some object in the desert. Well, the true intention of Kaiser from the start was to take this district, yes, but not for Abydos itself. Any district would have worked. What they truly needed was a foothold to establish Kaiser Training Academy, a school owned by a corporation, not students. With that, they'd guarantee political power in Kivotos, becoming the first district openly built around business over children. Thus, while it could have been anywhere, the sandstorm just handed Kaiser the perfect timing. They trapped the Abydos students in an endless debt loop, until they owned the rights over the entire district, with the school being the final obstacle. And upon hearing all of this directly, the foreclosure task force seemed resigned to accept their fate, everything feeling meaningless, until a familiar squad of troublemakers makes their reappearance onto the scene.
まったくおとなしく聞いていれば何を泣き言ばっかり言ってるのかしら。目には目を、歯には歯を、無慈悲に孤高に我が道のごとく魔境を行く。それがあなたたち覆面水着団のモットーじゃなかったの？
That's right, Problem Solver 68, declaring that they themselves will show Abydos what true hard-boiled outlaws look like. Because what's more villainous than backstabbing your own employer? This is a good scene for the problem solvers. It's not that anything fell missing from their send-off, but this snaps Aru's ethos into focus. Her dream wasn't just the aesthetic, it was the rule-breaking mythos she associated with outlaws. Cool, above it all, answering to no one. And while what they do here is an act of kindness, it's also a classic trope. How many times have we seen an underling attempt to upstage the big bad, poach the spotlight, even team up with the heroes to further their own ends? For once, Aru is exactly the type of outlaw she always dreamed of being. And side by side with Sensei, they put a stop to the director, forcing the army to retreat, which, as nice of a victory as that is, Hoshino is still nowhere to be found in its wake, leaving the task force with no choice but to regroup and try to assess where she was taken to. However, Sensei has his own business to attend to. That night, he headed out on his lonesome in order to hunt the true orchestrator behind all of this. Up to now, the volume has presented Kaiser's director as the main villain, but you'll notice I've had fairly little to speak on in relation to him. Though don't get me wrong, I love mustache twirlers. While there are those who tend to decry the idea of a villain who is strictly evil and nothing more, these are some of my favorite characters, like Dragon Ball's Frieza or Kid Icarus's Hades. This is largely because these characters can be a great source of interaction in how they bounce off others or simply present as obstacles for the hero, giving us a deeper window into the protagonist when ideologies clash. The Kaiser director himself has certainly given off a good line or two, but otherwise he's largely been uninteresting, for the fact that he doesn't, or at least hasn't, had the chance to offer up anything truly great. And this would be a point of criticism if he himself was not a pawn in someone else's scheme. The true man of the hour is who Sensei has sought to find, the name Hoshino mentioned when asked about the letter, Black Suit. Black Suit was not a name given at birth, nor was it one self-assigned. Instead, it is a name accepted. Black Suit comes to be called such simply for liking the weight it carried from within Hoshino's words as she said it, a certain pristineness in the syllables. And as we look over this gentleman, it really is no question as to why she chose to latch on to this specific detail. Everything else about him is enigmatic. Charcoal skin pulsating with cracks and deformities that barely resembles a face. A light, eerie black smoke radiating off the head. The suit is the only form of normality to be seen, to be understood, which is exactly why it defines him. A suit promises professionalism and leadership, but also it's a visual that can be associated with deceit, the silver-tongued merchant. Aptly, that is exactly the type of man he embodies. Upon locating Black Suit, it's made clear that he is in fact waiting for Sensei's arrival. No guns, no traps, simply offering a seat to the table of negotiations. This is their battlefield. As in comparison to Kaiser, this is an adversary who duels with class, a true battle between adults. And from within it, Black Suit does grant Sensei respect, as the silver tongue of a salesman does not simply rely on that of intimidation or raw deception, but instead, cunning. He isn't trying to break Sensei, he's trying to win him over, hoping to find a cooperative business partner in the teacher, and that business is Gematria. Gematria is an organization of observers, researchers of the sublime. They map the world's mysteries and weaponize their understanding. Thus the name fits, as Gematria itself is a tradition of biblical numerology. Letters treated as numbers, words converted into values. In late Judaism and early Christianity, it became a way to hunt for spiritual significance in mathematical form. Not prophecy directly, but pattern recognition, finding meaning hidden in plain text. In practice, you assign each letter its numerical value, then add them together, so a name can become a sum, and that sum can be treated as a clue. A common example would be Eliezer, Abraham's treasured servant. In Hebrew, the letters of his name add up to 318, and that number connects back with Genesis 14:14, as within the text it's stated that Abraham had 318 servants, inviting the reading that this one man's worth was equal to that of all of Abraham's servants put together. That said, much about Gematria as an organization and those that exist within its ranks remain shrouded in mystery. The one thing we do learn from Sensei's confrontation with Black Suit is what their end goal is, what connects all of its members, and that's throwing off the power balance of Kivotos. Yet the question we must ask once more is, to what end? To rule Kivotos themselves, or is it simply to create chaos to watch the world burn? Later interactions tell us that it varies by member, but for the man sitting across from the teacher, it's simple. Remove students from power, by any means. Kaiser in our narrative is merely a convenient tool to reach this goal. In Black Suit's own words, adults are the ones who transform society, set rules and laws, designate the norm and define the boundary between ordinary and extraordinary. Adults rule the aimless with authority, the ignorant with knowledge, and the weak with power. That is what it means to be an adult. From this, it's clear Black Suit is an ideological mirror to our protagonist. Sensei shepherds these children. He never forces the students down a path. He simply shows them the way. He instills values, lessons, leads by example, and corrects. It's not that a sterner hand is never needed, but to actually improve these students as people, for children to learn, for anybody to learn. They have to be given the freedom to grow. Black Suit seeks only to restrict, only to use. One adult nurtures agency, the other replaces it. That's why Hoshino's letter lit the teacher's fuse. Black Suit represents the inverse of everything Sensei believes an adult should be. Now, in our world, it's a periodic occurrence that I see people mischaracterize the teacher as soft and endlessly forgiving. But context matters. Sensei only offers patience to children. To those who would exploit them, like Gematria, the face he wears starkly contrasts, and it is when we finally begin to see rear its head, the deeper the conversation goes. As the subverting of Kivotos' power structure was not the sole reason Black Suit came into the partnership with Kaiser, it was also their immense resources. Being a seeker of all things extraordinary, Black Suit was the one to initially come into the information about the buried treasure within the desert, a supposed ancient artifact of unimaginable power that he failed to find on his own. And similarly, Hoshino piqued his interest for an identical reason. While just an obstacle for Kaiser, Black Suit sought to study her no differently than the object, referring to the student's power as one of the greatest mystics in Kivotos. This word is one that is only used vaguely, but it can be understood as what students' abilities are referred to as. Weaker students, like say Ayane, possess a lower level mystic, whereas someone like Hoshino with such high potential is truly a special case, and Black Suit desires to find a way to use this power, to poke, to prod, even dissect if. But Sensei's had enough of this talk. Who gives a damn about the terminology or the semantics, whether Hoshino is special or not? To Sensei, she is simply his student, and he has the paperwork to prove it. If Black Suit and Kaiser can twist the rules of Hoshino's contract to keep attacking the school, then rules can twist back. The teacher states Hoshino is under Sensei's legal authority. He's the club advisor, and he does not see his signature on her contract. Thus, it is void. Black Suit concedes some ground, but the battle continues to go back and forth until an olive branch is offered to end the conflict. A deal: give up Hoshino and he'll save the school. No tricks this time. A tidy, happy ending for the low price of one child. But Sensei refuses, over and over again. No matter how Black Suit twists the deal, the teacher will not compromise on any of his students, because in his words, not a single adult took responsibility for their suffering. There are children crying for help. What more reason do you need? Black Suit finds amusement in this response, unable to truly comprehend the teacher's commitment both at this moment and prior. The students were never Sensei's responsibility to begin with, yet he chose responsibility. The man had unfathomable power for a brief moment when he had access to the Sanctum Tower, and that too he chose to give away. Why? Every decision he's watched Sensei make is perplexing yet so interesting. Thus, he keeps asking, where Sensei puts an end to the discussion with his final reply. This is a manner of scene typically rife with issues, that of the villain info-dumping the plot or their plans for free to the protagonist. Here we even learn where Hoshino is being held by its end. And often this can be excused with cockiness, but even in those cases it tends to paint the villains as incompetent. Yet what makes this work is that Kaiser is a means to an end. Black Suit doesn't care what happens in this current conflict. Sensei's compliance is far more valuable than the mysterious object or even Hoshino. And failing that, just getting a good read on how the teacher can be used for the organization's true goals is the endgame here. Gematria are observers, and Sensei is the most interesting variable to observe. Moreover, Black Suit is my favorite of this group, much for the reasons I outlined in what I look for earlier with villains. Not only is he an interesting character in his own right, the way he carries himself, his manner of approach, and of course his design, but it's really for what he does in relation to Sensei. This discussion became just as much about the teacher at points, because from within their interactions, we learn about our protagonist. Sensei gets angered, he threatens, he doesn't budge or mince words. As the story goes on, we'll see there is no hesitation if he believes something must be done in order to protect the well-being of his students. He is singularly motivated and defined by his own core principles, ones he is unwilling to break. Before this, we only got to see the more gentle application of this, whereas Gematria shows us the other side. If you watch my other work, you'll know this is the type of character I gravitate toward. Not simply heroes, but those whose morality is built around an unshakable commitment rather than the need to remain morally spotless. Not that I always dislike Superman types, but my peak fiction has always leaned toward characters who understand that doing the right thing does not always mean taking the cleanest path. Characters willing to bend rules, make ugly decisions, or stain their hands if that is what their principles demand of them. Sensei's commitment is to his students. He must do right by them and by himself, even when doing so requires something that would not traditionally be considered right. And that conviction is what carries Sensei out of Black Suit's office and out into the streets of Gehenna. With Hoshino's location pinned to a desert compound, Sensei very much does not want a repeat of their last venture into the sand. Thus, his reason for entering Gehenna is a need for allies, or more precisely, the one he knew he could turn to, the one who owes a favor, the head prefect, Hina. But upon arriving at the prefect's base of operations, a familiar twin-tailed caramel face blocks Sensei's path, and she declares the head prefect is too busy for Sensei's personal drama, so he's best off turning back unless he wants to grovel, maybe even lick her toes if he's that desperate. Of course, this is not a serious remark. Instead, it's one offered as a humiliation ritual. I mean, what kind of adult man would do such a thing after all? Well, this one. Before Iori's laughter even subsides, the teacher is on his knees ready to slip a pinky toe into his mouth. And though its owner interjects, again, does he have no shame? The teacher simply states this is important, before slipping the toe in. Where Hina soon arrives to see a rather confusing scene, one that involves two embarrassed parties now, neither of which is Sensei. Moments like these will not at all be a rarity throughout Blue Archive. They will often be the result of something more innocent or righteously motivated, like this instance. The classical ecchi trope of a scene being easily misinterpreted to onlookers, in which Sensei garners a reputation amongst Kivotos citizens, leading to further comedy as he must deal with the aftermath. Yet there are also times where the motivations are nothing more than depravity. And this fact is an endless source of amusement to me. Not just for the scenes themselves, as honestly I do enjoy a bit of comedy mixed in with the erotic, but also for the particular comments I've witnessed over the years in relation to it. You might notice a recurring theme at this point, but this is precisely why I find the need to call attention to it. For instance, I've encountered those stating that Sensei is not at all sexual with these characters, when it is consistently written into the text. Even in moments like now, they made one of the most empirically important scenes in Volume 1 that Sensei has to suck on Iori's toes. Like, really, we're doing this. This is supposed to be a deep social commentary or something, eh? No, a lot of people on the team clearly have a foot fetish, to my often dismay for who they attach it to. More to the point, this type of loot content is strung throughout Blue Archive. Scenario after scenario, student X teacher, to the tune of differing fetishes. Anyone who comes at you with the unlike the normal Blue Archive fans, I do not sexualize these characters, is not a fan of Blue Archive, because that is the game. Don't get me wrong, it's not all of the game. It has some serious meat on its bones, whether it's in relation to the scenario writing, its themes, its lessons, the greater world of Kivotos, or the characters that exist within it. But the thing is, all of this meat exists on the thighs, and we're digging into it. There has been sections, comments, analysis on the more erotic throughout the runtime already, because frankly, someone who can't speak on such cannot truly appreciate every little detail of thought that goes into Blue Archive's writing. Whether it's a serious scene, those that leave Sensei's tongue rolling around various students' body parts, or the ones that combine both. So that said, wiping that saliva off his lips, Sensei does get down to business and proceeds into negotiations within Gehenna. While at the same time, one district over, Hifumi makes good on her promise of getting a meeting with the Tea Party, and both powers agree, for their own reasons, to join Sensei's alliance. In Trinity's corner, Kaiser had already began making moves within the district, attempting to recruit students into the organization, and further, having Sensei within Trinity's debt was an alluring opportunity within itself. In contrast, Gehenna was looking to rid their debt to the teacher, this cooperation serving to reconcile their last attack on Abydos. Thus, with all parties assembled, Sensei lays out a 3-point operation. From the east, Hina will lead the forces of Gehenna, making quick work of any Kaiser unit or Halo mercenary alike that dares to walk in her path. While from the west, an equally terrifying force advances, Faust, the codename given to the swimsuit gang's leader, though we know her as our Momo Friends fanatic, Hifumi. That pincer carves a direct corridor for Sensei and Abydos to strike the boss, but another group soon takes the helm. Problem Solver 68 returns to finish what they started, though this time being far more honest about simply wanting to help, even if it ruins Aru's standing as a true outlaw. This cover fire frees the Foreclosure Task Force to focus all their efforts on getting to their leader, and as they make their way through the compound, breaking down the metal doors to reach Hoshino, she's in tears on the other side. Up until now, we've seen glimpses of this student blaming herself for being fooled again by an adult, for letting people down, for letting her friends' dreams die. At this point, she was ready to accept the fate handed to her, that no one would come for her. Yet, the doors open. Light floods her eyes, and sets of arms pull Hoshino to her feet. The circle of friends she never thought she'd see again greet her home, and for once, she even found an adult she could trust. This display, everything that's led to it, is the culmination of the power that the player, Sensei, holds. Trinity and Gehenna are in a Cold War. Meanwhile, Abydos and the Problem Solvers were in a literal war, so to speak, just a few days prior. Even if we solely examine the students that belong to the same district, Gehenna's prefect team, and Problem Solver 68, they're naturally supposed to be at odds. Yet Sensei binds all these groups together. Rivals, enemies, outright delinquents. He brought them all into one single, overwhelming force. An impossible coalition assembled to save one student. I don't think many would call this arc Blue Archive's strongest. Some might even put it toward the bottom of the main story. From my own perspective, I do think it's not as tightly woven as what comes later, being repetitious at times, something you might have noticed. But the problems are minor next to what it nails. The baselines every later story will build on, whether we're speaking literally in terms of establishing the world's logic and intrigue into those that exist within it, or the ethos of these stories, displaying how they'll be full of uplifting cliches that blend the serious with the comical and perverted. Then lastly, Sensei's role as the guiding force of the narrative. As a result, I still look back fondly on these chapters of Volume 1 to this day, whereas the me of before found great interest in what we discussed up until now. So whether looking at this story as a foundation to build, or in a vacuum, on its own merits, it executes the classic well. That said, not every aspect ends the happiest, though Kaiser's director was defeated by Sensei's coalition, and the General Student Council was made aware of everything that transpired, thus looking deeper into Kaiser as a result, which in turn makes it far less likely that the company would pull another move on Abydos. When looked at in a purely legal sense, nothing provable the company did was against the law. As a result, Abydos is still settled with the debt, but that's okay, because with their new determination in their hearts, they're gonna see it through. Even Serika's boss is chipper to get back out there and make some money, setting up a new ramen stand outside the old building of the last. For Sensei though, if taking back the Sanctum Tower wasn't enough to have his face plastered over every news outlet and in the minds of all of the citizens within Kivotos back in the prologue, well, he certainly made an impression the second time, resulting in a flood of new requests spread across the teacher's desk, and emails ringing in Arona's ears, a sight that will ultimately lead us to Sensei's next quest. Where Volume 1 brought us a few of my top-ranking students, Volume 2 takes us to the home of my #1 school in all of Kivotos, Millennium. I know that might surprise anyone who knows my taste, as I imagine one would assume I favor the angelic and biblical designs of a place like Trinity, or the schools with a Eastern origin. But like most things in Blue Archive, it all comes back to the girls. In other words, I'm a fan of the design language present in the outfits here at Millennium. As I said in Yuka's early section, the students look high class and presentable, office chic with a near future twist. Yet what truly puts Millennium on the podium is the personalities wearing those uniforms. As we move forward, you'll see that this academy hosts a disproportionate number of my favorite students. So that said, the main group we will be following in this volume is the Game Development Department. Their specific request sent to Sensei, reading as thus. The Game Development Department is fighting for its survival. The Student Council has us cornered, and you're our only hope. Please, hero, save us. An odd and vague message to be sure, but one that definitely seems concerning. Sensei just got done saving one club from being completely eradicated. Could this be a similar situation? And not to mention, the drop of the Student Council's name is intriguing. Is there perhaps corruption within Kivotos' governing bodies? That would explain a few things we've run into. However, the reality is not so grandiose. What seems to be the actual problem here is the Game Development Department is in danger of being dissolved because, simply put, they do a lot more playing games than actually making them. Something I'm sure at least a few viewers feel a connection to. Moreover, on top of failing to justify their existence, the club has slipped under the minimum membership to remain official. Thus Yuka, or what one of the members of the Game Development Department has taken to calling her, the divine beast of the Student Council, arrives to explain the situation to Sensei. However, since we're already acquainted with Yuka, let's get into the game development students themselves, where this time we're going to start with not just one, but two students. The Saiba twins, Momoi and Midori. Whether it's in similarity or contrast, everything about one relates back to the other. Even their combat kits gain extra functionality when both are deployed, with a power-up graphic flashing on the screen indicating that extra effects and buffs are taking place. Now one might assume Momoi and Midori are simply named for their color schemes, Midori being the Japanese word for green, and Momo meaning peach, as in pink. While this is true, there is a further significance to be found here, one that's clear once we look at their family name, Saiba, a reference to the eroge company Cyberworks, whereas each twin is a stand-in for a specific subsidiary of Cyberworks. Midori comes from Wendy Bell, as their iconography carries a green color scheme, and Momoi comes from Tinkerbell, as they carry a pink color scheme. You'll find similar connections carried throughout the rest of the club as well. However, there is one thing that makes the Saiba twins starkly different compared to not just their fellow club members, but a majority of the cast. Their initial design concepts did not come from the usual illustrators. Fittingly, it was the 3D animators and modelers of Blue Archive that designed their first proposal, whereas the rest of the team found themselves immediately in love, moving them into full production where they got their final designs created by Kiki. Which brings us to those designs. Generally speaking, both of these Saiba twins live up to the memes associated with gamer aesthetics, as in when one buys a gamer branded piece of hardware, it'll generally have bright LED lights, and an assortment of ridges and angles to make the item look more high-tech or futuristic. So while these students carry the usual millennium attire, dress shirts, ties, and a big coat, their outfits are further accentuated with bright neons, consisting of each twin's respective color, and topped off with a set of cat-eared gaming headsets. Though I will say the Saiba twins are much more aesthetically pleasing to look at when compared to the reality of gamer tech. Fiction truly is something else. Character-wise, Midori is technically the younger of the two, yet far more mature. She'll be the one constantly reprimanding her older sister's energetic outbursts, or trying to get the team on task. But more importantly, that composure is a choice, not a default setting. For example, her relationship story takes us to a moment in which Midori, having not pre-ordered the latest Definitely Not Zelda game, has Sensei running around to every shop in town with her, whereupon finally tracking down the one copy that seemingly exists in the area, she is left having to choose between buying it herself or allowing a younger child to take it. After some hesitation, she decides to let the younger girl have the game as she believes it would mean more to her, since Midori already has so many games to play. And while she pushes this off like it's not a big deal, it's fairly obvious it really is tearing her up inside how much she wanted the game. By the story's end, Sensei uses his stay up all night adult powers to eventually procure another copy, which makes it more evident how much the game meant to Midori. Point being, the girl's maturity comes as a conscious effort, often for the sake of others, especially her teammates. Momoi, by contrast, would never be in that situation. She's in your face, childish, loud, informal, quick to tears or to snap back when provoked. Older video game players will mostly associate her with the squeaker archetype you could find in old shooter lobbies, examples even existing of her clearly being rage baited. And this all translates directly into her video game hobbies, as between the two, she's the hardcore gamer, whereas the more reserved sister tends to be a bit less overzealous in her love of video games. Being the artist of the group, her true passions are more aligned with the merchandise of these hobbies, the collector's editions, the posters, the artwork. And you see this further reflected in gameplay systems too, as within Blue Archive's Cafe, an area that each sensei can freely design with furniture they acquire to generate energy and increase their relationship level with students using gifts. The effectiveness of those gifts is determined by the student's interest. In this case, Momoi's highest ranking standard gift would be the Game Girl Portable, an in-universe gaming console, whereas Midori's is a jelly pillow, merchandise from a series. Between the two, Midori is the one I find myself more drawn toward, which might be surprising as Momoi is by far the fan favorite, having an assortment of memes made and posted about her constantly. And they are very funny, playing to her character as well as the stereotypes one would think of for a more loud gamer. However, it is that reserved nature that I end up having a fondness for. Midori offers more quiet, sweet moments, whether it's checking out artwork at a video game museum or giving the citizens of Kivotos another weird rumor to spread, as Sensei walks around with her in her maid outfit. In fact, Sensei is the one area these two swap their places to a degree. While both twins show affection for the teacher, Momoi is the more reserved, seeming to always deny or hide it, while Midori is forward, being overtly romantic on occasion. And really, who can resist that one sprite of her eyes half closed? I certainly can't. So lastly, to wrap up, the thing I find most impressive about the Saiba twins is how they are written in relation to being gamers, in that this archetype often fails horribly in execution throughout all forms of media. More often the characters become nothing more than a reference machine, constant callouts to prove the character is just like you. They know about the video games and the anime, which is obnoxious at best and somewhat insulting at worst. However, references themselves aren't innately bad, even if they often feel like it due to being in part a poor writer's crutch. But characters like the Saiba twins should make references to pop culture within their own world. Thus, the real issue is of balance and understanding. The twins will make comments evoking video game series such as Zelda or Dark Souls, but it lands because it's situational and character-driven. Midori bringing up these topics is far more held back, being when it's relevant to the situation or who she's talking to, whereas Momoi does lean into the obnoxious because, well, that's who Momoi is. It follows with all the rest of her personality traits, while not being her sole one unlike others in this archetype. So to say, they genuinely feel like gamers. Though echoing my comments on their design, they're far cuter than the reality of those they're based on.
先生、本日のメイド緑はご満足いただけたでしょうか。
Despite initial appearances, the Saiba twins were not the only club members within Sensei's immediate vicinity, as there is another gamer archetype to be found here, the shut-in who avoids all social interaction, one who is currently hidden inside a cabinet within the club room, the department head, Hanaoka Yuzu. Yuzu is our second character that suffers from social anxiety. Though unlike the manic Haruka, Yuzu's portrayal is grounded in something many of us recognize. Anxiety is a very common feeling after all. Society expects you to contribute, to participate, to make an impression. So feeling nervous, especially in new settings, is normal. Whether they come from the first day of school, first week on a job, or meeting a new group of people. No matter what stage of life one is in, most of us feel that initial spike when entering unfamiliar territory, then slowly acclimate again and again. For many of us, the nerves fade. However, social anxiety is different. It's a debilitating condition, built from irrational fear, self-consciousness, and shame. Oftentimes, one knows that their panic is disproportionate, and that knowledge makes them panic more, because now they're anxious about being anxious. The stress doesn't fade, it compounds, something I am unfortunately no stranger to. That's what is happening to our little Yuzu currently. A stranger, Sensei entered the club's little bubble, so she hid, and she will be staying there for quite a while. However, while these social fears aren't exactly new, they are something that has recently escalated over the last 6 months, all stemming from the reception of Yuzu's first and only game. Anyone who's put themselves out there online or in any other large social space knows how cruel the response can be from others. Yuzu's first foray into that public square went badly. Review bombs, vulgar comments, even threats. When the twins visited her dorm a few days after release, she braced for harassment, only to discover they were her first fans. That moment grew into the game development department we see today. And more broadly, this interaction frames how Blue Archive will be treating Yuzu. Her condition is seen from a more realistic angle than previous examples, and the narrative frequently underlines the happiness one can find in life, despite these mental issues, as well as following her overcome them. For example, Yuzu's relationship stories focus on her needing to get a part-time job, in which Sensei offers help in locating establishments given her fear of approach. At a convenience store, we find that despite her fumblings, her resilience leads to the manager being quite patient and even supportive of her. Later, she works at an amusement park in a mascot suit, and the fact that her appearance is hidden away leads her to, ironically, come out of her shell. She does poses for children, little performances. She becomes genuinely outgoing hidden away in that costume. Though my favorite of these takes place within her maid unit. Sensei, purely altruistically of course, gets her a shift at a maid cafe. Yuzu messes up orders, spills food, stutters through greetings, spirals toward a panic that leaves her hiding in a box, and yet somehow becomes the most popular maid in the shop, accidentally embodying the clumsy maid archetype to perfection. Thus, the very behavior she feared is what endears her to others. And moreover, these constant attempts, despite every mishap along the way, show that Yuzu isn't just some wet blanket, she is determined. A disposition that comes out most prominently when video games are involved, but here, it shows that even as fear overwhelms her, she keeps trying. As the story progresses, Yuzu can be surprisingly brave when push comes to shove, and in moments when hope collapses, she can even surpass the fortitude of other members, becoming the person that drives everyone forward. She's the one most practiced at fighting that internal boss after all. Design-wise, much like her personality, Yuzu hides herself away. We never see what her school uniform truly looks like, instead wearing a double layer of hoodies. The first being a basic yellow just barely sticking out at the hood, and over top a millennium-styled coat, leaving just her bare legs and head visible. However, if one can draw themselves away from that target on her forehead long enough, you will notice quite a few accessories. Firstly, a neon cat graphic running across her gun, reminding us of memes from a better time of internet culture. But more importantly would be the Nintendo Switch in her pocket, and Joy-Con styled ends on each side of her rifle. This would imply her name Yuzu is most likely a reference to the Switch emulator by the same name. However, this is most likely a design choice built in secondarily, as keeping with the overarching influences of the game development department, Yuzu comes from the eroge company Yuzu Soft. Altogether, Yuzu works for the exact opposite reason Haruka did. Yuzu is realistically relatable in how her problems are shown, yet like Haruka, her story still finds comedy and comfort in those common threads, as Sensei holds her hand through it all.
先生が助けてくれたように、先生に私が必要な瞬間が来たら、何でも言ってくださいね。必ず恩返しします。
That closes our look at the current game development department, and as you'll no doubt realize, this club truly is minuscule, leading to their present circumstances. However, onboarding more students with the current lack of interest in the short amount of time Yuka is offering is unlikely. So the group decides to go with the second option, producing something of value or success for Millennium to justify their existence, specifically by winning the Millennium Prize, a yearly competition for innovation at the school, which sounds equally, if not harder, given what we know of the department's track record from our section on Yuzu. However, the club has a trump card, Sensei. With his help, they could acquire the G-Bible, a mysterious item once revealed to them by a delicate yet equally beautiful hacker. Supposedly it contains the secrets of game development, written by the greatest developer Millennium has ever known. Although there's a catch. Its last known location was beyond school grounds in a restricted zone, dangerous enough to be marked off limits. Between the risk and the questionability of the item, the club found themselves unsure of even this option's viability. Yet it would be Momoi, who ultimately convinces her sister to march forward within a speech that declares video games to be the most important treasure in the world. If they can save their club, discover the secret to creating treasures, that is worth any risk. And it is a speech that draws Sensei's heart all the same. Thus, the trio embarks on their journey and enters the outskirts of Millennium. With the General Student Council president missing, security here has run thin, given it was by her order that it was marked off limits. However, that does not mean the team is in for an easy time. Shattered infrastructure, ruined Earth, and autonomous machines that fire on sight all await, leading to a half-baked stealth operation that promptly turns into a full-on escape mission in its failure, with the club finding refuge in a factory. Yet, as luck would have it, this is exactly where they want to be. In pushing deeper, they happen upon the facility's computer system, and though it refuses to respond to the students, it does recognize the teacher's authority as Chalet Sensei, promptly allowing them deeper access by dropping the floor below. Where the twins arrive at their destination, laying atop of Sensei. Though before both the following gratitude and embarrassment is fully played out, it's halted by the sight of her. A girl, seemingly nude, peacefully reclined in a mechanical chair. This is AL1S, or Alice, and the sight before us goes far beyond what it would mean to the average player of today. This scene, at least in its original incarnation, was the breeding ground for the true tragedy of Volume 2, one that is not a story the General Student Council would tell you. A legend told amongst the old guard of players, a junction between two paths, Blue Archive could have gone down. Whether it's the time code of this video or how I've spoken about the game thus far, it's fair to say it's been made clear that I love Blue Archive. And throughout this time, I've called back to how these feelings were invoked since day one. Naturally, you'd assume then, this was a consistent feeling, one that has only grown with time. But there was a point where it faltered into nothingness, the months where I quit and even detested Blue Archive. This scene emblematic of how it all unraveled. Now, censorship talk in the Western world is a minefield, where you rarely get a real conversation. Typically what you get online is some loser whose entire personality is defending Disney's Star Wars, lecturing you that you're the culture war idiot for caring about things that don't matter, yet somehow define their entire online persona. It's a tactic. Browbeat critics until they accept compromise as maturity. If they can defang you, force you into complacency, make you unwilling to act, they win. Because action creates consequences, and therefore nothing changes if you don't act. Which is why these coming stories are important, because they're the consequence of people choosing to act. Initially, Blue Archive's localization wasn't just rough, it was genuinely unacceptable. Mistranslations, censorship of text, out-of-character dialogue. It was everywhere. And to be blunt, some remnants still exist to this day. At the center of that era was the lead localization editor, Scott Tijerina, better known online as Kill Scott Kill. Frequent viewers will already find his name infamous for his meme injection into many beloved franchises, Trails from Zero's bruh moment being a solid example for those not in the know looking to get a quick understanding. However, regardless of one's level of familiarity, the result is unchanged. Blue Archive's script caught the same disease, yet for a while people tolerated it, because the game still had so much going for it, and there was always that hope that if we complained loud enough, it'd get corrected. Until it didn't get better, it got worse. Which brings us back to the CG, Blue Archive's greatest sin. It was one that was altered to hide the full image, visual censorship. And when that happened, well, in response, players left in droves, reviews cratered, the revenue split kept sliding. Thus, the team had to respond. Director Kim posting to the global audience on December 16th, 2021, where he asked for forgiveness, saying the CG edit was made in response to external requests, rating boards, and agencies. The implication being that some territories within the global client's coverage would block release under the existing age rating, where he went on to promise more transparency if it happened again. At first glance, that sounds like accountability, but read between the lines. They were prepping us for when it would happen again. They just weren't going to hide it next time. And moreover, censorship wasn't even the only problem. As stated, the text was still mischaracterizing girls. For dedicated fans, the ones who actually sustain a game like this, nothing fundamentally changed, leaving many players to go beyond quitting and instead engaging the game's socials every chance they got, making sure the decisions the team made stayed in the public eye, no matter who tried to play it down, whether it be the company or others on the internet. So it certainly became a PR issue for our friends at Nexon. Blue Archive was targeting a niche appeal after all, inside the brutal market of gacha. Thus, with players leaving and the reputation sinking, the future of global seemed as uncertain as ever. And then something rare happened. Nearly a year later, on October 4th, 2022, an announcement was made in-game, and Kim apologized again, this time with full transparency. After the prior compromises, regulators kept pushing for more. What he thought would be a one-off in the extensive censorship of Alice became sustained pressure, eventually even hitting Korea. Same levers, same demands. So Kim and the rest of the team drew a line. They chose to instead raise Blue Archive's rating to adults only, while offering a teen version on app stores with content filtered for younger senseis. And sure, Blue Archive isn't the most explicit game on the market compared to stuff like Brown Dust 2 or Nikkei, thus you could argue it doesn't need an 18+ rating. But this wasn't about them wanting to create lewder material or pushing some boundary. This was about never being forced to let players or themselves down again. Whatever they wanted in the game would be in the game without restriction. And credit where it's due, localization improved too with time. Old and new lines have been corrected, some of those fixes presented throughout this section. By the time the PC port arrived, the team was even using retranslation as part of promotion, openly referencing how rough early sections were, and showing they were committed to making it right. Thinking back on this period is always nostalgic for me. Blue Archive was not the juggernaut I know it as today, and honestly by the time this video comes out it'll probably be even more prolific throughout otaku spheres. I see content on characters from this game everywhere. It's quite insane to see how Blue Archive has affected so many in the same way it immediately clicked with me. And I guess that's what's the craziest part about this point in time. I left my account back then. It was early on, but I loved this game as much as I do today. Yet perhaps that's why my reaction was so negative, seeing it mistreated, miscared for by developer and localizer alike. Though as a result, it kind of created a funny story in the aftermath, one that in some ways might be relatable to a lot of early players. So if you'll indulge, my new account became the story of how Dimitri Monroe colonized the global server. As in the middle of this period in time, the Hatsune Miku collab hit. Back then, I didn't want to support the game given what we discussed, but I still had a sliver of hope. Maybe Kim's first letter had something genuine in it. Maybe I just didn't want to believe it was all a lost cause. So I rewrote new accounts until I got her, something to stash away just in case. As I know gacha, collabs rarely come back, and I didn't want to miss the chance to have her if this game was ever something I could enjoy again. Which, as we now know, that gamble paid off, mostly. Per the title of this tale, I was not in America at the time, and instead, Europe, as Blue Archive wasn't the only thing I was colonizing at the moment.
So fun.
Anyway, back then I didn't think about the weird North America versus global distinction in the game, as despite being split servers, we're both referred to as global, sharing the same client, codes, and in basically every other gacha in existence, North America is not separated. So point being, my account placement became a permanent marker of that era, which may be a unique story, but it exemplifies what some players were left with, a scar you can't quite scrub away. I'm sure many who came back to the game have some feelings toward what they missed out on by sticking to their morals. They might never have Miku as a result, or maybe never the same account again. And more broadly, it's indicative of how everything didn't get magically cleansed, even on a non-personal level. Because though the devs themselves have done nothing but continue to show their commitment to earning players' trust ever since Kim's second letter, global players could not say Blue Archive in totality was committed to that mission statement. Beyond the localizers that were now being reined in or fired by Nexon proper, the global branch still had many bad actors within it, as during all of this a constant string of failures were happening outside of the game. For our first example, let's start with some background. In March of 2022, Nexon sought to create a VTuber mascot for marketing. Thus, instead of Arona being the face of their social media presence, we get someone LARPing as an irrelevant OC. An obvious waste of resources to the point that many took issues with it, notably the Korean players, where they protested and requested that their money be put toward improving the game and its content, instead of this immersion-breaking marketing push. As not only did the character have nonsensical lore and ill-fitted design, it was not something anybody asked for. Thus, listening to players, the devs shut down these plans immediately and reinvested into the game proper. However, really illustrating the difference here, Global would also attempt this, having their community manager give updates and live streams with an Arona avatar instead. This format gained a more pleasant treatment from a notable number of global players, perhaps helped by using Arona's model, where she was given unique and cute outfits per stream. Yet I actually think skinwalking as Arona makes the entire thing worse. for the fact that it really is just downstream of the same core idea. That's not Arona. It's some personality that got kneecapped and rebranded quite literally to be more on model for this attempt. Even ignoring the immersion angle and the fact that I don't want to hear the anime dub thing of a 40-year-old woman speaking with a normal voice out of a lolly character. This is a waste. Global has so many specific problems, whether it's the localized lines that are still not fixed, to the goddamn mechanical issues, such as the text being glitched out in important emotional scenes to this day, some you definitely already saw in this video. And hell, if this is really a designated marketing budget, we exist in 2026. Arona is an AI. You could easily have a perfect replication of the in-game version of her for presentations, model, voice, and all. It would be an incredible marketing stunt, and people do this kind of thing on their own budget, so there is no excuse. But instead, Global uses players' money and the brand's imagery to hand someone a VTuber career. That's not what I want my money to be put toward, especially when you look over at the Japanese channel and see what they get in comparison. It's ridiculous. At bare minimum, why aren't these funds going into translating these multitude of mini-series and mini-presentations? That's content missed out on and only delivered to fans because of fan translators as opposed to the official team. Now, perhaps you don't feel as strongly as me in this area, but this is just the tip of the iceberg, a point of comparison that shows the different priorities. Beyond it, the mods of this social media team heavily consisted of those who would defend the localization issues of the game, attacking any player who brought concerns to the community, outright censoring the users on social media or Discord. Whereas time went on, change did take place from players' voices. Many of these mods were removed, while those that were left were put through a humiliation ritual, their job description now including posting links to surveys specifically asking about how the localization can be improved, something they initially mocked. Great, but perhaps you're noticing a cycle forming. Whereas another instance happened recently. See, the Global branch has a consistent track record of partnering with platforms and content creators who have outright disdain for what content you will find in Blue Archive. Smaller examples include stuff like Twitch, a platform that you can get banned for showing official art from the game on. But the worst of it was running a collab campaign with a streamer who called Blue Archive's community pedophiles. Yet, as you might have guessed, when fans made their dissatisfaction known in a very loud and public manner, it was cancelled. And to be clear, I'm not saying it's a bad thing that when fans complain, things often change. Most communities aren't heard at all. Instead, their game just goes out of service or something. But simultaneously, it's impossible for me to justify trusting Global, unlike the actual devs who I will generally make my appreciation toward known. I struggle to believe the Western branch behind this is actually well intended, because at the very least, they certainly haven't learned anything, nor are their priorities in the right place. It feels like there's new things every day that make me seriously worried about how they will handle the game and its marketing going forward. Like, really, we're giving away hundreds of dollars for a female cosplay competition with a game that has a 90% male player base. This instead could have very easily been some sort of art contest, tying it closer to and rewarding its dedicated fan base that creates so much material for the game. Yet what we got instead is something that only invites those who aren't interested in the game's content on its own merits, but instead see it as an opportunity. In fact, other gacha have outright banned working with cosplayers because of such issues. Every decision is truly baffling. And wouldn't you know it, I have to return to this section again, because in lockstep with what I just outlined, the marketing team once more attempted a partnership with streamers, who, just as before, consisted of creators who decry Blue Archive's community and content.
Do you think people who play Blue Archive are weird? No, you can play Blue Archive without being weird, but Blue Archive definitely has a lot of weirdos. Just like I think most people who play FGO are absolute fucking weirdos, but doesn't make the game, doesn't make it so, you know, if you play FGO, you're a weirdo, right? It's just that a lot of people are weirdos. Just like Genshin Impact has a lot of weirdos. Just like every gacha game has a lot of weirdos. Is it every gacha game? Yeah. Please explain why you married Laffy in Azurlane. No, I did not. What?
Now, I love clips like this. Fobmaster, the individual in question, has so many of them, because all these gacha content creators do this song and dance.
If you like ignore most of the fucking weirdos in that community and just play the game and enjoy the game for what it is, like it's got really good quality, you know?
And make no mistake, I am not taking issue with being called a weirdo. I'd sooner embrace it. But it's important to understand what is actually occurring here? Weirdo is evoked both as a shield and a bludgeon. A shield in that it's not a claim of anything specific on its own. It makes no concrete accusation, meaning that whenever someone points out what is clearly being implied, he can retreat behind an attempt of plausible deniability. But therein lies the bludgeon, how the word is actually being used. Because what is Fobmaster doing throughout these clips? He is treating anyone who engages with Blue Archive's content in the manner it was intended to be engaged with as morally objectionable, disgusting, and icky. Yet simultaneously, Blue Archive and all these gacha games remain useful to his channel. He still wants access to its audience, its official partnerships, and the money generated by covering it. So he has to remain just friendly enough with the target audience he openly despises to continue profiting from it. That is why he cannot simply state what is being implied in every single one of these clips. They exist to signal that, despite engaging with the content, he's heckin' normal. Unlike those other guys, he's consuming the content morally.
Who's this? No, I know who it is because it says their name in Korean, so I just searched it up, but like, damn, she's pretty. Oh god, here we go. The real risky part right here. 17.
I mean, just so we're clear, this guy who Global paid using money generated by player support literally removed his police emote for the duration of the sponsored stream. Not because the use of it had suddenly stopped meaning what it always meant to them, but because he knew exactly how it would look while operating under official scrutiny. More importantly, it also demonstrates how he has cultivated an audience in which the implication is already understood, that you, the people who enjoy this game, and the people who create it, are, well, let's stop mincing words at this point, pedophiles for liking anime girls. However, if you ask me, the worst addition isn't even this content creator, but another, Brandon. This will be a reoccurring character, so don't forget the name. Because where Fobmaster is the symptom, individuals like Brandon are what allow the disease to spread. Though to illustrate that, I need to explain some history. This content creator previously appointed himself as some kind of community leader, and in the process, well, attempted to police Blue Archive fans from doing essentially everything we are discussing now, and several things we will discuss later. For example, say someone accused you of being a pedophile for playing Blue Archive, and then proceeded to tell you to neck. Thus, you responded by mocking them. In this scenario, Brandon's problem would not be with the accusation or the threat. His problem would be with your response to it. Guys like this only exist to decry gatekeeping, and in the process, they undermine the community's ability to defend its own boundaries, while framing that surrender as kindness. That is why I tend to view individuals like Brandon as worse. With the previous creator, there is barely a farce. Whether through stupidity or overconfidence, there are countless clips of him perfectly willing to admit his intention and disdain. Someone like Brandon is more insidious. He presents himself as a positive force, your friend, someone on your side, just a nice guy trying to keep the peace. But the purpose of a machine is what it produces, is it not? And what this machine produces is a community trained to tolerate contempt toward itself, while condemning anyone who refuses to accept that. Individuals like this are Trojan horses who prey upon the naive and well-intentioned, a moral we should keep with us throughout Blue Archive. Now, I am not returning to the section for what would be like the 6th time, just to tell you whether Global eventually cleans up this particular mess. And frankly, I think influencer collaborations are a cancer in any form, regardless of what others might say. So I doubt we will ever be entirely free of this problem. But I needed to add this because it demonstrates just how accurate my initial concerns were. The good things you hear about Blue Archive Global exist in spite of its staff, not because of them. At every turn, they betray the fanbase, overall being far more interested in making money from an illegitimate VTuber career than actually improving the game, or experience for players. As more broadly, whenever things are addressed, it only comes about due to the devs directly or in response to player intervention. When global staff are left to their own devices, the cycle repeats. And I think that has further negative side effects on those who don't deserve it. As a result of this consistency in putting players on edge, or making the dumbest decisions possible, I see Blue Archive is doomed to posting when it's not even warranted. Most frequently, I come across accounts comparing our localization to the Japanese, using their version as the standard, to say our version is being censored. But it's the Korean script that's the original, regardless of release order. In fact, the Japanese script has a worse track record than global when it comes to proper translations in the modern era, which is why in these cases it's usually global that is correct. Because again, the devs take our localization seriously thanks to players asking them to be more involved. Now, maybe this section would be cleaner without this little sidebar we've gotten into, but it begets the point I would ultimately like to make. The developers at Blue Archive do so much for Japan, Korea, and even global when there are grievances brought to their attention, and my gratitude for that is the exact reason I have such strong emotions toward the global branch's handling of the franchise. So, point being, yes. Be loud, be annoying, grab attention when there are issues. Just aim it properly. Not only to show respect to those that have continuously listened to player demands, but also because in doing these things, we've helped push Blue Archive away from going down the path of so many franchises, protecting both the work of art itself and its outer community. Where the final story in this section that proves that statement is this. While this talk has focused on censorship and localization as it pertains to global, as mentioned, Korean regulators came down on Blue Archive in its early years just as well. To that effect, their story mirrored our first tale in many ways. But the key difference is, Korean senseis, as you might have noticed, go to the extreme. They didn't stop at online protest. When the Korean government threatened Blue Archive with censorship, they fought back with litigation. Around 5,000 senseis gathered, petitioned, and created a case against the Korean ratings board, under the leadership of the politician Lee Sang-hwan. And the outcome was insane, the stuff of fiction. They exposed embezzlement, fraud, and by the end, the ratings board was shut down entirely. Thus, concluding our collection of stories, there is only one more thing to say. Blue Archive's community, or more specifically a time capsule of it, is something we will look at in greater detail at a much later and more relevant point. But this section offered us our first exploration into such, showing how many players embodied the core lesson present throughout all of the stories that pen the narrative of Blue Archive. No matter the measure of an evil adult, whether they be a localizer, a government agent, a developer, or a subversive internet poster, senseis, no matter where they are, will always find a way to rescue their precious students.
そっか、これ先生の仕業か。大人がちゃんとやってくれたんだね。へへ。
Returning from our very long detour on censorship and localization, Sensei and the Saiba twins awaken the girl in the chair from her slumber. Now, robots aren't exactly unusual in Kivotos. We've seen plenty up until now. However, this girl is an oddity. She looks fully human, no visible machinery, and even more confusing, she bears a halo, just like any other of Sensei's students. Naturally, the teacher and the game development department move into questioning the mysterious girl about this, but such pursuits only deepen the mystery. The girl herself cannot answer how she got here, or what she was meant to be doing. The only information the group can come to is that her designation is AL1S. So with nothing else to go on, they're left with appearances, and AL1S appears to be like any other student. Thus, Sensei treats her like one, the group clothing her and bringing her back to the club room. In contrast to Sensei's quick acceptance of the situation, Midori shows hesitation, thinking they're all treating what should be a shocking chain of events too casually. Whereas Momoi, on the other hand, only sees the opportunity Alice presents. Here's a girl who's a completely blank slate with nowhere to go. What other option does she have but to join the game development department? Thankfully, the girl does seem willing to sign aboard with the limited autonomy the older sister is giving her. But that does pose another problem. They can't keep calling her titles like the girl or AL1S. thus it would eventually be Momoi to name her, choosing Alice as it's based off that AL1S designation, where Momoi then proceeds to move into creating a plan to hack into Millennium's systems in order to generate a student ID for Alice, giving her the ability to enroll in the club. However, at present there is a more pressing issue. Alice very much behaves as any other basic robot, only answering when prompted with awkward speech. If she's going to pass as a student, she needs to hold a conversation like one. So a side quest is accepted. Teach Alice how to interact. With video games, of course. Though not just using any game, but the club's own Worst Game of the Year winner, Tales Saga Chronicle. From here, Alice's personality starts to take shape, so it's time to talk about who AL1S becomes. Tendou Aris. Like all of the game development department, there is significance to be found in her name. Firstly, we find an allusion to the company Alice Soft, rounding out our eroge references present within the girls. But here, both names carry some importance. Ironically, the family name is far more family-friendly, as Tendou seems to be chosen in regards to Nintendo. Given we're going to find out Alice is an ancient and powerful being, it is most likely the case that these companies were chosen due to these two being retro veterans in their fields, with both Alice Soft and Nintendo becoming fully established game companies in the 1980s. However, there's no doubt at least some of you are questioning why I'm saying Alice in relation to this character, as opposed to Aris, as that is the name she is referred to with on Global, and that leads us to the final point of significance when it comes to her name. Unlike the majority of the cast, Alice's name is English, whereas Aris is the pronunciation of said name in Japanese. This happens within Japanese because foreign words are rendered with katakana, thus Alice is written as Arisu, whereas Japanese doesn't add native syllables on a bare S, so you get the trailing U at the end. However, in natural speech, U is often devoiced, so Arisu will sound like Aris. The natural assumption then, especially given that Alice was introduced at the worst point in the game's localization history, is that this transliteration is just one of the many failings of that localization. Yet it's worth noting that when we look at the Korean version, something similar is present. Alice would typically be written and pronounced as Arisu in everyday use, yet Blue Archive's Korean name for the character aligns with Arisu, with an emphasis on the R, allowing it to mirror the Japanese. Exactly why is difficult to say. It could strictly be an artistic choice or a quirk born from the Korean developers creating these characters with Japanese names, whereas Alice is being loaned. We see something similar with the character Amy, though it leads to less confusion because even in Japanese, Amy is pronounced the same as in English. And unlike Alice, Amy doesn't literally have the proper English spelling of said name written across her art, while her dialogue in turn keeps the transliteration, an ultimately perplexing choice. But regardless, whether you pronounce it Alice or Aris, neither are necessarily wrong, but I stick with Alice as it's the native pronunciation, and I frankly love the name Alice. That said, I do believe retaining the transliteration on Global has the effect of emphasizing another possible connection we can make for Alice. From within Blue Archive schools, and specifically its students that take focus in the main volumes, there is oftentimes religious symbolism within these characters. Think back to the Abydos girls. However, Millennium is not tied to a religion or culture. It is tied more broadly to the sciences, meaning the symbolism tends to pull from minds that build our frameworks for tech and thought. For Alice or Eris, it's possible that she was meant to call back to Aristotle. From there, the question becomes, why Aristotle then? Well, Aristotle specialized in studying human behavior, outlining virtues that would act as a sort of guideline for a human's pursuit of a good and fulfilling life. This thematically connects back to Alice's story in that she's learning what it means to be human, finding her place in life and happiness within it. As for the girl herself, Alice is both my favorite student in the game development department and a character who falls into one of my favorite tropes, that being the fish out of water, a term used to describe a character placed into an unsuitable or unfamiliar environment. I've always had a soft spot for this type, largely because of the interactions it facilitates, and often otherworldly presence or odd mannerisms present within the individual in question, that forms a heavy contrast with those around them. The world of Kivotos is completely foreign to Alice, and she's dropped into it with no cultural understanding of her own, left to learn through the lens of video games. Naturally, this shapes the way she speaks. Every task becomes a quest, friends are party members, and yes, even the smallest victory is met with fanfare. In that respect, you can see some overlap with the chunibyo archetype. This term being a Japanese word derived from chuni, meaning second year of middle school, and byo, meaning disease. It's typically used for eccentric characters who act over the top, as though they're a child playing the role of some anime or video game protagonist, their speech loaded with dramatic mechanical flavoring that doesn't really exist in the real world. So the resemblance is easy to spot. Alice also filters life through RPG logic, but of course she isn't exactly a chunibyo. For Alice, this is not an act, nor some exaggerated delusion she'll eventually grow out of. It's literal. This is simply how she learned to understand the world, and by extension, how she learned to speak. Thus, the bit never drops, and I wouldn't want it to. It's endlessly endearing to spend time with Alice and slowly become infected by the same sense of wonder she brings to everything along the quest you embark on together. Physically speaking, Alice's core attire can almost be described as bland: mid-length skirt, dress shirt and tie, millennial coat with a blue lining, plain by design. The club's trying to keep suspicion minimal after all, so it makes sense that her design would focus on trying to blend in seamlessly. Yet it really doesn't. The non-humanity slips through anyway, her eyes having multiple white markings that resemble a circuit surrounding her pupils. Her key art has her carrying an enormous weapon despite the dainty appearance of her physical form, a clear indication of her strength. Then there's her pale skin, and hair that trails to the floor. She resembles that of a storybook princess that's been sealed away, only transplanted into a sci-fi video game aesthetic. Broadly, robots or any inhuman existence within fantasy can often serve to shine a mirror to humanity itself. They highlight the parts of life we might slowly glance over. In Alice's case, it's the small joys: staying up late to play a video game, spending time with the people you love, feeling wonder at the ordinary because it's new to you. Her relative distance from normalcy also allows her to see the world so plainly. In being exposed to humanity's greatest treasure, video games, Alice becomes someone who finds quest in chores, a party in friendship, a reason to smile in everything. And all the same, Alice is just as quick to hand that smile to everyone she meets along her journey.
ゲームが面白い理由は、そこに世界の美しさが込められているから。これは先生を通じて分かったことです。ゲームも猫も友達も、そして今この瞬間も、この世界には美しいものがたくさんあります。アリスはもっと知りたいです。先生と一緒にこの世界のことをもっと学びたいです。
However, returning us to the start of her journey, Alice finishes her time with the worst video game of the year, ending her playthrough by proclaiming her love of the experience, tears of joy and all, where such an emotional response finally brings Yuzu out of the cabinet, being hidden essentially anytime non-club members have been in the room since Sensei arrived. So then, this marks the mission as complete. Alice has learned some form of communication and the entire department has warmed up to her presence. That said, one final box remains to legitimize her forged enrollment at Millennium. As while Momoi was able to get an ID card for Alice, every student needs a specialized firearm. By now you've noticed none of these weapons they hold are plain. Each is personalized in big and small ways, where for Alice, it'll certainly land in the former. As upon arriving at the engineering department, nothing piques Alice's interest until she spots an experiment. A railgun size for an intergalactic battleship. That's not hyperbole. Its mass and output are well beyond student specs. In fact, it wasn't built for a person at all. It's the centerpiece of a defunct battleship project the club can no longer fund. And worse, despite the weapon being complete, its scope makes it inoperable in its current state, leaving the engineering department with nothing to show for their efforts, not even being able to collect meaningful data on this creation. At least, until now. A dual opportunity presenting itself. As in Alice's excitement, it's made clear she can wield the weapon. Thus, after deeming Alice worthy, they further fit the firearm to the girl, meaning not only will our little android get her weapon, but the department too will have a valuable source of real data on the invention. Of course, good times never last though, as back at the club room, the divine beast of the student council makes her entrance with a comedic interrogation ensuing to determine the legitimacy of Alice's acquisition into the game development department, where against all odds, Yuuka relents. Alice is approved and officially joins the club, but it's not the end of the group's problems. Alice's joining only comes with borrowed time. If the department continues not producing anything of value for a millennium, Yuuka will eventually return disbandment to the table. So in order to avoid that future, the club goes back to where they started, the rumors of the G-Bible and the ruins that might house it. Though this excursion goes much smoother than the last. With no imminent time gate, routes mapped from the last visit, Sensei's now known authority, and a party size bumped up by 2, the group quickly makes their way to the prior terminal, where a search of its files does in fact locate the G-Bible. However, it comes with one catch. They need to transfer it to a different storage device in order to procure it, where the only suitable vessel on hand is Momoi's totally not Nintendo Switch, and the save files hosted on it, ones that must now be nobly sacrificed for the mission's success. And while that is all well and good of a trade-off for everyone who isn't Momoi, the real problem is the G-Bible needs to be decrypted, as despite the game development department being skilled with coding and hacking, this particular case is far out of their league, leading to yet another Millennium ally, Veritas. Veritas's name is derived from truth within Latin, and fittingly they're a club of super hackers, sworn to keep information from being monopolized by any single entity, meaning the case of the G-Bible falls into these very principles. That stance often puts them at odds with Seminar, the student council of Millennium, as Veritas believes even they are not entitled to withhold information from the public. However, to decrypt the G-Bible, Veritas needs a tool previously confiscated from them, the Optimus Mirror System. And as discussions begin on how to reobtain it, there is another group made privy to the game development department's goals. Yuuka wasn't fully convinced by the club room's earlier show and tell, and following her suspicions, Seminar moves to counter the game development department's next move by informing Cleaning and Clearing, Millennium's Special Operations Unit, a group tasked with removing threats to the school while operating under the pretense of a maid club, where within their duties is guarding Millennium Student Council's contraband storage, meaning to acquire the mirror would be to court a direct conflict with CNC, which brings us to our next set of students. Murokasa Akane, or codename 03, as she's referred to within CNC, is the first of the group we're introduced to. And true to the club's public-facing facade, they may be special forces, yet each don the maid attire, an outfit that is a personal favorite of Sensei's. So to honor the connoisseur that the teacher truly is, we must come to understand the nuances of the maid outfit. As the maid was a domestic servant that has existed throughout multiple cultures, so likewise the attire shifts with the setting. Our current subject, Akane, takes her inspiration from the Japanese maid, though not the kind one would find in the maid cafes that dot throughout Japan today. Her outfit leans historical, with kimono influences and long lines, a modest and refined appearance, reminiscent of what one could find within wealthy households in the Edo era. Even beyond the garment, her whole presentation radiates a certain warmth. The glasses, the gray shawl, the chest size, the motherly demeanor. Everything about her is welcoming at a glance. And personality follows suit. Akane is polite, soft-spoken, and unlike the average student, she addresses the teacher as master, in the way a typical maid would. Now, at a certain point in her relationship story, Sensei asks Akane why she joined the maid club in the first place, given its unique dual structure, to which she replies she was already a maid, and that serving her master has always been her lifelong duty. If we take that statement literally, it would mean she previously operated as an actual maid, and that would explain why such formal mannerisms come second nature to her, on top of the fact that she's the only one of the group that regularly performs maidly duties, whether by her own accord or Sensei's request. Yet I don't believe that's the real case here. Akane may be soft-spoken, but the words she strings along will frequently not mean exactly what they state, often teasing her friends or being especially coy in the presence of Sensei. Thus, the strict adherence to a maid's code reads more as her enjoying playing the role with the teacher. Whereas that particular statement that she was already a maid more likely implies that Akane has always led this sort of double life, and CNC is just the latest gig. Moreover, Akane is the unit's tactician, which suggests experience, possibly from this prior life. Even her sidearm fits the interpretation, as it's based on a Welrod Mark I, a suppressed British pistol built for covert operations in World War II, a weapon for getting close and leaving no echo, perfect for a spy or an undercover maid alike. However, no matter where she started, her present remains the same. Akane, just as the traditional maid, offers a certain comfort. Everything from the demeanor to the uniform signals a promise. The room will be put in order, the tea will not spill, and for a moment, you may simply relax. Even being addressed as master, in the way Akane says it, lands less as typical flirtation, and more as a contract, an oath of service offered to the player. And that is the heart of the traditional maid's allure, intimacy. Going back to the modern maid cafes, they do not thrive merely because they sell a particular aesthetic. Plenty of outfits could meet similar criteria. The maid was chosen because she sells something older, an enduring feeling. Those rehearsed greetings, the attentive service, the ritualized care, all of it exists to construct a time and place where that devotion feels tangible. And while the traditional maid is more modest than what's usually associated with these establishments, it is precisely that restraint which makes the fantasy burn brighter. The appeal here is not anatomical, it is the promise, the performance, the oath.
ご主人様、ちょうど最高級の茶葉が入りましたよ。私の方で一杯ご用意いたしましょうか。はい、ここは私たちのお家ではないですって？気にしません。私たちのお家ではなくても、私たちは今一緒にいるのですから。
And now we find ourselves swinging to the other end of the spectrum with codename 01 or Ichinose Asuna. A girl that also chooses to call the player master, but this time there's no pretense of professionalism, just the grin of a shameless flirt. Fittingly, her outfit is based on the French maid, or more specifically the later stylized image of it. While real maid uniforms in aristocratic Europe were more conservative, similar to Japan, the recognizable French maid look became standardized in the 19th century, before being exaggerated through theater, burlesque, and popular fantasy. In these works, the maid outfit was increasingly framed in a way that emphasized youth, charm, and potential for seduction, giving rise to the fantasies associated with it. Notice the open chest, the low-cut skirt, garter belt, and thigh highs, all elements that draw attention to the character's figure. This cultural portrayal was partially shaped by the power dynamics at play, where the maid was often seen as a lower-class woman who could be pursued by her wealthy employer. All of these factors eventually leading to the prominence of the soubrette, a character archetype in French works that was often portrayed as a clever, flirtatious servant. And similarly, that is how one could describe Asuna. She's a free spirit, to put it bluntly. While each of the maids are calculated to some degree, Asuna included, she stands out as the unpredictable wild card, as whether in the field of battle or in her personal life, she lives in the moment, pursuing the path she believes to be most fun, a lesson she will always try to impart on the teacher, forever trying to teach sensei not to overthink, to simply enjoy, usually while maneuvering him into very questionable situations. Blue Archive has generally been masterful when it comes to the art of expression within its characters. Whether we're speaking of the jumps from cool to dumbfounded you will find within Aru, or the twisted smirks from Mutsuki as her boss whiplashes between them. And Asuna is no exception. Her carefree, fun-loving worldview sits right on her face, with that insouciant smile. One even those who haven't played Blue Archive will probably be familiar with, as it has become quite iconic. However, while everything we discussed from appearance to personality lends Asuna to the role of the instigator within her relationship with the player, it is not unheard of for the script to flip. For instance, in her relationship story, after Sensei agrees to get a massage from Asuna, he offers the same back. In response, she plays it cool, keeps teasing, and yet, in execution, the moment Sensei's hands come to her, she turns into a flustered mess, a complete role reversal of the usual. I like this moment. While situations similar to it are a rare occurrence with Asuna, they are a highlight. As while her being the instigator that can back up her words is something I'm sure appeals to many, these times of weakness are insightful, teaching us that Asuna will push to the point of being in over her head, and where that line is drawn seems to be when she is not the one in control. She is a dominating personality, a real alpha female, but will fold at Sensei's literal touch if he knows where to poke, or if he challenges that flirtation and takes the lead. Thus, it's no surprise that Asuna remains as one of the most popular in the fan art department. Whether you're a more passive or dominant sensei, there's plenty of inspiration to draw from, both in the soubrette styling of the outfit and the girl who wears it.
やっぱりこうしてご主人様のそばにいると心が躍るな。なんだかちょっと癖になっちゃいそう。
However, despite all those comments, I've never been a huge fan of Asuna myself. No, my enjoyment lies in every racist favorite CNC member, Kakudate Karin, or Codename 02. She is Asuna's partner in crime, frequently to be spotted together when not on the clock. But for all of their closeness, the contrast between the two couldn't be sharper. The loud, boisterous blonde versus the chocolate-skinned Kudere, a moniker that brings us back to those dere archetypes. While we tag Shiroko as Sunao Cool, Karin is the more traditional Kudere, half cool, half in love. These are characters that initially present as calm, distant, and uninterested, yet underneath lives a yearn for the romantic. As such, it initially appears Kaden is CNC's most composed member. In battle, she's the sniper, precision and patience by job description, and in casual interaction, she wears that perpetually dejected look, almost bored. Emotional outbursts are rare to non-existent, especially when presented against her peers. She reads controlled. Yet that's where the dere begins to show itself. While her outward demeanor is one of cool aloofness, internally Kaden wants nothing more than to be a housewife. She joined CNC because of the domestic facade. She wanted to learn how to manage a household for her future husband. It's a perfect counter to Asuna's play first, responsibility later flirtations, as Kaden is all responsibility, outright implying she wants to marry Sensei more than once. Now, despite Kaden being so traditional in her pursuits of romance, Sensei's disposition isn't so aligned. Not in the general sense, as Sensei can very much present as a gentleman with his students, and especially so in the treatment of characters like Hina. But with some students, the teacher becomes a bit more shameless in his desires, such as with Kaden or the previously covered Iori. Some fans, or more specifically, certain wikis and Reddit posters, have tried inventing supernatural explanations for why the teacher is suddenly forward with some students and not others. Going as far as to rip lore off of a character, we're going to cover much later. But we don't need to cope with metaphysics to explain what's happening here. We just need some basic pattern recognition, which is, admittedly, something these people tend to struggle with. So what about you, viewer? When you look at Iori and Kaden, what do they share? Is it their personality, bust size, skin color, or height?
This is your favourite, their skin colour, final answer.
Amazingly, you're right. Absolutely, yes. That's £500.
Thus we have our answer, and it's not inconsistency. Which on that note, I believe it worth mentioning that you will find a lot of oddities that approach fanfiction on the fandom Blue Archive page mentioned here, particularly when there is an attempt to soften the edges of Blue Archive or its community at large. Of course, they have no problem filling characters' trivia sections with mentions of fan art depicting students cucking other students, but will simultaneously censor and ban any attempt to mention gamer memes about Momoi, calling the information irrelevant, despite it literally being the most prolific break of containment within Blue Archive's mimetic culture to the broader world, on top of being based on actual characterization. So, seeing as a large part of these videos' focus is on breaking down said characterization, I would be remiss if I did not give a special mention to the website's poor handling once applicable, which connects us back to the actual reason for Sensei's disposition, that there was an attempt to hand-wave over. It's only natural that a character treats certain individuals differently, and a lot goes into that from past experience to all manner of circumstances, including physical appearance. And I get it, Sensei. Dark skin, especially in our current case, where it's contrasted so boldly against gold eyes, that seem to glow in juxtaposition to the chocolate tone, is utterly delicious. Yet what truly makes Kaden stand apart from the previous shade of brown is that where Iori kicks, Kaden cracks. First, bewilderment breaks the stone face, then a rising blush as the moment stretches, often leading into exactly what Sensei wants, as Kaden has no qualms about her feelings. That's the fun of it. The deadpan isn't necessarily a mask, it's her default setting. The top layer of her personality that is so rarely slipped through, to the point that she's not always great at displaying other emotions. Perhaps shown most aptly in her text, where we can find Kaden sending happy faces after failing a math test. Numbers certainly aren't her strength, nor is any subject really, but more to the point, the earnest emoji misuse is cute, and more broadly indicative of something about her. When strong feelings do burst through, she doesn't quite know where to put them. Gone is the cool demeanor. The flat line melts and turns into a cascade of adorable ping-ponging expressions. Outfit-wise, we're still in French-made territory, as we will stay for the remainder of the core CNC members. However, Kaden wears a middle path to what we've seen thus far. More modest than Asuna, full stockings, no cleavage, yet not as reserved as Akane's traditional silhouette. The skirt's short, the legs are framed. It isn't excessively sexual so much as deliberately elegant, just as the ambition of the one who wears it is entirely different from the last French maid. It's classier, thus too is its effect.
本当にこんなことでご褒美になるのか？いや、やっぱり恥ずかしすぎる。 でも先生がいいなら。
With that, we pause on the main discussion, as it will be those three that take center stage as we move into Veritas' plan to retrieve the mirror, where we can now find the game devs recruiting the engineering department to the cause. And though this certainly boosts their numbers, there's no doubt a conflict with CNC, no matter how outnumbered, would leave this coalition in defeat when comparing raw power. Thus, the plan they move to set into motion relies on their strength, wit. Phase 1, Distraction. While Veritas maps out the maid's routes, Alice launches a direct assault on the Millennium Student Council building, not to steal the mirror as will be believed by Yuuka and the maids, but to cripple the security system. And while Alice is detained and put into the self-reflection room, a replacement system must be ordered, and this will serve as Veritas' Trojan horse, where the bait is taken just as intended. Phase 2, Infiltration. Now with the system compromised, Kotori of the engineering department and Maki of Veritas disguise themselves as Midori and Momoi respectively, creating another messy entrance, on brand after the previous attack, keeping attention focused and suspicion low as the maids react accordingly. Or just as Akane believes she's cornered the girls, the trap is sprung. The disguises come off and the security system activates, resulting in shutters closing off every room in the building, sealing Akane's location and removing one piece from the board. Unfortunately, this part of the plan was meant to take out both Akane and Asuna. The latter, being as unpredictable as can be, did not follow expected procedure. But despite this, the party is not deterred. Phase 3, Override. Initially, CNC had the capabilities to bypass this security system, a simple thumbprint being all they needed. However, the credentials were swapped and CNC's override was replaced with the game development department's. So no matter where Asuna is, she won't be able to move very far. Meanwhile, Sensei and the real game devs can freely go about the building with ease. Yet, conversely, once understood, CNC adapts. In watching which doors open and close within the system, the dev's position is slowly triangulated. Thus, it's just a matter of time. The moment the group passes by the glass that lines the outer wall of the upper levels of the building, the sniper across the skyline is able to take her shot. Being within O2's crosshairs should be checkmate, but even this too was accounted for. Phase 4, Reversal. Hibiki and Udaha of the engineering department had to position themselves amongst the buildings in the skyline, simply waiting for Karin to reveal her nest. And as such, an army of drones moved to pin the markswoman before she could fully halt the dev's movements. Thus, that's 2 maids neutralized, and the girls start to feel confident. However, the third reveals herself as the main group reaches the final floor. Asuna, as whimsical as ever, announces she just knew waiting here would work out if she ignored procedure. And to her credit, she's right. But to the dev's credit, well, you know what I'm going to say. This also was accounted for. In every simulation Veritas ran post-Karin, the operation collapsed at the Asuna variable. While catching her early on was what the group hoped for, they ultimately knew this was not something they could count on. Her actions were just an unpredictability they could not model around, leaving Veritas stumped. Yet the game development department would inspire a solution. Simply change the win condition. Phase F, Hidden Character. Once Veritas compromises the security system, the self-reflection room will unlock, meaning Alice can move. Thus, the real Midori and Momoi let themselves get pinned just as the fakes before them. So while the current stalemate boils, Alice can slip toward the contraband unseen and claim victory. Yet, before the quest can be marked complete, Akane breaks through the reinforced security like it's paper, inhuman abilities of students on full display, where she ascends to the top floor to group up with Asuna, followed by the divine beast of the student council, late but lethal. Altogether, what looked like their checkmate now leaves the club surrounded, even if Alice secures the mirror. The rest, including Sensei, won't make it out of here unscathed. As such, the urge to surrender spikes, with all hopes seeming to be lost until...
借りよ
Alice ignores the script and fires straight through the building, one blast that wounds both maids, knocking them to the floor, allowing the department to reunite before rushing what remains of the enemy forces and pushing through to the contraband room. With it being almost comical how easy they seize the legendary item once here. At least that's how it looks. Until only a few moments later, the last maid steps out of the smoke and into the room. The yet-to-be-met leader, call sign 00, Mikamo Neru, has arrived.
ようこそ先生。私だけの特等席歓迎するぜ。
With our introduction to the leader, the French maid outfit returns, but this time its most striking visual is how it's accessorized. The oversized embroidered jacket, the untied bow, the chains that connect to the maid's guns, and of course the scowl wearing the whole outfit. Neru may be working as a type of militaristic force within Millennium, but her design language screams delinquent, more specifically that of the Sukeban subculture that began to pop up in 1960s Japan. These were female gangs of schoolgirls rebelling against societal norms. Firstly within fashion, where the girls would modify their uniform with embroidery, as well as lengthening their skirts, and also behaviorally, engaging in violence and other antisocial acts. You can see these traits echoed within Neru's temperament. She may be the maid's leader, but she's also the group's hothead, always looking forward to the next fight, and as a result has gotten quite the reputation as the one to be feared amongst her comrades. Or in comparison, we designated Hina as a strategic powerhouse, and Hoshino's younger years as a more raw animalistic force. Neru fits in the middle. She may employ strategy, but her execution is often reckless. She's the type to take the higher risk for the higher reward, or simply for the fun of it. So may the Lord help you if you so much as mention her height. Yet, still, despite her temperament mirroring the design, delinquent isn't quite the correct fit for her. Neru's not looking to make trouble, or subvert the system in any way. She is part of the system after all. In fact, the most rebellious act she commits is simply skipping class or fighting for enjoyment. Thus, the look is about attitude, not ideology. Which brings us back to the bomber jacket. This item rarely leaves her side whether on or off duty, disguised or undisguised. Historically, these souvenir bomber jackets, or sukujan, mixed East and West iconography. They were keepsakes from service, stitched with dragons, tigers, eagles, or the military man-specific unit marks, all embroidered onto their flight jackets, or made from scratch. Given Neru's role of effectively being a soldier, it's tempting to read something into this, that perhaps her jacket is symbolically or literally tied to an important part of her life. Yet within her relationship story, when Sensei asks the significance of the item, she pulls him to the side and dead seriously states, "I wear it because it's freaking cool." That's Neru in a line. As a character, she's almost deceptive. She cosplays defiance while ushering in discipline. Her reputation says serious and scary, while reality says kind of childish, though not in a directly baby-like way, more like a girl who builds herself out of what she thinks is badass. The jacket, the chains, the video game she plays, the desire to fight. It's why the more the player gets to know her, the more punches at your shoulder you'll receive, the more time you'll spend late at night watching fireworks or eating ice cream in the park, the endless glimpses of vulnerability that are so frequently seen. Neru always ends up catching you off guard, yet remaining entirely consistent. Sometimes characters can feel railroaded into how they're defined in their initial impression or design. That's not to say it's a bad thing. Characters who fall into this within Blue Archive are continuously explored to great success, but at the same time, it leaves few that truly surprise you once you understand their core concept. And that's where Neru truly stood out to me.
というか、やっぱ普段みたいな方がいいか？そう言うと思った。まあ、そんなに時間に余裕があるわけじゃねえし。そろそろ行こうぜ。次はあっちだ。
Though it will be CNC's leader on the receiving end of deception in the current story, as while it appears the whole jig is up now that the previously thought to be absent member had entered the room, leading Sensei and the girls to hide within the disheveled mess, where it is then Yuzu alone who shows up. Riddled with equal parts anxiety and courage, she takes the leader of CNC head on. They say the key element to looking as if one belongs in any setting, regardless of the truth, is simply acting the part, and that's exactly what Yuzu does. When confronting Neru, she simply states she's part of Seminar, guarding the room and ordering the CNC leader to go help Karin, who is currently engaged with the culprits who are fleeing the scene. Despite the shaky lips that deliver the sentiment, it's spoken with such conviction that its delivery lands. Neru walking off without another word, as swiftly as she entered, letting the entire party make their escape. And their rewards for this epic quest, well, the friends they made along the way. And I'm not entirely joking, as the decryption of the G-Bible turns out to state that the secret of game development is simply to love video games. The story itself seems to understand how utterly predictable such an unsatisfying reveal is, presenting the conclusion as just that, a disappointment that initially sends the club into a negativity spiral. With the only other thing of worth to be found on the device being a file named key, which isn't a key to anything. Not yet, anyway. Regardless, the club decides to press forward with no other option but to try and make their game, as Alice believes the G-Bible's message to be true, thus they already have the means to succeed. However, this process is soon re-interrupted by Neru, not for revenge, but to engage in the fight she missed out on. As we discussed, she loves battle after all, and she respects what the department did to outsmart the maids, particularly taking an interest in Alice. So in offering a fight to the android, she promises her that if she wins, CNC will no longer pursue the devs. The result of this is ultimately an enjoyable action scene that Alice comes out on top of. Yet in some part it feels a bit disconnected from the ending, and I think that's because it very obviously functions as a release valve, one final adrenaline spike to soften the deflation of the G-Bible's reveal. Logistically, the scene makes perfect sense, so no issue there, but because the story goes out of its way to give the player that burst of excitement, it only makes me dwell more on the reveal it's cushioning. And that, to me, is where the interesting part begins. Stories generally do not choose to leave the audience disappointed unless that disappointment is doing something. Sometimes that purpose is meaner in spirit, to yank the rug out to mock expectation, to say reality is harsher or emptier than fantasy allowed you to believe. But to me, it's clear that is not what Blue Archive is doing here. The sting is left in place not because the truth is cruel, but because it doesn't have to be. Sure, there is no hidden shortcut. No sacred technique, no secret code to make something great. There's only the work itself and the love you pour into it. That answer may feel underwhelming, but it is not cynical. If anything, it's sincere. And maybe that message feels so blunt because no one knows this better than the real devs of the game, both the unknowns of release that this was most likely drafted in and the external hardships that followed, some of which took place during this very volume. Even now, I'm sure those thoughts haunt them with each new content release. How will this be perceived? Will this meet player expectations? By both intentional design and unintentional circumstance, Volume 2, Chapter 1 becomes metatextual. Its conclusion speaks with the dev's own breath, and the real-world answer to the game's crisis rhymes with the page. Love is what makes a great video game. In our world, fans and developers alike fought for the vision of Blue Archive to reach players as intended. That wasn't a painless journey. Just as many, if not harder battles, were fought than those we experienced in the narrative. There were strife, consequence, and compromises that still exist to this day. But just like those real developers who kept pushing in spite of it all, the club made a game anyway, even if there sort of fails not winning the Millennium Prize. And maybe that too is part of the lesson. Passion and love matter, but neither can promise success, even if I believe they are necessary ingredients in making something great. Because in the end, I do not think the story is arguing that sincere effort will always be rewarded. I think it is saying something simpler and in some ways more important. That there is value in making something you can be proud of regardless of whether it wins, sells, or even succeeds at all. And on that front, the girls certainly did not fail. They found something meaningful, shipped their next game, picked up a few fans along the way, and even earned the respect of the divine beast herself, Yuuka. More than saving the club, this finale goes beyond that. Across this chapter of the story, plenty of students look down on the game developers, specifically those of Seminar and CNC. In a school obsessed with forward progress, it's easy to view the devs as slackers, failures, to not even understand what the club is fighting for. By some metrics, you'd expect the engineering department to side with this view, high IQ, practical invention over play, yet instead they clicked immediately. Because the impulse of their work is the same. Whether you're building railguns or janky RPGs, it's a love of creation and sharing those creations that drives people individually or as a collective. Perhaps it was said most aptly in an interaction between Uraha and Kaden, where the former states, "Those kids are giving it everything they have against impossible odds, all for the sake of each other. You see, while just working as friends is great, having a place to be and people to be there with is a special thing. That's what they're fighting for, the place where they all belong together." And in the end, they were allowed to keep the club. They fought for life's greatest treasure, the thing they love, video games, and won. Volume 2's second chapter starts us off on an unusual sight. Instead of Sensei's morning antics, the player is taken to a secret meeting, somewhere deep in Millennium, where a beautiful, dainty super genius sits across from a filthy witch at a secluded desk. And it's here that we find our next student of interest. The better half of the narrative's current conversation is Akeboshi Himari. the former head of Veritas, the current head of the Supernatural Phenomenon Task Force, one of 3 students to ever achieve a degree in omniscience, and most importantly, as far as favorites go, Himari sits in a tier of her own for this video. She's the girl any self-respecting man has, his chosen above all others, my waifu. Like most attractions, it started at the surface. Across the 2D women I've fallen for over the years, a few patterns have kept popping up. White hair, elves, and a softly textured voice to name the most prominent few.
大変だったね。
In Himari's case, that voice comes courtesy of Yukana, who you might be familiar with from her work as Tyr Grants in Tales of the Abyss or Cece from Code Geass. Here, Yukana performs an inflection that is both sickly yet refined, portraying a voice that can only be described as delicate.
同じ夜空の下にいても互いが互いを理解できるとは限りません。
It's incredibly soothing to the ears, almost therapeutic. And I appear to not be the only one that feels this way. As of Blue Archive's official ASMR drama CDs, of which there have been 7 collections at the time I've written this script, Himari's was the 5th, titled A Lucent Heart Entrusted. The story of this release sees Sensei at his PC. Himari hacks in, steals his time, and the two end up spending an entire day together, where through those events, we get a glimpse of Himari's physical fragility, and of the way Sensei gives her room to relax, letting her open up in ways she ordinarily keeps hidden from others. That dynamic appears often with Himari. She tends to rope Sensei into spending time with her via means that seem downright forceful. Yet those encounters always give way to something more vulnerable when you watch the details. And further, that particular story highlights what you will most likely first notice about Himari, in comparison to others, her disability. It's not that the girl is entirely unable to walk. She can move her lower body, but she's too frail to support herself, thus the wheelchair is a necessity, while the rest of her design reads convalescent or sickly. A white robe, a beige vest, and a blanket over a long dress. Everything covered, everything protected. It's an attire suited for a weary old woman. Yet despite that appearance, Himari's personality sharply contrasted. You might expect someone timid or reserved from the condition and the voice. But in reality, Himari is boisterous. She flaunts her looks and her intellect shamelessly, like your mere exposure to her brilliance is a gift, one that I certainly treasure. However, those of Millennium don't always agree, leading to a particular reputation forming. Revered for her skill, yet simultaneously avoided for her arrogance. Many a student steer clear of the girl, whereas Himari, blissfully confident, proclaims it must be because her beauty and genius are just too intimidating. Which is why that ASMR segment, and more broadly her relationship with Sensei, is meaningful. It's a rare moment, a rare person, where Himari lets herself be vulnerable, confides, and lets that special someone see and take care of her weakness. That said, her usual confidence does become a bit of a running joke, as initially implied, from a PSA where a declaration of her charms is announced across the airwaves, before it snowballs into the entire school thinking she's staging a villainous act, to the constant back and forth with her subordinate, Amy, the two of which are a magnet for social comedy. Which leads me to another of my main attractions. If you paid attention to the girls I score highest, there's one clear pattern, the one that might have led to a miscalculation, as a lot of these girls are often, let's say, absent-minded. Think Aru or Nonomi. As a result, one might believe I like airheads, seeing me as a true believer of the ancient proverb, aren't girls cutest when they're almost retarded? However, this is not the case, as I find intellect quite stimulating. Yet I still believe this nugget of wisdom to be on the right track. So if I were to slightly adjust the statement, it would be thus. It's not about IQ, it's about missing cues. With Himari as with Aru, or even girls outside of Blue Archive like Firen, there's often social miscalibration in their actions that makes them endearing. And that charm is only heightened when it exists alongside obvious intelligence. There's something uniquely moe about a girl capable of grasping the complex, yet still tripping over the simple. Someone who can understand systems, theories, even the world itself, but miss the tone of the room. That said, in some respects, this might paint a picture that almost sounds pitiable when taken together. Himari obviously has natural struggles given her condition. She is an adept at making friends, and further, her hobbies, the paranormal, are also unusual to say the least. Himari herself even admits that she has trouble finding ways to have fun on school grounds, but that's exactly why she's so admirable. Himari's life is restricted in ways others aren't, yet she believes the most in the world's wonder. It's what leads her to chase the paranormal to find the extraordinary. She treats the world as something beautiful, yet I don't think there's a beauty that even comes close to hers within it.
瞬く星は私たちの知るものとは異なっていて、どうにも言語化が難しい、形容しがたい感覚です。はい？ありがとうございます。褒め言葉として受け取っておきます。
Though we will not have as many nice things to say about her intellectual opponent at present, that being Tsukatsuki Rio. She is a character we will get more into later, but for now we are simply being offered a look into the events that took place after the conflict of Chapter 1. Rio, Seminar's current president, believes something must be done about Alice. Currently, we've already begun to see the tip of what she's capable of, but the Seminar president believes Alice has the capacity to be something greater, a future threat to Millennium, if not all of Kivotos. Whereas Himari sees what's in front of her, an adorable underclassman, and as thus, she tells Rio she won't allow the other woman to commit any such act of harm against that underclassman. In their own way, both positions are grounded in truth. Himari looks at Alice as she presently exists, and sees only what has actually been shown, a sweet underclassman who, whatever her buried potential may be, has given no sign of malice. Rio, by contrast, is fixated on what Alice could become, weighting not the girl before her, but the catastrophic possibility within her. And so their conflict is born from more than simple disagreement. It is a clash between faith in the good that already exists, and fear of the danger that might one day emerge. Though before we see it truly play out, the camera pulls away and brings us back to a familiar sight. Yep, Sensei's morning antics return. For once enjoying a well-deserved day off, but nonetheless, it's an activity that still brings him back to his students, leading him to the game developer's club room, where at first the sight is about what one would expect. The girls all playing video games and goofing off. One event even giving Sensei a front row seat to Yuzu, or Uzi Queen, as her gamertag denotes her as, going full pro gamer, bodying a hacker in an online fighter. However, as things slowly shift into their design plans for the next game, and we see the documents and ideas that accompany it, one of which even features a guardian based on yours truly, or ours truly, I suppose. But more importantly, from all this information, Sensei comes to understand the current hurdle. For all of their ideas, theories, and ambition, the team still hasn't settled on a genre. Stuck between competing directions and unable to commit, they decide the best thing to do is look elsewhere for inspiration. More specifically, an Alice accompanying Sensei on a proper tour of Millennium, hoping to find ideas in the daily routine of school life. And so, our party of two sets out across campus, taking in everything the Academy has to offer, from its buildings to the people that fill them. Alice's quest ultimately introduces us to Otohana Sumire, a surprise ally. As up to now, every Millennium face we've met has been adjacent to a stereotypical geek or nerd, CNC aside. However, Sumire sits at the opposite pole interest-wise, being obsessed with physical activity, and you'd think that put up some barrier between them. Yet, the contrast does two things. It shows us how easily Alice crosses boundaries, how friendly she is, and it raises a good question. What does a fitness buff have to do with a science-obsessed academy? Well, as the head of the gym training department, Sumire's pursuit is still forward advancement just of the body. Fitness, supplementation, physical well-being. I'll investigate it with empirical methods. This fleshes Millennium out. It's not just the advancement of technology, but the human substrate, how science and math also carry into the body and mind. Her design carries that thesis: toned, slender frame, midriff exposed with light definition, a white sports bra with a floral pattern, and tight athletic leggings. Overall, a pretty standard gym outfit, topped with a Millennium coat. And actually, I found myself a fan of Sumire over the years, perhaps if not just initially for the large ponytail, as after all, but more broadly, because she reads like a real fitness-inclined woman, which is rarer than it should be, as these days you're more likely to encounter postings of characters that appeal to the internet's current safe horny muscle mommy fixation, which more so leans into caricature. Over-the-top grotesque physiques that essentially boil down to a man having a wig put on them to be called a woman, resulting in an onslaught of unpleasantries to the eyes, to the point that those actually inclined to fit women and aren't just doing subversive performance get a bad rap in my opinion. I'm not one of those people, mind you, as you can tell from my dainty and beautiful interest, but I do see the appeal, from the allure of a toned body to the broader lifestyle. Sumire's relationship is built on shared experience, working out together, refining routines, chasing better results, even helping her pursue the perfect supplement regime. It's a bond rooted in mutual effort, where self-improvement becomes something shared rather than something done in solitary. So even if you are not especially into fitness itself, that appeal still comes through. She may refer to you as trainer, but it's less about the gym and more about companionship. By the end of her relationship story, you spend time together unrelated to the workout. You go on dates. Sometimes you even have to pull her back from her own obsession. And hey, maybe she's gotten you a bit more focused on keeping healthy, conversely. The fitness, the figure, the ponytail. Those things might be the hook, but the real charm here is the intimacy to be found in mutual support and a hobby that slowly starts feeling like it's becoming a relationship.
私はトレーナーが健康でいてほしいです。理由ですか？それは当ててみてください。
Though back in the narrative, Sumire turns out to be just the tip of Alice's unexpected friend list, as once leaving the track, our duo runs into Asuna and Karin, both now on good terms with Alice. Asuna in particular goes as far as to completely indulge the gamer speak the android talks in, referring to their own mission as some secret quest, where following this is the most surprising encounter. Neru showing up, not for a rematch of real combat, but for 1v1s at the arcade. However, even when only taking place virtually, the fight appears just as explosive given Neru's temper. Altogether, it's an eventful string of side quests, and yet Alice in the end seems to finish it in disappointment. Expressing that she had fun with everyone, but it felt non-optimal. The adventure kept getting interrupted, and she wanted more time alone with Sensei as they looked for inspiration. Thus, he reassures her, distractions or not, today was a success because of the fun they had together. This brings the typical smile back to her face, with Alice proclaiming that even if she couldn't complete today's quest, a hero doesn't give up, and she'll keep questing until the day she levels up from an apprentice to the type of hero who defeats demon lords. Whereas Sensei, with a laugh, promises to always stand by her side, no matter where these quests take her. As this chapter opened up with a clash of perspectives, it would be apt to say the duo's quest framed Himari's view, and now it's the coming days that will add weight to Rio's. This starts with Veritas calling the game development department over to their club room, as they've captured one of the automata from Millennium's outskirts, seen prior in the area that once housed Alice, though the creature is inactive until Alice approaches it. Resulting in the machine turning on and beginning to emit a noise. Before something changes in the girl herself. Naturally, it's the teacher who had just made a promise to stick by his student who reacts first, rushing to her side. Though what meets him isn't the usual smile or whimsy, but instead a menacing glare, followed by a raised weapon. Alice levels the entire building, the blast knocking Sensei back as the walls crumble, and the railgun turns to her friends. Thankfully, CNC eventually arrives in time to stop any further harm, but Momoi still goes down, unconscious and hospitalized. It's worth mentioning here that one thing Volume 2 improves on over the first is how much more clearly it uses Sensei as an actual narrative presence. He was always important in Volume 1's story and had some standout scenes, so this isn't really a knock against those early chapters, but in retrospect, you can feel the difference. By this point, Blue Archive had started leaning harder into Sensei not just as a player stand-in, but as a character within the story itself, and I think the writing is better for it. Early on, the game took a more hands-off approach to the teacher. He's there, certainly, but his characterization was kept looser, broad enough that the player could project onto him more freely, to the point that even his gender was not canonized. As the story went on though, that approach gradually changed. Sensei became more defined, not just in his core traits, but in how he thinks, how he responds, and in the kind of presence he carries within a scene. Again, there were already moments of this even early on, but it became a bigger focus going forward, perhaps because of how well those scenes that attempted it landed. And personally, I think that highlights the main weakness of the true blank slate protagonist. In theory, a character built almost entirely for projection allows for roleplay, but in practice, it usually comes at the story's expense, because that kind of protagonist can only interact so deeply with the world around them. They can occupy events, but they rarely feel fully embedded into them. Other characters can't meaningfully bounce off them in a way that feels precise and human, because the character at the center is still being held at arm's length. They could be male or female, have any personality trait, look any type of way, while games naturally have to walk broader paths, even when they offer choices. So the more undefined the protagonist is, the harder it becomes for the narrative to generate true specific emotional weight around them. Yet once you begin defining that character, whether through temperament, moral instincts, perspective, or even something as basic as gender, they stop feeling like a vacant space for the player and start feeling like someone who genuinely exists in the world. And I think Blue Archive benefits immensely from that shift. The more Sensei is allowed to feel like an actual person, a specific kind of man with a specific way of caring for others, the stronger scenes like this become. Because now the story isn't just showing something bad happen near the player avatar, it's happening to someone who feels emotionally real. So when Alice turns that weapon on Sensei and her friends, his actions to his thoughts both before and during make the moment land with far more force than if it would have been written earlier in the game's life. And for the girl who wanted nothing more than to be a hero, the realization of what she'd done after it was shattering. In its wake, Alice brands herself the villain, the Demon King she swore to defeat. In response, Sensei tries to comfort her, insisting this isn't her fault, but those words are immediately shadowed. Against the reality Tsukatsuki Rio forces Alice to confront, as the woman walks into the club room with an army of Amastroids and Neru. Rio lays out what the player and Sensei has yet to understand, what only she and Himari knew. Alice is an artifact of a supposed ancient doomsday cult, the Nameless Priests, where she was meant to serve as their weapon, an android built to bring about the world's destruction. And now that Alice has turned her hand against Sensei and her clubmates, this was all Rio needed to solidify her convictions. Alice must be eliminated. She is a robot masquerading as a person, a way to trick the people of Kivotos into letting their guard down, so that she may bring forth the destruction of humanity. If Alice's own thoughts hadn't already broken her, these words finish the job. The android sobbing as Sensei and her friends stand up to defend her. However, Rio isn't taking no for an answer. Thus, following this, she gives her army the order to take the girl by force. Yet, before such actions can be finished, Neru, growing more furious with every line of Rio's justification, turns. She breaks from her master and moves to protect her friend. Despite this, the seminar president doesn't flinch. She accounted for this possibility after all, resulting in the traitor immediately being attacked by a figure from the shadows. As it turns out, CNC was not a group of 4, instead there was a 5th employed within their ranks, a hidden operative that worked alone, serving as Rio's secret personal bodyguard. And the new obstacle in the group's way, Asuma Toki.
Sensei.
Call sign 04, despite prior statements, is in truth the strongest made. The contradiction within those past remarks stems from the secrecy around Rio's personal bodyguard. As given so few even knew Toki existed, she was no more than a rumor in the wind, and that secrecy has cost her a life of her own. You'll notice her bio lists her as 16, while also stating she's a first-year high school student. This is not because she failed. Toki was held back because she never attended class. To appear in public would expose her existence, make Rio less safe, and reveal the secret weapon kept in reserve. Even her listed hobby is not really a hobby at all, but the absence of one. Toki has never been allowed to exist outside of this role. She has been treated less like a person and more like a tool. A facet that is readily apparent in her personality. Isolation hasn't merely made her awkward, it has stripped her down into someone almost machine-like. She struggles with basic human interaction, rarely expresses emotion, and moves through life as though she exists only to carry out orders. That creates the volume's clearest contrast. Alice, though an android, is full of things that make someone feel human. Emotion, curiosity, playfulness, connections. Toki, despite being human, has been reduced to something closer to a machine, unexpressive, literal, and built to obey. Where even after this story concludes and Toki is reintroduced into Millennium life, these facets of her personality don't just vanish. It isn't an act for her boss, it's how she was taught to operate. She lost her humanity in taking this position, and we see that clearly within her relationship story. Post Volume 2, Sensei finds her waiting in his office, asking for orders. Because with the teacher ultimately freeing her from Rio, Toki concludes that her leash now falls to him. Such logic felt natural to her, because she knows nothing else anymore. Obviously, this is not a proposition Sensei is at all willing to accept. He wants his students to prosper as their own people. His guidance is not demand. Yet these appeals are similarly not accepted by the maid. And from here, the story turns into a push and pull of Toki struggling to comprehend what he wants for her. First acting as Sensei's bodyguard from the shadows, attacking anyone suspicious who comes into contact with the teacher. Then later, showing total bewilderment when Sensei pushes Toki to spend time with friends or go to class, the girl completely unable to comprehend normal relationships or school life. As we go forward, though never truly breaking her stoicism, something more soft emerges. Whether it is her previously suppressed personality or one newly formed is hard to say. But regardless, Toki starts to make small jokes, insert herself into conversations, and generally enjoys her time with others, especially Sensei. These days, she finds herself in a trio of characters who are all a bit socially inept in their own way, making them truly a joy to be around, to the point that each has etched themselves into my favorites list. But time hasn't quite reached that point yet. And more pressingly, we have yet to speak about her uniform. Yes, returning us to the art of the maid attire would be Toki's outfit, one that is all utility, a long ankle-length A-line skirt, full sleeves, and a plain pinafore apron. It reads late 19th to early 20th century Anglo-Victorian, not the short soubrette cut of our French maid trio. No distraction, no playfulness, functioned first. It's the perfect mirror to her current role and temperament, disciplined, efficient, and until someone teaches her otherwise, built to serve.
そうでしょうか。特別なことではないと思いますが、先生がそう言ってくださって少し。
Though it's not an attire one will spend too much time getting accustomed to. As with Neru forcing Toki onto the back foot, Rio authorizes the use of Mode 2. With this, the layers of modesty shed, shoulders and thighs bare. Though not just for eye candy, but clearance for movement. Toki becomes a blur, and Double O hits the floor, taken out before anybody can even comprehend the situation. Stylistically, this look trades the old for the new. Mechanical sections now shown along both Toki's arms and legs alike. In a way, she becomes Millennium distilled, the forward advancement of a classic, from Anglo-Victorian to maid of the future. Thus, with her superiority established and Neru pinned, Rio steps in to take Alice. Yet, Sensei blocks her path, making it clear he won't let her hurt his student. Rio's reply to this is cold and aggressive, stating that Sensei is speaking nonsense. As an adult, he should be the one acting, the one thinking most logical. Yet right now, he's shielding a threat to the school, a weapon of unimaginable power. As the two continue arguing, Alice's friends soon follow, jumping in, attempting to shut Ryo's accusations down further. Voices rise as the argument spirals into a constant back and forth, until a whimper cuts through it.
全部アリスがいるから。アリスが魔王だから。アリスがここにいたら同じことが。アリスが勇者じゃないなら。そうですね。
Alice accepts Ryo's words and thanks everyone for the short life they'd given her, resigning herself to the fate of a demon lord. Because to her, the most heroic thing she can do in this situation is forfeit her life. Sensei refuses to accept that, but between Toki, the Ama asteroids, Ryo herself, and Alice's surrender, it doesn't matter. Ryo takes his student from him as tears streak down Alice's face. The turmoil carries into the next day. The club is demoralized, and Veritas can't reach Himari. Thus, the one hacker skilled enough to trace where Ryo fled to is presumed missing. Hopelessness sets in as a result, until a freshly awakened Momoi rallies the room, immediately turning to a rant as she comes to understand the situation. It doesn't matter if Alice is a demon lord, an ancient tool, whatever. She is and will always be their friend. Thus, they can't accept her being taken away. The game development department must exhaust every option to bring her back, no matter how small the odds. Whereas once this impassioned speech reaches its conclusion, frowns turn to resolve, senseis included. If Blue Archive teaches anything, it's to reach out. And there's one connection to Ryo that hasn't been looked into. The divine beast of the student council herself, Yuuka. Ryo's the president of Seminar after all. If anyone might know where she's taken Alice, it's her. And as it turns out, Yuuka does have insight, though it is not solely delivered by her. And instead, this will be our introduction to Ushio Noa. Purple eyes, white hair. Long legs, tightly fit within black tights, a white skirt, and a snug blazer that draws the eyes. Yes, Seminar's secretary delivers us another beauty out of Millennium, one that would have surely taken my heart had it not already been stolen. As touched on in Yuka's section, Noa's relationship with her clubmate is rather playful. She is often teasing Yuka for her feelings, whether they be about sensei or the girl's broader behavior, and that dynamic carries into their interactions with others. In a sense, Noa is the good cop to Yuka's bad, where Yuka will frequently reprimand the player or other students in an aggressive, demanding manner. Noa's demeanor is more gentle, like that of a mother correcting a child. And in that way, despite seemingly being more easygoing, many students find her more intimidating than her cohort. Broadly, Noa is hands-off, perhaps best represented in her distance from the plot until now. And conversely, it's her arrival that also teaches us more about her approach. She's an observer. She is noted as having an incredible memory, one that can detail every aspect of a meeting, a location, or whatever the subject is she's looking into. Noa picks up on what everyone else misses. This detail-oriented nature being the primary focus of her relationship stories. Her initial one takes place on the first day she met Sensei, where upon being assigned to the teacher, the man did not have any work for her to do, so she simply took to documenting Sensei himself, writing down every little detail to an admittedly uncomfortable degree. whereas Sensei is taken aback by her writing, not catching the minuscule nuances she was able to pick up on. Noa would then go on to tease the idea of selling her findings in a book, as surely with the amount of students infatuated with the teacher, she could make good money from such an endeavor. A prospect that does appear to be teasing, yet is said so seriously that it leaves the man begging for her to not. A good display of Noa's teasing habits persisting beyond Yuuka. Though more importantly, this ability of observation borders on obsession. In her relationship story for her nightgown unit, we see her room. It's spotless, the definition of minimalism, only containing the bare essentials with no personality represented in the decor. According to Noa, a blank canvas makes observation easier. It keeps her impartial. And this is perhaps the clearest indication of how much this mindset has colonized every moment of her life, to the point that it's designed around it. However, the best window into the mindset, literally so, comes at the end of the first story. As with the cancellation of an important meeting both Sensei and Noa were supposed to attend, the teacher chooses to go and see her, instead wishing to use this as personal time between them. Noa thanks him for this as she had no plans otherwise, and admits she struggles with life when it becomes static, preferring the noise and disorganization of the hectic situations Millennium can offer. Noa goes on to say that if Sensei hadn't come to keep her company, she might have, well, caused trouble. It's a cute line delivered in gratitude, but ultimately very insightful into her obsession, as it displays that it's not simply about cleaning. Organization for Noa is comprehension. It's therapeutic. She finds intrigue and solace in piecing together the unruly, or taking in every little detail that goes into things, whereas the absence of such, being nothing to observe, makes her restless. With this, the scene eventually closes as the two of them begin writing on the window, their feelings recorded on a ledger that will soon evaporate. Here we see Noa write, "Whom do you love best, enigmatic man," equivocally in French, a passage from Baudelaire's The Stranger. Prior, Noa's been linked to the author since the first promotional Blue Archive video released, being spotted with a book cataloging his work. But this poem in particular is special, reading as thus when translated. "Whom do you love best, enigmatic man? Tell me, your father, your mother, your sister, or your brother? I have neither father, nor mother, nor sister, nor brother. Your friends. You help yourself to a word there whose sense leaves me clueless to this day. Your country then. I don't even know which latitude it resides in. Beauty. Beauty, capital B. I would love her willingly, were she a goddess and immortal. Gold. I hate it as much as you hate God. Well, what do you love, extraordinary stranger? I love the clouds that pass. Come see, come saw, above and beyond, the marvelous, ineffable clouds. Distance from fixed attachments, fascination with what passes unnoticed, finding beauty in the ephemeral. That is the message of the poem, and that is Noa. She isolates herself to the background to observe. She finds interest, fun, and even wonder in the things no one else will notice, cataloging each of them in the moments they go unappreciated, yet now made eternal by her pen. However, paradoxically, it's the words written into the glass of the building that she chooses to let fade. Not because she wishes to detach from them, but because that moment, one shared with Sensei, is not for her notebook, not for other eyes to lay sight on. It's a moment only to be written into her heart.
記録とは本来、現在の意思を未来に伝達するための手段だというのに、雨が止み、日が昇ったら消えてしまう。刹那の記録だなんて。
With Noah's value established, we return to the main story, finding the seminar girls, uncovering that President Rio has been siphoning money from Millennium for years, funding various projects such as the Ama asteroids Sensei encountered back in the club room. And biggest of all, Eridu, a fortress city the size of a Kivotos district. This location gets its namesake from the ancient Sumerian city in southern Mesopotamia. Historically, Eridu was one of the region's oldest cities, and a major religious center associated with Enki, the god of fresh waters and wisdom. Whereas in Sumerian myth, Eridu carries an even larger meaning. It was believed to be the first city granted kingship by the gods, the place where organized human rule began. Because of this, Eridu came to represent the beginning of civilization, authority, and order. Blue Archive flips this. Rio designs Eridu as the final safeguard against the end times, civilization's last tribute. Thus, the city where order began became the city meant to keep order from ending. And it's a location that will now be the group's target as plans for counterattack begin. It's decided that once Veritas secures a route of infiltration, 2 teams will be made, Neru leading the maids on the front lines, making a commotion in order to grab Toki's attention, while a second group, consisting of Sensei, the game development department, as well as the engineering department, will slowly make their way to the central tower, the area that Alice is currently believed to be held at. Now this plan goes off without a hitch, as CNC puts on a display that rivals the peaceful protest of leftist America, quickly drawing the attention of Toki, but unlike the last encounter, the entire team is here to back Neru up, turning the tides into the girls' favor. Yet remember, Big Sister is always watching, preparing for every contingency. As such, the second team doesn't stay under the radar for long. Whereupon their proceedings becoming known, Rio in hologram form addresses the team with some humanity, asking them to understand her reasoning, that what she's doing isn't a choice she is ultimately comfortable with, but one that nonetheless is necessary for the protection of Kivotos. The game devs spit at this, Momoi specifically stating she's put together better written plot scenarios in her games than the drivel Rio is trying to sell. Thus, with an olive branch turned down, a dejected look comes to the president's face, lamenting that no one will ever understand her. Yet it doesn't matter in the end, because she is going down a path she believes is correct, leaving the group to fight her most advanced combat robot, the Avant-Garde, where the city then begins to shift and relocate itself, separating the once finely coordinated teams, as Rio's counterplay is set into motion. This is her board after all, and she has lines prepared for every move. At the same time Sensei and his team fight through Eridu, it becomes clear to the player that Himari's disappearance was indeed the work of Rio, the wheelchair-bound super hacker sitting locked in a cell. And as we come into this scene, we're presented with a scolding of Rio from Himari, one that delivers a perspective that's worth tucking away for now. Himari frames Rio's greatest strength as her greatest flaw, stating that when Rio believes a course is just, she surges forward without looking back. It lets her achieve many a great thing, even under pressure, yet it blinds her to any path but the nuclear option. If she'd work with people instead of over them, she could do so much more. However, an explosion punctuates the thought, the super hacker's extraction arriving. Amy in many ways can be both a surprising parallel to Toki as well as a further example in her comparisons between Himari and Rio, as she fills the same bodyguard role as Toki did, but for the former. Where Rio turned Toki into a secret tool, Himari treats Amy as close to an equal as she seemingly can. Their dynamic is reminiscent of a manzai comedy act, manzai being the traditional Japanese style of comedy in which one actor plays the funny man and the other the straight man, as opposed to the strict command chain-oriented relationship of Toki and Rio, when the super genius hacker makes her great proclamations of her superiority or generally acts overzealous. Amy is quick to make a sarcastic remark, poke holes, or pull into question Himari's claims. Yet Amy isn't simply the straight man of the duo. It's fair to say that position is one that has its back and forth. As well, her personality is more muted. She's fairly out there herself, something that is evident immediately at a glance. The Blue Archive designs we've looked at so far are fairly unbusy and grounded within reality. Things like schoolgirl outfits or combat gear accentuated by good design language and smart accessorizing. This is true throughout the vast majority of the game, whereas Amy's outfit is almost hard to understand. It's composed of an unbuttoned white uniform shirt, shrugged off at the shoulders, a black bikini top with peculiar front zippers, where a red tie is threading the chest between. Then there's an oversized coat, also shrugged off, with a mini skirt covered in attachments below. It can look like the clothes are practically melting off, especially with how her line work leans closer to a sketch. Though it's not that I'm pointing this out to say I don't like Amy's look. While it does flirt with being over-designed, I believe choices like its color blocking make it not as garish, as designs spoken of in the early portions of this video. However, the purpose of this then is to say the outfit is so disheveled and unusual that it sticks out amongst most of the cast. Yet that's indicative of who Amy is on some level. It becomes fairly evident that she is socially unaware, perhaps a running theme of this volume. While in this case, the demeanor of the student is mostly subdued, her failure to comprehend social norms dips into the absurd, whether it be from a lack of reaction to situations that warrant them, or a failure to understand others' reactions. The most frequent case for displaying this is her outfit choices, or at times lack thereof. One of Sensei's earliest experiences with this is in taking her clothing shopping, where upon trying on outfits, Amy begins taking everything off in public, then and there, with the teacher quickly hurrying them both to a changing room before the situation is misunderstood. Though, as stated, these absurd circumstances don't always have to do with clothing, whether they be simple misunderstandings or her outlandish ideas, such as creating a portable fan that has the power of an industrial-sized one, leading to hijinks. However, there is one detail that sort of connects everything we're discussing here. Amy suffers from chronic hyperthermia, a condition where one's natural body temperature is above what is normal, resulting in the girl always feeling as if she's in heat. The half-off clothes, the questionable zippers, they all serve function. They're vents for particularly heat-prone areas of the body. Combine that with the iffy social calibration, and it begins to make sense why these situations in particular are so frequent. Though in saying that, it is clear that she simply just doesn't care about adhering to social norms, as she seems to understand her actions appear as unorthodox on occasion. Yet her body temperature is simply the greater concern. Regardless, it all results in Amy always looking for a chance to strip down. Which brings us back to Himari. As while her personality is over the top in comparison to Amy, Amy's appearance and actions often lean absurd, reversing the dynamic in a plethora of situations, Himari being the one to lean closer to the straight man of the group within sarcasm, reprimandment, and a general back and forth. They both play each role, but in completely opposing ways, something that only escalates once Toki joins them and becomes that socially inept trio briefly mentioned. For that reason, Amy's ranking has slowly risen over time in a similar manner to Toki for me. Simply put, she's fun, and invites the imagination in a plethora of ways. Whether on her own or in a group setting, you're sure to get memorable moments, and even more memorable faces in abundance.
寒くないよ。大丈夫。逆に今が涼しくてちょうどいいくらい。いい気分。先生も入る？ ふーん、いいけど。
Though Amy's arrival is still not the most shocking turn of events to be currently taking place on Rio's board, as the ultimate MVP assist belongs to the appearance of Sumire, who with the help of Veritas' Chihiro was able to snatch the mirror from contraband storage once more amid the unfolding chaos, and now with Himari freed and the mirror obtained. The second group is able to defeat the avant-garde robot with ease, an event that should spell victory, but instead, Rio stays 2 steps ahead, ordering Toki to fall back to the tower, the place every group is converging toward, where as they reach it, an armored silhouette drops from the sky. Abydos Siege, Rio's ultimate creation built for Toki. It's a suit that can utilize the entirety of Eridu's computational and electrical power to produce pseudo-foresight, meaning any move Sensei and his students can take is pre-modeled before it happens. It is both the ultimate offense and the ultimate defense. It's a weapon that perfectly symbolizes Rio's methods, always ahead. And that name, it comes from Abydos Siege, the 8th king of Babylon's first dynasty. During his reign, he faced a rebellion who sought independence from Babylon. In response, he tried to turn geography itself into a weapon, damming the Tigris River and its branches to cut off the rebels' retreat, forcing them into submission. A battlefield converted into an instrument of control. Blue Archive's Abydos Siege does the same with Eridu. It pulls from the city's grid, turns all of its power into prophecy, and tries to reduce battle to a solvable flowchart. At first, this works. No matter what CNC throws, Toki answers without hesitation. Every motion predicted, every angle closed. So then a different tactic is approached. Drive the suit into true 3-dimensional chaos. Rooftops, sightlines, angles that multiply faster than computation. Attempt to force it to chase possibility. However, the tactic proves insufficient. It does little more than stall Toki while the group inches ahead, and even that comes at a cost. Double O was already left bruised and bloodied, pushed toward her limit far faster than expected. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before the maids are fully worn down, and it's game over. Yet this is exactly where the counterplan is born. They had it wrong. Victory won't come from open space, but closed. If Abydos Siege can predict the future, then give it no present to process. Mustering everything they have in one final push, the team manipulates Toki's movements, funneling her into an elevator along with Neru. And once the doors seal, the assault begins. Wild, aggressive, non-stop shots taken, while the box rockets upward. Veritas controlling its trajectory with the mirror's help, resulting in gravity being in a constant flux. Tight walls, no breath between blows, shifting weight every half second. The machine stalls under not just the raw scale of computation needed within such close quarters combat, but the speed at which Neru pushes herself to move. By the time one strike is predicted, the next is already meeting its mark. Eventually, the suit hits its failure point, foresight collapsing under latency. And Neru doesn't just beat Abydos Siege or Toki, she beats Rio's premise. Blue Archive's Abydos Siege fails, just as the king it was named after. The rebels he wished to flush out endured, adapted, and mastered the very terrain he tried to use against them. Here the suit falls for the same reason, and as the wreckage settles, the seminar president concedes the truth she misread. The strongest fighter in Millennium wasn't Toki, it was Mikamo Neru, call sign 00. Amid the running battle, there is a second taking place atop the tower, but one that is internal. Here, Alice awaits tangled up in a web of cables, each shooting electrical pulses into her body, an execution designed to shatter her halo. Yet something keeps her alive, an existence we'll call Ki. Ki is the file from the G-Bible. However, what that entails isn't fully clear yet, but the pieces begin to create a picture. She is also Alice, or rather a program meant to pilot AL-1S. The Alice the teacher rescued was the shell that slipped away, thus Sensei took half of what was intended to be the true AL-1S. Whereas Ki seized her moment when the group returned to the ruins, the program hiding itself inside the Game Girl SP, charging in silence, before remotely issuing the automata from the outskirts to approach Millennium, eventually leading to one's arrival in the Veritas Clubroom. This robot serving as a conduit, allowing Ki to merge into Alice and boot the original mission, to destroy Kivotos. Neru's knockout blow severed the full integration, just long enough for the newly formed personality, our Alice, to take control and push Ki into the recesses of her mind. From there, Ki watched, confused as she observed the bond Alice had created with her friends and with Sensei. Those very connections keeping Ki suppressed, willpower versus prime directive. However, the balance of those weights has slowly been flipping, not only from the electricity being sent through Alice, but from the self-doubt the girl harbors. And though Ki protects the body from the torture, ensuring Alice won't be destroyed, the program is also gaining control in the process. So when the team reaches the top, and Rio finally admits defeat, accepting Sensei's scolding and bracing for further punishment, a new threat emerges. Ki frees herself and begins to take Eridu, uploading her own data into the system. This is Rio's worst fear incarnate. The fortress built on her hubris, believing she alone could prevent the future, now is the engine of Kivotos' destruction. And true to form, Rio goes nuclear, telling everyone to leave, stating she'll overload the system, sacrifice herself, and destroy AL-1S, erasing the problem before it can reach its conclusion. But as with everything she's asked of the teacher up until now, he meets this request with dismissal, telling her, It might sound strange to those that did not play Volume 2 upon its release, as players of today inevitably have the experience of knowing Rio's story goes further than our present, resulting in a largely positive reputation for the character. But in the past, that atmosphere was somewhat contested. Not to say Rio, even at release, didn't have her fans. I'd say she makes two very good Frame 1 arguments for why a player might be drawn to her, but simultaneously it was not uncommon to see unpleasant comments in discussion when it came to her character. And in watching new players who get into the story blind repeat that, definitely shows it was not something that happened without merit. The story up until Rio's introduction portrays Alice as a bundle of joy. Among everyone we've met, she takes the most daughterly role with Sensei. We watch her first words, her first friends, her first days of school. She's kind, she's well liked. We see who she is and who she can be. Then Rio takes that away for what Alice was supposed to be. She says awful things, hurts people, refuses any other voice in the room. No hesitation, straight to the extreme, to killing over hypotheticals. Worse, her plan to prevent the apocalypse is exactly what kickstarts it. So yes, it's easy to pick apart aspects of Rio or her plans, especially when such a strong connection has been built with Alice. But the years of she sorta sucks sprinkled into discussion were never ones I participated in. Honestly, they annoyed me, and still do. Because despite all of this, to me, it's just as easy to love Tsukatsuki Rio. As always, there's a more physical element to this in her design. There are students across all of Blue Archive who could be described as overdeveloped despite their in-game age, yet none come off as visually adult as Rio. She almost reads like a colleague, not a student. Long black hair, a 3-buttoned black blazer over a white turtleneck, a knife-pleated mini skirt, a pair of long legs wrapped up in black, opaque tights, stiletto heels, and lastly, a tablet in hand. All coming with a face set to business, no visible emotion. Though it's the red gaze to be found here that truly ties the design together. With the rest of her appearance washed of color, your eyes can't help but be locked to the crimson hue, intimidating yet so captivating. However, appearances only matter so much, don't they? Humans are emotional creatures, so it stands to reason that no matter how good her design is, not everyone can simply be swayed by attraction. And even for me, it's not the sole reason. My love for Rio goes back to that singular exchange. Stop putting everything on your own shoulders. In truth, that line is more of a summary of Sensei's words than a direct quote, but it captures his perspective perfectly. Rio's actions are derived from kindness, misguided as they may be at times. Just think. How many tragedies, both fictional or otherwise, take place because someone was too cowardly to act, to do what had to be done? Rio takes on the burden others won't for the good of humanity. That quality is admirable, but the execution is tragic, because despite her mature air, Rio is still a scared child. Contrast her with Himari, someone who can't fully experience the world, yet still finds so much wonder in it. Himari's instinct is to the occult because she wants to document the unpredictable, the unforeseen, whereas Rio simply seeks to destroy it. What she can't account for terrifies her. So she lives like a recluse, able-bodied, healthy, beautiful, yet hidden. She plots infinite scenarios and contingencies. Eridu is a testament to this, a city engineer to combat every possible scenario. Its very infrastructure is a weapon to be wielded, and she has to be the one that does so. The gun always needs to be in Rio's hand because trusting others just adds more unforeseen possibilities. That's paranoia, seeing the world exclusively as a threat, a sickness with no cure. It corrupts her good intentions because preparation never satisfies. Look where it led her, handing over the keys to her own destruction. So even at her worst, I never disliked Rio. I wanted nothing more than for her to be happy, because I truly pity a child who ended up like this, regardless of any of her faults. When it comes to Blue Archive's antagonist, they split into two distinct groups. There are evil adults who know exactly what they're doing, who prey on the innocent, wish to corrupt the world and the vulnerable. They don't get pity, forgiveness, or redemption from our protagonist. Sensei will make sure they don't hurt anyone again. But there are also those like Rio, misguided, isolated, used, or simply left without anyone to teach them better. Those kids deserve someone who believes in them. And for Rio, just as all of his students, that person becomes Sensei. Not just here in the current story, where he stops her sacrifice and finally shows her there is someone who understands her, that someone is there for her to turn to, but far beyond it. Because Rio's life doesn't suddenly 180 after this. If anything, she retreats even further into many of her bad habits, hiding her existence almost entirely, carrying the consequences of what she did in seclusion, operating from the shadows. Yet, the stories that follow begin to trace something that resembles recovery. Her attempts at redemption, her awkward steps toward forgiveness, and eventually her return to the spotlight, where through it all, Sensei remains a constant presence in her corner. Not only during those big dramatic moments, but in the smaller, more personal ones too, helping her with how to cook, supporting her creative endeavors, offering her companionship she'd never quite felt before. And in return, it's an experience that she hopes she can give Sensei all the same. But perhaps those stories are best saved for another time.
他にもっと重要な仕事があるでしょ。何を私のお世話理解に苦しむわ。でもあなたは そういう人だったわね。わかったわ。最後まで受け止めましょう。あなたがするお世話とやらを。
As we cut back to the narrative, the teacher declares he'll save all of his students, and instantaneously the power grid within Eridu is shut down. Noa and Yuka having been working behind the scenes the entire time, and with their success, Ki's integration stalls, as does the ignition of her so-called protocol Atrahasis. Atrahasis has been mentioned a few times within the text, and it is two things. Most pressingly, it is AL1S's kill order for Kivotos, but also a deliberate allusion to the epic of Atrahasis. From within that Mesopotamian tale, the high gods create humanity to take over the labor the lesser gods can no longer bear: ditch digging, brick hauling, the exhausting maintenance work of civilization. This idea ultimately works well, perhaps too well in fact, as humanity itself continues to grow and multiply, thus the noise from their life rises. Unable to tolerate it, Enlil, the ruling god, decides to erase his own solution, sending escalating catastrophes, plague, drought, famine, and finally a world flood to silence that noise. Thus we can draw a parallel, in that while the Nameless Priests, the creators of AL1S, are not the literal gods of the world, they were the bridge to them, a cult that communed with the Nameless, and ruled the land that would become Kivotos, via incomprehensible technology. They are creators in every practical sense, and like Enlil, the same hand now lifts to erase the creation. AL1S is the flood, and Atrahasis is the name that denotes the tale. So of course a flip of a power switch won't save Kivotos. Seminar's move buys the group minutes, not salvation, and Ki spends them immediately, sending hordes of automata to the tower that the maids and Veritas immediately take to fighting, in order to protect the core group, that being the game devs. But this does not solve the problem. The timer is ticking down for Ki to regain full control. If the game development department could reach Alice the way they did at Veritas' clubroom, reawakening her new personality, maybe there's a chance to completely put a stop to things. But with no trace of the Alice they know and Ki's integration into Eridu, there doesn't seem to be a singular road to salvation open. Until the beautiful sight of Millennium's genius super hacker finally arrives in the flesh. Though ironically, her solution involves the teacher leaving his, as there is one possibility to reach Alice. Much like how Ki once stayed in the recesses of Alice's mind, the same is now true in reverse. If Sensei and the game development department agree to allow their minds to be uploaded into Ki through the use of a neural link device, they have the opportunity to commune with Alice, but also a chance they may not be able to return. It's for this reason that Rio interjects, trying to stop them from taking such a dangerous route, as no one needs to risk their life but her. However, Himari says there's nothing to worry about. She believes in the people before her, and they believe in their relationship with Alice. So Sensei and the game development department accept the risk, diving into AL1S's mindscape. Upon arriving, they're met with a recreation of the same room they once found Alice's physical form in, where, in their approach, it becomes clear why the girl's personality has completely surrendered to Ki. She doesn't want to come back. The child whose only aspirations were wanting to play video games and make friends has watched those very friends suffer endlessly because of her. In her words, she doesn't want to press continue. She wants to select game over so that the damage stops with her. However, the club won't allow that. Just as easily as Alice can list off all the bad her life has brought, her friends are quick to shoot back, reminding her of all the good times they had, from playing video games to creating their own and even gaining fans, the time they spent with Sensei, the fun adventures they had on campus. If Alice really insists on game over, then the game development department will sit at the shrine and hit resurrect as many times as it takes. The group's collective speech ending with one final interjection, stating that even if Alice truly is a demon lord, then they'll just create a game where a demon lord gets to become a hero and reclass into whatever they want. In response, tears begin to slide down Alice's face as she begins to ask the question, can a demon lord be allowed a happy ending? Can she truly continue questing with everyone? We're following this. Sensei walks over, offering out his hand, and reassures her that Alice can be whatever she wants. So, what does Alice want to be?
それならもう貸したいです。アリスも勇者になって桃井、緑、ゆず、そして先生と冒険を続けたいです。魔王であるアリスがそうしても許されるのなら。
With the acceptance of her friends and more importantly, the acceptance of herself, as Alice does not throw away the status of Demon Lord fully, instead reshaping it, turning it into the backstory of a legendary hero, where that determination manifests into her mindscape as the Sword of Light, her weapon that she quickly moves to wield. However, Ki's own consciousness attempts to put a stop to this, stating that the weapon she holds is a tool for destruction, invoking AL1S's original purpose one final time. But Alice simply replies with a correction. No, this is a weapon of a hero, because that is what I choose to be. The girl then pointing the Sword of Light at the mindscape itself. As the imagery around the game development department fades, the automata in the real world fall to the ground, and Eridu's system is freed. Alice won. Thus, she gets to return to the simple daily life of playing games and goofing off in that club room that made all of this possible. But perhaps what sums up things best is the final exchange between Rio and Sensei before the now ex-seminar president removes herself from office and goes into hiding, the woman stating the improbability of Alice's success and of everything Sensei involved himself in. It's an outcome she could have never calculated, imagined, or even thought possible, where in response Sensei simply replies with, "Nothing is impossible for my students." Taken on its whole, Volume 2 was certainly a leap from the equivalent chapters in Volume 1. While those certainly had peaks within their storytelling and characters, both aspects are far surpassed within what's delivered here. As stated, the pure concentration of, in my opinion, what are the best characters in the game is staggering for Millennium. And improperly utilizing them for this story, its heights turn to mountains where there were once hills. Whether we're speaking of the action scenes born from the maids crossing paths with both protagonist and antagonist, the emotional scenes built around Alice, or the continued fleshing out of Kivotos and the world's greater concepts. Everything feels cleaner, sharper, and ultimately stitched much tighter together, with the production value itself certainly rising to the occasion. And then there's the overall message. On the surface, this is a story about self-acceptance and authorship over one's path. On its own, that's already a narrative I tend to be drawn toward, even if it doesn't always land. Because what often becomes the Achilles heel of these stories is that acceptance can become rejection in disguise. Acknowledgement is part of change, whether literally or metaphorically. So when a character simply discards the thing they were afraid of or denies a truth about themselves or something broader, it can feel less like moving forward in the face of adversity and more like hiding inside a comfortable delusion. However, this story avoids that entirely. Being a demon lord is simply part of our hero's journey, a backstory, not a verdict, and the narrative is far stronger for it. That said, this is not really what I want to focus on when it comes to Volume 2 in totality. As like many aspects of this volume, these days my thoughts are drawn to the metatext that has since begun to exist in the writing. When its first chapter played out, the global fate of Blue Archive was in limbo, forced down a path by regulators, platforms, and 8,000 external hands trying to rewrite what Blue Archive wanted to be. For a while, just like Alice, that path seemed accepted. Then both players and later devs alike fought for that original vision. Sensei's energy manifested in reality by thousands fold. The result is the franchise we know now. Anime, mangas, concerts, crossovers, merch, and a flood of fan work so constant it's become part of culture. It's not that Blue Archive just references games anymore. Other media references it. The otaku space and the world at large has forever changed in part because Volume 2's real-world fight happened, while the story arc that accompanied it, well, it's like poetry, it rhymes. The lessons carried in the text are the same we observed in reality. Yet it is important to recall it wasn't just standing behind the devs that got us here. Part of the change came from consequence, fans punishing the bad calls, which that too loops back to the game. Volume 2's antagonist isn't a black suit or Kaiser, not an evil adult but a misguided child. Thus we see a different side of Sensei when compared against the other students so far. One that sees him taking a harsher approach, but nonetheless one that is nurturing. He reprimands and punishes Rio when necessary, but also still shows her belief, offering comfort, pointing out her good. As being an adult means knowing where that line is, guiding without controlling, seeing the flaw, and helping grow the person around it. Two students, Alice and Rio, struggle on opposite ends of that line, one drowning in guilt of a future forced upon her, the other crushed beneath the futures only she believes she can prevent. Sensei shows Alice she isn't bound by the role she was built for, while he teaches Rio that the world won't fit inside her flowcharts. He sets them both on better paths, ones that diverge for now, but already begin to curve toward each other. Which brings us to Volume 3. Now, before getting into the next volume, there's something worth clarifying about the presentation of this video, and how that relates back to the structure of Blue Archive itself. Typically, the most natural way to present a story is chronologically, and up until the end of Volume 2's first chapter, that is exactly what we had been doing. However, with our shift into Volume 2, Chapter 2, i.e. everything post Rio's appearance in the narrative, we actually broke that flow of time. The reason for this is that Blue Archive's volumes are not organized purely around Sensei's chronology. They are organized around specific academies and groups. So while Volume 2 Chapter 2 sounds like it should take place directly after Volume 2 Chapter 1, the entirety of Volume 3 and Volume 4 Chapter 1 actually happens in between these. That might sound counterintuitive, but from a world-building perspective it does make sense. Sensei is not spending months at one academy while each other crisis politely waits its turn. Kivotos is alive. Its academies are moving at the same time. And structurally breaking these arcs apart also prevents the story from burning through one school's entire narrative potential all at once. Even if speaking on them isolated is easier for me. Thus, naturally, there are benefits both in and out of universe to letting each academy breathe. And to the game's credit, it does point you in the right direction, telling you when a chapter should not be read until earlier stories have been completed. But if I had one criticism here, it would definitely be the presentation. The narrative structure itself makes sense, but the labeling does not communicate that structure clearly, nor does the UI of the main story menu. At minimum, these chapters should be listed chronologically somewhere on this screen. Which brings me back to why we're even talking about this. These volumes, regardless of my criticism of the presentation, are arranged this way for a reason. It's to keep each academy's personal narrative tightly threaded, as they build into the big event stories. And similarly, it's for that reason that I've chosen to cover the story more closely to that designation, rather than purely by release order. Which I know most of you are well aware by me going directly into Chapter 2 of Volume 2, but beyond me wanting to give my thoughts now that there is a break in the story, where I feel it won't ruin the flow of the narrative, I also know that videos like this draw on people who have never so much as touched a Blue Archive. So just making sure everyone's caught up. That all said, let's talk about what will be the focus of the rest of our runtime today, the Eden Treaty. It's an event that has existed as a whisper since the beginning of Volume 1, always off to the side, referenced, implied, mentioned in passing, but never quite center stage. And keep in mind, we are not covering every side event here. Thus, while the phrase may seem minuscule from the perspective of this video alone, take my word for it. These syllables were present in some form, though only now are they finally taking focus. So, what is the Eden Treaty? In simple terms, it is a pact meant to cease the long-standing rivalry between the Trinity and Gehenna academies, in the face of looming threats against Kivotos. An attempt to trade inherited hatred for trust, to bury a feud before it festers into something far worse. However, a key factor in its creation was the General Student Council President. She was the one who orchestrated the whole ordeal. With her gone, missing as of the prologue, talks concerning the Eden Treaty seem to be falling through, or at the very least, tension seems to be rising in the background as dealings proceed. This all leads to a certain irony when we look at the namesake of this event compared to its reality. To explain, Eden is the Hebrew word for delight or pleasure, and is the paradise spoken of in scripture. It is a place that exists nowhere and cannot be found. Thus, the document exists to create that paradise, a land without strife. Yet, despite such goals, the tale of the Eden Treaty is a cynical endeavor, one that will make you doubt people and truth. A tale that is gloomy, sad, painful, and ultimately bitter. Yet it is one Shalai Sensei must see to its end. So just as before, we must start at the beginning. This time, opening up on Sensei teaching a class. As surprise, his life is not all about saving the world or taking students on questionable dates. And as a result, this is one of my favorite earlier aspects of the story, seeing the moments of Sensei being, well, a typical Sensei. But before we follow that lesson, let's first take a step back to examine the scenery the teacher finds himself in, as well as how he got here. This is Trinity. While the design philosophy of Millennium remains my favorite when it comes to uniforms, and the girls in those uniforms, it's Trinity as a location that shines. This is the school of the angels after all, so fittingly it has dedication to order, elegance, and etiquette, an ethos that is present in the proper attire of the school uniform as well as the surrounding imagery. Where Millennium was the land of futuristic tech, Trinity is more traditional, Christian chapels, old European buildings, with a particular emphasis on British architecture. This to me is easily one of the most beautiful in terms of academies. Where at its head is the Tea Party. You'll recall the mention of them back at Volume 1, but here we finally meet its members, that being Mika and Nagisa, with the one not in attendance being Seiya due to her current illness. Each of these girls will get their own time in the spotlight later, but for now our focus is on their request. As you can imagine, grades are quite important for an academy as prestigious as Trinity, the school holding the pen to the same standard as the sword, or I guess gun in Blue Archive's case. To that end, a particular club has been set up for students who are failing to meet these expectations, the fittingly named Make Up Work Club. Which, who better to guide these students falling off the path than Sensei? Though the more whimsical of the group, Mika, does state some questionable rumors have been floating around about the teacher. Yet, despite this, they are far outweighed by the praises and accomplishments that precede him. A sentiment that is only further bolstered by the manner in which Sensei agrees to the arrangement. And honestly, it simply sounds nice to just do an honest day's work for once, nothing more than teaching classes as opposed to literal lives on the line. Which brings us to the first member and new president of this club, Ajitani Hifumi.
隅々まで綺麗に。
We return to the Perero mega fan we met back at Abydos. And it's fitting that her most notable trait to be recalled is, well, normal for girls. This fixation and hobby of collecting plushies. While it is being taken to an extreme in some cases, it's one of many examples that stand to show that against this wild cast of characters within Blue Archive, that being androids, hitmen, succubi, or the multitude of other extreme entities and personalities, Hifumi remains grounded. That is ultimately her appeal. She's a cheerful, pleasant girl. The one who always smiles, checks in on people, and brightens the room. Yet, even this has relative normalcy to it. She's not the mom of the group as we've seen with other characters, nor does she have particularly impressive intelligence, insight into the world, deep pockets, or experience. Hifumi's not especially talented in a way that is unusually resourceful or different. The way she helps people can be described as ordinary. Her backpack stands as a pinnacle example of such. What lies inside is preparation certainly, but not some elaborate strategy. Bandages, snacks, stationery, pillows, simple things. The sort of basics anyone could think to bring, yet most people don't. Hifumi isn't predicting every possible disaster. She's just considered enough to imagine the small problems her friends might run into. So if an issue arises, there's always a chance she'll have just the thing to help. Not because she overthought the situation, but because she cared enough to be ready. Design-wise, well, the topic once more comes back to her plush obsession. That previously mentioned backpack is modeled after Perero, with Hifumi's color palette, whites and soft yellows, following suit, while the attire as a whole reads as proper schoolgirl. Buttoned cardigan, skirt, stockings, everything worn as intended. Conversely, most students bend and alter their uniform to express themselves to some degree, whereas Hifumi wears hers straight. Yet that's part of what makes her so cute, does it not? In truth, this will likely be one of the shortest of these character sections, though not from a lack of interest. Hifumi is my favorite of the group after all. However, she demands the least words for me to justify that statement. No buried historical reference to decode, nor a particular quirk in her personality that needs dissecting, no inner conflict that needs analyzing, or even a lengthy explanation of some niche appeal. Hifumi is the girl next door, kind, upbeat, innocent in a childish way men tend to appreciate. She gets excited and giddy, possibly even a little silly about the things she loves. Yet she often shows maturity as a person, whether it's in the way she tries to do what she can for others, be responsible, or simply how she wears her interest on her sleeve. The thing I said I love most about Blue Archive's design philosophy shines brightest within her. The beauty of simplicity. Every part of Hifumi is ordinary, yet she's a student who becomes so much more than the sum of those parts when you put those pieces together.
はい、どこでも大丈夫です。先生と一緒にいられるなら。
Though perhaps it's because of that relatively normal existence, that Hifumi is actually the only one who manages to show up for the first day of the Makeup Work Club, as the rest of this newly formed group, due to their more eccentric nature, are not able to make attendance, all being located within the walls of the Justice Task Force, Trinity's official police force, similar to that of Gehenna's prefect team. However, despite the rest of the students on our ledger all being located within the JTF, that does not mean all of them are being detained, as there is one exception, Shimoe Koharu. Though a lower-ranking member, Koharu is part of this organization, specifically in charge of contraband, and a serious elite amongst her peers. At least that's how she would describe herself, despite reality painting a very different picture, as evident by her being moved to the Makeup Work Club. Though this dichotomy, or perhaps delusion, is the student's greatest strength as a character. Koharu is brash, erratic, and quick to sneer at almost everyone, sensei included. with the sole exceptions being her higher-ups within Trinity's power system, particularly her JTF superiors. For everyone else, Koharu polices anything she deems indecent or perverse as if she's a missionary zealot, from outfits to magazines and behavior. However, it's within these facts that we get her true personality. Koharu feels inferior. She looks up to figures like Hasumi, one of her superiors within the task force, with open envy. Not in the corrosive sense, but in the longing kind. She wants to be what she sees in Hasumi. Strong, composed, a true arbiter of justice. Yet she's afraid she will forever be viewed as a small cog, no better than an unnotable grunt. Thus she acts out. This boisterous personality attempts to make up for all that she lacks. As expected, Sensei comes into that crossfire often, Koharu accusing him of perversion at the slightest pretext. Where, to be fair, that's not completely unjustified, is it, given the scenarios the teacher gets up to? Yet, even when the evidence of such is innocent, these outbursts persist. At a glance, then, it's very easy to read this as the girl wearing her emotions on her sleeve. She reacts overzealously because she's passionate about her position, about proving herself. And I'm sure she would tell you something along those lines if you questioned it, that she simply wishes to rid the Academy of all indecency. However, this is not the entire truth. Watch the tales that follow the accusations, the panic glance, the sweat, the flush. The student hoards the very material she condemns, the contraband cop with a contraband stash stored away in her bag at all times, a covert pervert. While this is mostly played for laughs, as few other than Sensei seem to be able to catch on to Koharu's true nature, this portrays her very differently to prior brats. While similarly to Mutsuki, she creates situations that could easily be seen as lewd, and follows such actions with accusations that Sensei is an indecent pervert, as if he's orchestrated the whole scenario. However, said statements are not delivered with teasing laughter, but instead a stutter, where the former exists to be challenged and corrected to the pleasure of both parties. Koharu requires something more gentle. If she perceives Sensei ever being too aggressive with denial or mean, she tears up. Perhaps she'd even outright cry if one were to go in the other direction and take the attention she's craving away, playing to that insecurity she harbors. Despite all of Koharu's talk, these emotions really can be seen everywhere, even in gameplay, whether it's the way she clings to her rifle in her key art or the general mannerisms of her model, which brings us to the design. Wings seem to be a particular highlight, even more so than the rest of the Trinity students, as Koharu has two sets, a standard pair at her back as well as small winglets at her head, an area the developers have stated smells like strawberries, though I'm more drawn to the idea of them fluttering during particularly embarrassing moments. However, while noteworthy, this isn't the most striking part of her design, as that would be the black lines across her body. While normally covered by her clothing, her swimsuit art reveals this fully, a long vertical mark running from lower lips to nearly making it to the top set, and a single horizontal stroke at her neck, visually resolving into a cross, leading us to where I believe this student's design truly takes inspiration from, the seraphim, one of scripture's many angelic types, as yes, while unfunny memes proliferate on social media, declaring only seraphim to be the biblically accurate angels, the Bible describes multiple classes with wildly different forms. That said, in Koharu's case, we stick to the seraphim, the burning ones, because they are angelic beings associated with multiple wings, divine fire, and purification, which maps rather cleanly to our covert pervert. In design, it's the multiple wings we see. In character, it's the enforcer of proper order and justice, one that too burns with that intense heat from both passion to the endless string of embarrassments those flustered cheeks are put through, leaving us with one final aspect to look into, the outfit. It's clearly a size too big, one shoulder slipping, while its overly long sleeves swallow her hands, where if we look down we see her knees are flushed pink. In general, her art appears rather bashful, leading to an appearance that reads like one of innocence. Yet those black lines do peek out even when she's buttoned up. It's like an encoded confession. It's a design that masterfully intertwines with the characterization. The purity front and the private fixations occupy the same body, hiding in plain sight.
待って、もしかしてこのままだと私、先生とこういう展開、本で何度も見たこ
Urawa Hanako, one of the detainees within the JTF, and further, one that contrasts heavily with her prior enforcer, as where Kaharu hides lewdness, Hanako broadcasts it. She's a walking lexicon of innuendo and double entendre. She feels absolutely no shame in embracing the perverse, whether it's the inappropriate things she says, walking around campus in a swimsuit such as in our current story, or going totally no pan when it was finally her time to get a summer unit. Normally the shameless archetype isn't my thing, but Hanako represents something about Blue Archive as a whole that drives my interest in the game: the implication. There are plenty of gacha that go full throttle on lewdness, and that option should exist, do not mistake my words. But Blue Archive, like myself, usually prefers artistic restraint and styled suggestion over full exposure. The lewdness of Blue Archive is frequently implied or in the realm of titillation. It's closer to ecchi than outward hentai. And more broadly to this point, I often state that clothing is hotter than that of nudity, for a multitude of reasons. Style itself being the biggest factor, but even speaking strictly within the realm of lewdness, it can be the way your mind fills in the blanks, the way the clothing pulls the imagination, or highlights parts of the body. Hanako's summer look is a perfect example. It's hardly more than an oversized white dress shirt, the kind that could plausibly be your own, clinging outlining her figure and translucent in all the right ways, hinting what she might not be wearing underneath. It's frankly far more erotic than that of the bikinis found throughout gacha. It offers more aesthetically, implicitly, and yes, even sexually, despite the latter revealing more skin. Less isn't always more, implication often is. Hanako embodies this sort of sweet spot as a character. Though ironically, she wasn't always conceived this way. Developer comments state an early past framed her as shy and introverted, and you can still see residue of that. A perpetually flushed face similar to Kaharu, innocent posing within her art, and plain and proper Trinity staples, the pleated white skirt, and tidy sailor-esque blouse. Yet simultaneously, it really is easy to imagine the pivot, the type of thought creeping in like, what if the sweetest looking girl says the most obscene things? The contrast is both the joke and the hook. However, there was obviously something lewd here from the start, as Hanako is generously endowed. Perhaps it was initially meant to contrast her first pass of her personality, giving a lewd body to someone so innocent, but in the here and now it almost seems weaponized, as eyes are easily drawn to the area due to the large bow she adorns across it, a fact she is no doubt aware of, and most likely even intends for. Which brings us to the next aspect of her lewdness, those innuendos and the double entendres. Those aren't easy to pull off. And make no mistake, Hanako is not shouting vulgarities at random. The wordplay often has timing, setup, and target awareness. That takes thought. Some would even say it's a flex of intelligence. And as time passes, it does become clear that this is the case. Hanako could be an honor student if she so much as attempted to, and her social skills, in how she sizes up and understands people, is similarly sharp. Thus, Hanako may put the perversion first and foremost, but there's definitely more going on with her, though not all of it is so positive as stating she's intellectually gifted. In Momo Talk, characters have a sort of status message when you get to text them. In Hanako's case, it states she's down for any private messaging. Now, don't get that twisted, as it's not another mark of perversion, an invitation for something explicit. Instead, as you go through her relationship stories, it becomes evident that this status, and many other aspects we've observed, are indicative of her loneliness, which might seem surprising as Hanako is the type to definitely get along with everyone, and she inserts herself with ease into any group or conversation. However, loneliness isn't so simple. You can be surrounded by people and still have that feeling creeping in, whether it's longing for a specific type of connection or anything else. Volume doesn't always fill the void, thus she reaches out to Sensei in the hope of finding that, as well as confiding certain feelings. What he comes to understand is this isn't a student with a tragic backstory or anything so extravagant. In fact, she seems quite well off, yet neglected in specific ways, as if her parental figures took well enough care of her, both physically and monetarily, but were not there emotionally. What appears to initially be straightforward perversion is simply rebellion, attention-seeking. She doesn't say the things she does out of attraction or desire, but simply to cope. That's why it's important that within her time with Sensei, In filling the void that had been left for so long, the method in which Hanako conducts these exchanges begins to change, because for once, they are genuine.
人影のない自然な姿。ええ、何も着飾ってないありのままの姿なんです。だからそれを一緒に感じてほしくて、先生さえよろしければ。
That's a bit more than I expected to say on Hanako, but perhaps it's warranted as we will be sidestepping the last member of the club for now, that being Azusa for narrative reasons. What we can say currently is that she too was locked up in a cell at the JTF, though not for lewd attire like Hanako. Instead, the crime was far more serious, engaging in violent attacks on school grounds. Thus, it's sufficient to say Sensei has assembled an interesting group of students for this volume. Now, with the girls gathered, we're given the basic premise of the Makeup Work Club. The goal is simple if not self-explanatory. The students will raise their grades through extra classes and coursework. The consequences of failure, however, are far steeper than one might assume. If any student hasn't passed by the third exam, every student will be expelled, not just themselves. Yet at this stage, Hifumi is the only one privy to that fact. The rest not understanding they're holding the fate of everyone else on their shoulders, allowing the early sections of the volume to play more like the typical hijinks, giving us time to better understand these characters before the pressure fully sets in. We get moments such as Koharu boasting about her power level, insisting she's some based elite who does not belong here, while Hanako does the opposite, suppressing hers, playing more absent-minded and less intelligent than she really is, these two being at constant odds throughout the volume, as Hanako, the shameless pervert, finds endless pleasure in the teasing and taunting of the repressed Koharu. This isn't to say it's all hijinks early on, however, as pretty quickly the students do put pencil to paper and complete their coursework diligently. Hanako and Hifumi even slip into some impromptu tutoring, giving the false impression that this might be a red herring, a quick, wholesome detour before the real story kicks in. Though those assumptions vanish the moment Sensei begins grading the papers. Yes, the result leaves only Hifumi passing, yet she's the one who faints from stress, because she alone understands what those scores actually mean. The others meanwhile offer creative excuses for their failure, and as for the teacher, he comes to understand just how daunting the task he signed up for truly is. Which brings us to Nagisa. Following the teacher's first day with his new class, he brings her his report. However, she oddly isn't bothered by the grades. Something that's a bit concerning, isn't it? Leading Sensei to learn the truth. The Makeup Work Club is a front. Its real purpose is not to save these girls' academic careers, but a convenient method in which to execute its fail state. Expel all of these students. So we must ask the why then? Well, Nagisa believes one of these girls is a traitor to Trinity, trying to sabotage the Eden Treaty, with each student having their own list of justifications that Nagisa does not fully expose. Regardless, the girl offers her true win condition on the table. Find the traitor, and the rest of the students will be spared. Clean and clinical. But it's also conniving. Given what we know of Sensei, he'd cooperate to protect the treaty and remove bad actors if simply asked. Instead, Nagisa engineered a scenario that weaponizes his empathy, dangling expulsion over innocent kids to force compliance. So he refuses, not the problem, but her terms. He won't preemptively brand his students with suspicion or manipulate them into a confession. He'll solve it his way and protect all of them, prompting his turn to leave, where Nagisa delivers a few final coyly worded threats, glossing over the idea of how easy it would be to manipulate the exam results if needed. An exchange that seems to agitate the teacher further, but nonetheless he simply offers a final goodbye before walking off. Paranoia seems to be a running theme in the roadblocks put in Sensei's path. Though our current case does not reach to the extent of Rio, Kirifuji Nagisa's actions derive themselves from a similar place. Preempt the problem before the catastrophe strikes. To protect the Eden Treaty, she follows every lead of suspicion, even turning her sights on people she otherwise regards highly. Recall both Volume 1 and some recent comments. Nagisa clearly valued Hifumi, yet now she's throwing her to the wolves on rumor alone. From the outside, it looks extreme, but even more so than our dealings with Rio, we soon learn there are already active justifications for Nagisa's actions, as there was an assassination attempt on Seiya, Nagisa's closest friend and fellow Tea Party council member. Thus, this isn't Rio's abstract future risk calculations we're talking about. Trinity is in clear and present danger. If Seiya could be targeted under heavy guard, it suggests an inside hand. What if Nagisa's next? What if trust itself is the weapon? From Nagisa's point of view, her paranoia is already growing a body count attached to its absence, and she can't bear that further risk, nor can Trinity bear losing the opportunity the treaty presents. Her reliance on blackmail to control Sensei is tactical desperation. That's where she both echoes and opposes Rio. Both make calculated choices, but Nagisa's are tempered and refined. She quarantines perceived risk inside the Makeup Work Club, and delivers it to the one man in Kivotos with a track record for solving impossible problems. Where the ex-president moved directly to execution, Nagisa moves through with procedure. This is also why the club's fail state is collective. On the books, it would just read as a policy established for the club. If the group fails by the third exam, the group is expelled, but functionally it ensures none of the students are ever truly safe. Even if one girl passes, her fate remains tied to the others. Nagisa has engineered the rules so that every student remains at risk, always maximizing the pressure on Sensei. Moreover, expulsion isn't mercy, especially in its unjustified form, but it isn't murder either. It fits the image of an individual at the summit of a prestigious institution. It's ordered, legal, and bloodless. In general, Nagisa is presented aristocratically. Her writing has always framed her as composed, well-spoken, and formal, while her position of higher power is even something that frames her relationship stories. Given that her place within Trinity is not something that Nagisa can simply clock out of work for, in that being a Tea Party chair means her very existence is a representation of Trinity, thus she must always embody that level of prestige. As a result, her text messages read more like that of official communications between employees of different institutions, while the events themselves in these stories will often intertwine her formal duties. Yet, this also shows us a more selfish side of Nagisa. When her affection grows for Sensei, she can't risk the perception that she's trying to facilitate preferential treatment of Trinity from a chalet, or put Sensei on the receiving end of tabloid rumors. Yet, simultaneously unwilling to ignore her feelings, she seems to always find an excuse to spend time with the teacher, or even sneak around to simply meet him as Nagi, instead of Kirifuji Nagisa. Though it's of note this aura about her that we've been speaking on in our discussion, one of serenity even under pressure, was something that used to not carry into her artwork at the release of Volume 3, which left her as one of the few contentions against the praise I typically give Blue Archive in how its character design translates to its characterization. But as implied here, this was thankfully rectified once she reached playability status, and thus these subtle differences in the art are worth talking about, both as a demonstration in how meaningful the minute details of Blue Archive's art can be, as well as to speak further on Nagisa's portrayal as a whole. In the student's original art, the posing and general design are all here just in greater detail. She sits elegantly at her table sipping tea, yet the image of such was muddier and unrefined as a result of the stylistic choices and unnecessary lines. What sticks out most is her expression. This is truly what left Nagisa's art so disconnected. The facial expression is still that of kindness, yes, as is the final, yet it looks flimsy and easily broken. She does not seem confident, but weak. Where in the later art, Nagisa's eyes have narrowed, and that smile is slightly twisted to portray a hint of smugness. Thus we can see a girl who is assured of herself, and that is the student who is able to threaten Sensei. This is a key component of Nagisa's design. She looks nice and inviting, but it should be able to be seen at a glance that she is no pushover. She's confident. She's a leader. Her scenes in Volume 3 are the most evident of that, as let's not mince words. Sure, Sensei did not agree to her terms, but she orchestrated a catch-22. He's still playing into her hand, actively solving her problem. Elegance takes many forms, and sometimes that's clean leverage, which leads us to the rest of her design. We see the typical Trinity design language. However, it's made to be far more regal, being that Nagisa is from the Tea Party. As such, a capelet sits atop the usual school skirt, in which that itself has been lengthened into a dress, running down to the mid-length of her thigh, while golden buttons and matching accents run throughout the design. Even her sleeves turn into the shape of a crown as her delicate fingertips poke through. One would easily think she's royalty, with the chair she's always found atop being her throne. Further, this theme continues. If we move our eyes upward to her headband, we can find flowers of the Kiri as well as the Fuji variety, breeds that symbolize nobility in Japan and come together to create her family name. Then lastly, there's her halo. It's easy to think we're leading to one that's in the shape of a crown, yet that's not what we see, at least at first. Yes, Nagisa's halo doesn't resemble a typical crown, but what it does bear a striking resemblance to is Jesus' crown of thorns, barbs punctuating a perfect ring. Invoke such an image, and one's mind can't help but be brought to that of betrayal. After all, Christ's suffering does not begin with the cross alone, but with betrayal from within his own circle. In the Gospel, Judas is the disciple who betrays Jesus to the authorities, setting in motion the arrest, trial, and crucifixion that follow. Yet Judas was not an invading enemy or some distant, hostile force. He was one of the 12 disciples, someone seated beside Christ, someone trusted, someone close enough that his treachery becomes more intimate. That is what makes the image resonate with Nagisa's role in the story. Much like Judas sat beside Christ, Nagisa warns us of a traitor within her own ranks. Thus, the crown of thorns here is an image of royalty distorted into suffering. Though unlike some of her contemporaries who have deeper connections to their inspirations, I believe this is generally where Nagisa's depiction as our anime girl Jesus stops. as I think she more broadly is meant to highlight Trinity's connection to Anglo-Saxon origins, with her even possessing other stereotypes and associations, such as the obsession with tea, where this Christian imagery intertwines with this. But still, the thorned halo remains a clever visual, doesn't it? Power encircled by pain, authority that assumes suffering as a cost of duty.
とはいえ、休憩されるにしても、それではお体が冷えてしまいますね。こちらへどうぞ。温かい飲み物もご用意しておりますので。
Having left the meeting and coming to an understanding of how serious the situation truly is, the teacher kicks things into high gear as an academic boot camp is orchestrated. The makeup work club will no longer simply be meeting once a day for class. Instead, Sensei and the girls move operations into an old abandoned campus building where they will live and study together for the foreseeable future. This does not mean the time together is all serious, however, as there is still fun to be had even here, particularly as the group takes to sprucing up their new lodgings. Though it's within this personal time, the threads of a much larger mystery start to twist into view. First, Hifumi. One night she knocks at Sensei's door, and upon being led into the room, confides a secret to the teacher, despite the harsh posture Nagisa took in the meeting. This is where Sensei comes to understand Nagisa actually revealed her whole plan to Hifumi, and asked her to partake in the same deal she offered the teacher. Suss out the traitor. Though in Hifumi's case, she accepted it, but no less felt the same guilt that initially crept into Sensei. She doesn't want to suspect these girls or manipulate anyone. Thus, the teacher tells her to relax, enjoy the time with the club, help in ways she thinks is right, and leave the rest to him. He'll handle everything, bringing both relief and a smile to the girl's face. Where from here, a bit of a ritual begins to happen every night. After boot camp, Hifumi and Sensei meet up alone to convene. Though it's not all about Nagisa, but more so in how to help the rest of the class. And being that she is club president, Hifumi steps into this role rather fast, tutoring the others, offering little incentives and prizes for good performances. Azusa in particular, being inspired by the prospect of a Momo Friends plush were she to score well. Though it's here we find our next thread in this twisted web we're beginning to put together. As within one of these tutoring sessions, Kaharu, in reaching for her textbook, instead takes out a very questionable doujinshi from her bag, its cover being of an older male and younger woman silhouetted as they press together, with the R18 symbol on the top. Kaharu is quick to give a litany of explanations about how this item was a confiscation, how she simply has not had the time to return it given her makeup work club duties. Though such excuses are drowned out by the very detailed and, well, verse knowledge Hanako seems to have on the subject. And as a result, an immense array of descriptions ensue that eventually brings Kaharu to tears and frustration. Thus, Hanako backs off. The teasing is just supposed to be fun after all. She doesn't actually want to hurt Kaharu. And following this, everyone assures the girl that they believe her story. Wherein Sensei helping her to calm down, he offers to escort her to the JTF to log the confiscation and return the item. However, it's precisely that walk that gives us the reveal. Kaharu claims she was merely pretending to be an idiot, all in order to carry out secret espionage under the direct order of her JTF superior, Hasumi. Admittedly, certain details appear to be fudged in this story, such as the girl's poor grades being some long con. But we do learn over time there is some merit to the idea of friction being present between the JTF and the Tea Party. So even if this is a lie, it is based within a truth. The distrust in Trinity's people amongst themselves seems to course through every institution. While we do not have the information to solve the mystery of why at present, we can at least take a look into the superior officer that's in charge of Kaharu, someone she regards highly, Hanikawa Hasumi. Contrary to what one might have thought initially in seeing the JTF, Hasumi isn't the president, she's the vice president and tactical commander, taking a role akin to Ako within Gehenna's prefect team. Though why the second chair takes the commanding position is starkly contrasted within these organizations. Hina can lead, work solo, or choose to delegate to Ako. Whichever she believes works best for the situation, she will act upon. Hina is versatile, while Tsurugi, the actual JTF president, is the opposite. She's more of a weapon that must be pointed, or at the very least, prefers such. Thus, Hasumi's authority is an active necessity to keep the organization functioning properly. Moreover, ask around Trinity, and you'll find a similar sentiment to the one we've already seen from Koharu: respect. Hasumi is cool-headed, caretaker-minded, and uncompromising about order, whether that's keeping those within her district in line or keeping those she loathes from Gehenna at the gate. Visually, most will see elegance, as Hasumi is the tallest student we've looked at so far, being 5'8", with a particularly long set of legs to match, wherein looking behind, we see a truly imposing wingspan compared to the other Trinity girls. Then there's her black hair, that's depicted as if wind is eternally blowing through it, and that flash of her garter belt as she pulls her skirt away. Assemble these pieces and you get a figure that could step out of a Victorian religious painting. However, I'm neglecting something here, aren't I? The one truth of this student that any sensei will immediately notice. Hasumi is boobs. Yes, while there are no official measurements given, it's fairly evident she takes another record within the category of bust size. But I don't make this statement simply to state the fact alone. We've dealt with several gifted students so far, but here the writing itself makes sure it's of constant attention. In fact, one of the very first Kivotos encounters Sensei will experience is him marveling at how large they are, speaking in amazement to their beauty, and listing a never-ending string of compliments. However, in his excitement, much like how I did now, he skips over what he's referring to, that being her wings, leading to a classic case of comedic misunderstanding, as he asks to touch them, with Hasumi, of course, believing Sensei's talking about her chest. And this encounter frames a string of circumstances that surround Hasumi going forward, though the context is often different. As in general, with so many impressive numbers present in her measurements, the literal scale ends up presenting a rather large number when the student weights herself, leading to an ever-present insecurity that she's fat. Thus, whenever Sensei or another student comments on her more impressive aspects, well, she often gets the wrong idea, leading to similar comedic scenarios.
Women.
That might result in her seeming like a simplistic punchline to a reoccurring joke, and there is truth in that. It is a bit of a gimmick. However, not only do I believe that's not inherently a bad thing, but I also think it still serves a greater purpose. If we only took her serious appearances into consideration, Hasumi would live on a pedestal, whereas the personal content drags the pedestal down to eye level. While she is not the first character to be in such a position, nor the last, Blue Archive always manages to create a version of this dichotomy, that of the public perception and personal, that offers something different from others. And you do still get those more traditional down-to-earth moments, times where Hasumi confides in the teacher, or shows appreciation for his care, wanting to spoil him back on occasion. But overall, compared to others, Hasumi's version of this dichotomy leans into the lighthearted. Thus, Trinity's divine figure is brought back down to earth with the weight of her bust size.
少しくらいならこのような時間もいいでしょう。贅沢ですが、私にとっては大切な時間です。
Though the aspect of the most interest to us when speaking on Hasumi currently is her distaste for Gehenna, a common disposition within Trinity. She doesn't fully buy in or support the Eden Treaty, and that skepticism threads the needle of why this volume inherently feels different. In prior arcs, the sides were always legible, even when characters flirted with those lines, such as the problem solvers. Their function within the narrative was immediately clear. Here, trust always remains a mystery. Everyone has an angle, and every answer brings further questions with it. Case in point, occurring on the next day, as during study hours, Sensei receives an unexpected visit from Misono Mika of the Tea Party. At first, she frames the visit as an idle curiosity about the club's progress, but as the talks continue, it's made evident that this too is another lie. Mika has already figured out Nagisa's plan, and that's the real reason she's here. She wants to know whether Sensei accepted it given the circumstances. Where, unlike everyone else in this story, he gives the only answer he ever does, the truth. Sensei refused, but he's going to solve the issue on his own terms, a response that piques her interest. From there, things continue, with Mika initially playing sympathetic, speaking on how her poor sensei got dragged into the big bad Nagisa schemes. Yet it's not long before Mika herself turns on the offense, asking the teacher, whose side is he really on? If he's refusing Trinity under Nagisa's banner, is he ultimately with Gehenna, or is his loyalty only to the General Student Council? And if not, then who? Where Sensei once more tells the truth, perhaps his greatest truth, I'm on the side of my students. A statement that only confuses Mika further, where she then asks if the sentiment includes her as well. It's an odd question in the way it's delivered, but the answer to it is the same. When she needs him, he'll be there for her too. This makes the girl fluster, though she still sees his words as foolish, presenting the thought that it is not possible to choose every student's well-being. And from here on out, this will underline every aspect of the coming stories, Sensei's will being questioned and challenged. If he can truly meet the words he gave Mika, and if they are at all even possible. For now though, despite her doubts, Mika likes the idea of his commitment and offers a deal, though one far kinder than Nagisa's. She'll tell Sensei who the traitor is on one condition. He protects that student. Given the teacher's disposition, that shouldn't be a problem at all. Thus, the coming explanation starts with a rug pull. It was actually Mika who first proposed bringing Sensei in, as Mika wanted an outsider to oversee the situation, someone with fewer Trinity biases to judge the traitor, Shinazu Azusa. Though to understand the importance in Mika's reveal, we must first take a look into the history of Trinity Academy, and how that ties into Azusa. Trinity at its inception was born from three branches, Pater, Filius, and Sanctus, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. The Trinitarian formula, thus Trinity. However, the smaller factions surrounding these branches, such as the Remedial Knights or the Sisterhood, once opposed each other, in a way not at all dissimilar from the Trinity Gehenna rivalry of today. The solution back then, much like now, was council. The factions sat down for a string of tea parties, negotiating shared laws, and ultimately creating a peace treaty. With one exception among these factions, Arius, a group that would get their designation from the real-world priest by the same name. In our world, Arius's teachings of Arianism argued that the Son was not equal to the Father, where the Church's response to this took place at the Council of Nicaea, the same name given to those tea parties that Trinity held. Though more importantly, in our Nicaea, the Church hammered out homoousios, meaning of one essence, affirming that Jesus Christ is of the same divine essence as God the Father. Thus, Arius and his teachings were cast out. Similarly, in Blue Archive's story, after the era of hostilities, where Trinity's factions agreed to their current political structure, Arius rejected the settlement, due in part to their different beliefs and interpretation of the ancient scripture. Despite this, some within Trinity still argued for their inclusion, but as the group wouldn't compromise, exile followed. then disappearance. For years, those of Arius lived as no more than a rumor, a people that might exist but are not seen, where it is now Mika who confirms such, stating that Azusa is from Arius. What exile made of these people is in stark contrast from where they came. Trinity perfected a stately order of beauty where Arius is war-torn, racked facilities, emptied streets, a population scraping by, endless internal wars burned through what little remained. While Trinity learned to bury hatred under procedure, Arius stewed in it. The conflicts never ended for them. Trinity's order can appear rigid from the outside, proper, formal, and governed by rules that shape nearly every part of student life. But that order is not the denial of adolescence. It is what allows adolescence to exist there in the first place. It's what makes life at Trinity so grand. It's how its students enjoy all the small pleasures that make youth feel like youth. Arius, on the other hand, receives none of that. There, children are solely trained as weapons and raised as instruments, no more important than any other piece of equipment. And that is the world Azusa carries with her. It's the wound Mika wants an outsider to see clearly before passing judgment. As such, the early makings of Azusa's personality are perhaps an inevitability. When she first joins the club, she's oddly behaved, often misinterpreting simple conversations or situations as combat scenarios. And more so than that, of course her grades are terrible. The only skill she's been taught is how to fight. As a result, she does tout impressive abilities on the battlefield. However, this too is starkly different than prior students who excel in a fight, as Azusa specializes in one form of combat only, and that is killing. Vanitas vanitatum et omnia vanitas. Arius' school motto, drawn from the Latin rendering of Ecclesiastes 12:8, and generally translated as, vanity of vanities, all is vanity. For Arius, this is used to project a nihilistic view of the world. Its students are taught that nothing matters, not even their own life. They are a tool to be honed for the kill, nothing more. But Ecclesiastes is not using vanity the way we usually use the word today. In the original Hebrew, the word is hevel, meaning something closer to breath, vapor, or mist, something present for a moment then gone. So the phrase is not simply saying nothing matters, but that everything human beings cling to is fragile, temporary, and passing. Yet Arius twists that impermanence into disposability, and its doctrine produces children who treat themselves like ammunition. However, in viewing this story, we've seen glimpses of otherwise from Azusa. Take for example her reaction to the plush toys, and the prospect of owning such. For a girl who's never held a toy, that being an object that is otherwise useless other than the joy one derives from playing with it, such a thing becomes proof of her life. It's an irrelevant pleasure that serves no other function, the very thing her curriculum says to discard. This presents her as a mirror to Hifumi, a girl I earlier described as innocent, as she always assumes the best of others, or the world around her, and never apologizes for what she loves, while Azusa was taught to assume the worst in everything, hide away herself and her enjoyments. For her to feel human in itself is a flaw. Azusa lost her innocence the moment she was born into existence as an Arius student, a land where children see themselves as a function, not a self. Humans only exist with the knowledge given by experience. Thus, what is a girl that has no experience other than being a tool for combat? Though those implications are dark, even early on there is a certain humor to be derived from Azusa's lack of comprehension of typical school life, from those previously mentioned misunderstandings to the result of her coming to the actual understandings. And as time moves forward, these little moments turn to direct demonstrations of how much the exterior has softened. Even her stealth missions begin to have cute codenames attached when she sneaks around with Sensei, the girl blooming into something other than what she was designated for. Fittingly then that her design has an emphasis on flowers. Azusa, as in her name itself, seems to refer to the Kotopa Azusa, which are a species of trees with heart-shaped leaves that are known for their tough bark, and were historically used in Japan to make bows. This in itself could be seen as reminiscent of Azusa's strength. But going back to flowers, this species of tree is also known for the lavishness at which flowers bloom atop their leaves, much like the ones we find throughout Azusa's appearance. 2 purple flowers that are mirrored at the sides of her black dress, and pinks that flourish throughout her wings, creating a color palette that contrasts heavily against the muted tones of her outfit. Further, duality seems to be a recurring motif here, as other than the flowers, there's the Trinity sigil at her sleeves, in conjunction with an Arius brooch fastening her top. It's a wardrobe of strict black and whites, yet trimmed with color. Altogether, this student may not be of Trinity, but she wears beauty that belongs there just the same. Whereas her arc more broadly reframes the passage from Ecclesiastes positively. Instead of nothing matters, it becomes what matters must be cherished because it's brief. The Eden Treaty seeks to find a paradise, and in following our protagonist through it, we'll see him work tirelessly to achieve that, until even a girl trained for killing can learn to cradle a toy and call it hers.
絶対にからかってるでしょ、先生。まあ別に、心底嫌ってわけじゃないけど。かわいい。この子、ずーっと会いたかった。
Which brings us back to the conversation at hand, where we're told Mika didn't just float the idea of bringing Sensei in, she also engineered Azusa's transfer, falsifying records so only she knows the girl's true origin. But why? Well, Mika frames the Eden Treaty's real purpose as a military alliance with Gehenna, something she fears, because as she puts it, power that immense can be used to silence any and all dissenters, just as Trinity did with Arius long ago. To that end, Mika wishes to stop the Eden Treaty and the creation of this superpower, while making amends with those of Arius in its place. The idea is to use Azusa as a symbol of peace for their alliance, if the girl can fit in and become part of the school like any other student. However, Nagisa's crusade against the traitor, and rumors that have sprung up as a result, have put a wrench in this plan, leading Mika to come clean to the teacher in the hopes that he will aid her in protecting Azusa. Following this, as a further sign of faith, Mika tells Sensei all the information she has on Nagisa's plans, and why she even suspects the students in the club. For Azusa, the answer is obvious: the mysterious transfer. For Hanako, it's partially what we've already come to understand. Previously, she was quite the remarkable girl academically. In fact, she was even a candidate for the Tea Party as well as the Sisterhood, but declined preceding her grades beginning to slip and her behavior worsening. This erratic and sudden change brought her allegiance to the school into question, and was ultimately the real reason she was sent to the club. Next is Kaharu. She was put here for insurance, as similarly to Hasumi not trusting the Eden Treaty or Nagisa, the sentiment is shared. Nagisa believes Hasumi's hatred of Gehenna marks her as a risk, a thought that seems like it might have some justification. Yet the end result is that Kaharu is essentially a hostage. Lastly, there's Hifumi. Nagisa has begun to suspect that Hifumi's nice, lovable girl demeanor is all but an act, for some secret agenda after the rumor of her being in a gang spread. A sentence that does bring a bead of sweat to Sensei's face, but regardless, this brings into question, what does being a traitor even mean to Nagisa? Sure, Mika presented it as Azusa, but depending on the definition, any of them could fit. Azusa for origin, Hanako for betrayal, Kaharu for divided loyalties, Hifumi for alleged duplicity. Yet perhaps the most accurate answer by Nagisa's own framing is that the real traitor is Mika, as she's actively working to derail the treaty. However, Mika further posits that the real answer could just as easily be Nagisa herself. as moving Trinity toward alliance with Gehenna betrays the shared values that define the Academy. Though in tucking this little thought experiment away for now, the conversation offers us one final reveal, cueing the teacher into the truth of Seiya. While the greater public was made to believe the student was sick to cover her absence, and to not send Trinity into a frenzy amidst the current political discourse, what Sensei is now told is that an attempt on her life was made, and more than that, her halo was shattered, meaning it was a success. To some extent, we must call into question the reliability of the current narrator, given how this story has been playing out. But Mika's account does stitch together many dangling threads, and she's choosing to trust Sensei with it. So while we can't call it settled truth, we can see it as another clue, one that will eventually lead us to the next step of this mystery. For now though, with a mock exam having been concluded, Sensei's immediate future sees another set of failed papers upon his desk. Despite another round of Fs though, it wouldn't be fair to say the group's efforts have been wasted, as both Kaharu and Azusa are just on the cusp of having a passing grade, with only Hanako lagging behind. Though it's within these mild celebrations of improvement that an unintended guest shows up for today's lesson, Iochi Mari of the Sisterhood. Now, the Sisterhood is one of Trinity's most storied bodies. They are the successors of the old Justia Council that presided over the tea parties that brought these splintered factions of Trinity together. At that time, they were given the task of ensuring the commandments that were agreed upon were upheld by all. As such, the Sisterhood is highly regarded amongst the people, holding influence on the level of the Tea Party. Though unlike the Tea Party, they are not known to wield this power. The Sisterhood's focus is solely on worship and prayer, living and working out of Trinity's Cathedral, a structure that visually resembles the lavish imagery one will find within many Catholic churches. Similarly, their students mirror real-world nuns, in spirit and appearance, even if not by every metric. They generally possess the modest dress and vows of purpose, but also freedom to wear untraditional clothes and even pursue romance. Which is largely why I like Blue Archive's nuns. Nun imagery is not at all uncommon in gacha or otaku-adjacent media as a whole, but it is often subversive. Fictional characters resembling nuns are frequently paired with some form of nudity, which is not something I particularly find offensive, and there are characters in Blue Archive that do dip their toes in that area, Hinata, but largely it is a trope that I find tired. I understand the idea the forbidden fruit is always the most tempting, and it uses our preconceived real-world associations to prey on this fact, or offer a contrast. Yet by pure volume it loses any bite, and perhaps more importantly, those portrayals often miss out on what I believe makes a nun compelling. The qualities that would have a girl choose sisterhood: kindness, loyalty, conviction, modesty. Whereas, that's something I find in Blue Archive's nuns. The comparison doesn't stop at a veil. It builds characters around those virtues, and no one embodies that better than Mari Iochi. Mari is softly spoken and incredibly humble. For her, aiding others is the driving force of her life, the very thing that led her to the church. And in gameplay, those prayers of hers literally mend wounds, while even dates will see her taking Sensei to church to pray together. She's a nice girl, always willing to help anyone in need, and always wearing a smile unless you fluster it. But there is also a downside to this, one that might sound familiar to some. Devotion leads to overwork and fatigue. It's a charity that forgets oneself. That's where the teacher enters for Mari. He keeps catching her before she collapses, offering a hand or reprieve, and that pattern plants a seed in her that she labels undivine. As Mari starts to feel possessiveness, she wants to be spoiled a little to hold a private piece of the person who is always helping everyone else, which displays how Blue Archive reframes the whole forbidden fruit angle without necessarily perverting it. Again, it's not that romance is forbidden here, it's that her first loyalties are to God and neighbor. Desire isn't sin, it simply collides with her vocation. She wants time with Sensei, but she recognizes this takes her away from her mission and him away from those who might need him more. Mari is a woman of faith, first and foremost. And just as her personality captures a woman of traditional vocation, so does her visual identity. A long robe of black and white, gold cross harnesses on each shoulder. The iconic black veil, here accentuated with a gold headband. Whereas her sidearm, a Desert Eagle, also belongs to a broader pattern within the Sisterhood. In contrast to other groups that tend to have more individualized firearms, the Sisterhood's loadout feels standardized, all being Israel-made, giving even their weapons the feeling of procedure and tradition, thus reinforcing how the institution operates. Lastly, as stated, Blue Archive can have examples of flaunting more skin with the Sisterhood, but the framing stays tasteful, more Renaissance canvas than sexual gratuity. And while Mari will be our only nun covered here, partially showing my own favoritism, I think this speaks to the faction overall, in that the game doesn't reduce nun to strictly visual provocation, it takes in the appeal beyond the visual. For Mari, faith is not a costume or a performance, but a commitment she chooses again and again, even when that choice costs something of her. And that, more than any veil, is why the archetype here connects so much stronger than many attempts from its contemporaries.
先生がこれまで積み上げてきた道、そしてこれから選ばれる道、そこにどうかできるだけ多くの平和と幸せがありますように。
For today, though, the sister is simply here to thank Azusa, as the violence on school grounds that landed her in JTF custody in actuality was the girl retaliating against a group of bullies who had targeted other Trinity students. Whereas bullies do, once they met resistance, they cried victim, reporting Azusa without context, and she paid the price. It's a familiar pattern to anyone who's been through the public schooling system or simply lived online within the last decade of social media. Thankfully here, a bullied girl eventually went to the Sisterhood to set the record straight, leading our sister in question to thank Azusa in person. Though importantly, this moment gives us a deeper look into the girl's psyche, as Azusa's reasoning for intervening is simple. One must not allow themselves to be bullied, even if the effort to fight back feels meaningless. You don't give up. And perhaps this is why Mika chose Azusa to be her symbol. While Arius has hardened her exterior, Azusa is already reframing the motto she was born into, turning all his vanity away from nihilism and into resolve. However, this won't be the only intrusion into Sensei's schedule for the day. With night falling and Sensei prepping for his typical debrief with Hifumi, Hanako slips into his room uninvited, wearing what she refers to as pajamas, a statement doing a lot of work. And though her intentions might be pure, only wishing to talk to Sensei about Azusa, the sight to any onlooker of a questionably dressed student meeting up with their teacher in the middle of the night. Well, you've probably seen this one before, haven't you? Thus, once she actually shows up, it leads to an incredibly flustered Hifumi. Who most definitely got the wrong idea, right? Right. Regardless, while it might be redundant for me to get into it at this point, as there is a coming story that brings constant attention to this facet of our player character, that being that he is an adult male, I think I would simultaneously be remiss if it was not at least touched on here, given the nature of this video being split into two parts. While there is always some wiggle room in the realm of fanworks and other non-canon material, as I'll be the first to admit I do enjoy content that depicts Sensei as a Shota just as much as is canon, it's important to keep in mind how contradictory and illogical even something like that would be if pushed as valid when actually discussing the game. because there are those who try to say otherwise, stating that sensei can be canonically viewed as whatever the player chooses, with those arguing this pretty much exclusively being fixated on the idea of him being female. However, a scenario even as small as the one we're currently viewing is only functional because he's an adult male. It would not be inappropriate or even suspicious if an adult female was behind that door, or in a girl's bathing area, to name another example. The mind would rush to an almost infinite amount of justifications why the scenario would be occurring, before assuming something dirty, especially considering sensei is their school guardian. Thus, these situations only become questionable via him being the opposite gender. And then there's the other end of it. Scenarios such as the player character not knowing jack shit about female underwear, something a grown woman would be quite aware of. Or the fact that every time the idea of same-sex relations come into the picture, student, teacher, or both will show disgust toward the idea. So I think it's fairly evident they're not writing with the idea of a woman character in mind when crafting these situations. And to be clear, I don't believe the devs want to outright deny anyone who wants to simply have fun role-playing, as sensei is in part a self-insert. But canonically speaking, he is written to be an adult male. Though with that said, we'll return to the tales on the Yoritards and their lies when it's even more imperative to the narrative. For now though, let's just state that Hanako clears up the misunderstanding with Hifumi, leading the innocent girl to grasp the situation and state she was visiting the teacher for the same thing, concerns about Azusa, which in turn invites Hanako into tonight's discussion proper, where she's ultimately told about Nagisa's plans. And as a result, she reveals what we the viewer and sensei have already figured out, that Hanako has been purposefully failing her academics in order to be expelled. Yet now that she understands the stakes, that the consequences of her actions during these exams are not limited to her own future, but everyone's, she refuses to drag the others down, thus agreeing to try, as well as actively help the rest pass. As for Azusa, the girls both believe she's hiding something from the group, and that it's something that seems to be causing a great distress to her, yet she's unable to speak it. Sensei has an inkling of what this might be given the talk with Mika, but simultaneously not wanting to betray her confidence, especially with how little is known at present, he doesn't divulge this information. Instead, it's agreed that the group will meet up to continue this conversation later, ending with the teacher gentlemanly escorting the students out of his room, just to walk right into misunderstanding number 2, Koharu loitering on the other side, where she immediately launches into accusations of indecency, cutting the scene. And as we open back up, the morning is awakened by the sounds of roaring thunder. Though not much of consequence happens here on the surface, there is a few things to take away. First, another entry in Hanako's ongoing campaign to redefine swimwear, as throughout this volume, periodically, she'll be seen wearing her swimsuit, justifying how it could be used as lingerie or casual wear, whatever the situation calls for. Yet this lifestyle choice, as we'll call it, always drives Koharu up the wall in particular. Second, the storm knocks out the power and soaks everyone's clothes due to the laundry having currently been left out to dry, resulting in the girls having nothing to wear but their swimsuits for the day, thus leading to the prior point, but also simultaneously serving as a bonding experience, as during the power outage, Azusa opens up to the other members of the club, and they confide their worries for her, where in the midst of these conversations, they decide today will be spent playing hooky once the storm passes, as the Trinity Aquarium has opened a rare gold Maguru exhibit, and with everything going on, a shared field trip feels earned. Is it against the rules? Sure, but Sensei signs off, agreeing to the sentiment that it could be good for the group to spend more casual time together. Thus, as the storm passes and the night once more falls, they head into town. However, As our past experiences have shown, things rarely go as planned in these academy streets. What was initially supposed to be a small side quest for treats has the group instead running into a superior officer of the Justice Task Force, that being Hasumi. Though thankfully this is quickly dealt with, as ironically it is not just the makeup work club shirking their duties, but Hasumi doing the same, in order to indulge in the pleasure of high-calorie delight. So in the end, both sides agree to keep things a secret, although it's not long after this agreement occurs that the real mess begins, an explosion going off in the distance, with the initial reports given to Hasumi stating that it's Gehenna forces. So one might assume we're now seeing the other side of dissent against the peace treaty. Having so much time getting to know the threats of diplomacy at Trinity, this must now be the Gehenna rebels attacking in protest to the supposed peace. However, the truth of that immediately comes into question, as the place of impact was not any political institution, but the Trinity Aquarium, and the culprits, the Gourmet Research Society, an entity being described as a terrorist group, led by Kakudate Karin. Haruna is one of those characters that might betray expectations at a glance, much like our dive into Wakamo early on, as what immediately sticks out is the preppy, refined nature of her appearance. She's presented in a tightly fitted button-down dress shirt, tucked neatly into a pencil skirt, with a military-styled coat draped at her shoulders in the fashion of a cape. Meanwhile, accessories are strung throughout it. Medals, bows, a purse with a little taiyaki keychain. The end result is the outfit of a prep school princess, and the assumption that follows writes itself. Rich, snobby, a bit of a diva. The type of character you'd expect to see in a teen movie leading a group of females. But Haruna couldn't be further from that description. She definitely comes from money, yet she isn't snobby, nor does she lord status over anyone. Though conversely, there is a part of that assumption that's correct. She is the leader of a clique. Which brings us back to the Gourmet Research Society. It's a group created with the express purpose of sampling all the food that exists in the world, their motto aptly being eat or die. A little extreme, but it does summarize the members broadly. Other than Haruna herself, if you were to take a snapshot randomly of these individuals that outline the roster, you would find them stuffing their face with no care for what manner of dish is put in front of them. Whereas their leader chases the exotic, the strange stall at the end of an alley, the rumor of a flavor that might not even exist yet. She's the thrill seeker, and this makes her the perfect leader for the group, as otherwise they would be satiated by endlessly ordering takeout or simply going to the cafeteria. Instead, Haruna's insatiable hunger for discovery is what both motivates and leads the team all across Kivotos into wild situations. Thus, in my opinion, it notes her as the most interesting of the group by far, as in some way she embodies Epicureanism. This is the belief that happiness comes from simplicity, friendship, and shared experience, which at first might sound odd to say, especially with the scene we're introducing her with. Simplicity? Community? She's blowing up an aquarium to steal a rare fish so she may dine on the exotic creature. She sounds like the most eccentric version of a foodie ever conceived. So then one might counter my statement and say if she's representative of any philosophy, it would be hedonism, as hedonism is defined by putting pleasure before all. However, that is precisely why I don't think it works with Haruna, as opposed to some other members of her group. And that's perhaps best illustrated by why I have a negative view on this philosophy. To explain, it's an ideology without nuance. In putting pleasure before everything, it can likewise justify just about everything. Whether it brings harm to others or oneself, the consequences do not matter. It's a self-serving, destructive way of life. It puts momentary pleasure as the highest authority, and I don't believe that defines Haruna. Again, let's go back to simplicity for a second and look at this girl's attire one more time. Despite all the money and experience she has in culinary delight, do you understand what her favorite dish is? It's on her purse. The taiyaki, a commoner's food. The meal originated during the post-war era as a type of dish that was often sold by street vendors, given that its ingredients are very cheap, being composed of bean paste and a flour wrapping. making it popular among the poor. So it's not that she wishes to present herself as this individual with such a refined palate that she must seek extravagance, or that she wants to be on a pedestal above others when it comes to food. In fact, her relationship story portrays the exact opposite. In going to an extremely high-class establishment, she gets frustrated, blowing up part of the location when the staff continuously tries to railroad her into the correct choices to dine on. Haruna doesn't want to be curated. She wants to enjoy the sense of discovery, because that in itself is the enjoyment. That's why the most pleasurable meal she experiences by the end of the story is ultimately simple. It's one she partakes in at a food stand. Yet, why is it so impactful? Well, because it is with sensei. What truly matters to Haruna about a meal is the atmosphere, from the way the ingredients are prepared, the way you eat the food, and the person you share it with. The exotic fixation is all just a pretext for a shared adventure, so the explosion at the aquarium and every single one that follows it isn't proof of debauchery. It's extravagance in service of a very simple end: to create memories with friends or the person you love that will bring pleasure not just for a moment, but that will give them experiences that will last a lifetime.
美食にとって大切なものは料理と相手、そして時期、それと同じくらいシチュエーションもなくてはならない存在です。ですので今日は食べさせ合いっこをいたしましょう。
However, she did still blow up a building, and took a hostage in the process. So, sentiments aside, this is still kind of a problem. One that leads to a police chase, dragging in not just the JTF, but also a Gehenna faction, the Medical Emergency Club, who has arrived to take in the captured criminals. Though uncharacteristically, the response is led not by their own president, but by the prefect team's head, Sorasaki Hina. While she sat out of the last volume, she returns here in a familiar role, collecting her region's troublemakers when they spill onto someone else's grounds. However, this engagement reverses the last, as instead of Hina discreetly delivering intel to Sensei, it's Sensei who reaches out to her, being that he's still unsure who he can trust in the Eden Treaty's knot of half-truths. Whereas they begin to converse, Hina's surprised he's willing to divulge so much, especially concerning Trinity's internal drama, given Gehenna's rivalry. But his response to her confusion is direct. He states he's turning to the one person he would never suspect of deceiving him, the one he trusts most. A set of compliments that paints Hina's cheeks pink before she shares a similar sentiment, divulging into what she herself knows and untangling a few of those knots as a result. Mika's claim that the Eden Treaty would hand Nagisa sweeping, abusable power. False. Hina has read the document. It is precisely what it says: a peace framework, not a military alliance. Moreover, authority is shared amongst the Eden Treaty Organization, or ETO for short, to prevent any single actor from overreaching. The treaty on paper is sound, which forces a harder question. If Mika is wrong here, was it just another unjustified worry sprung on by a student's fear? Or was the mixture of truth and lie a means of manipulating the teacher for an ulterior motive? Following this, the two go over the theoretical implications of their discussion before ultimately ending on one final request from Hina, as she's called away by the medical team. She asks Sensei to keep the makeup work club safe, a sentiment his heart's already committed to, so he assures her he will. However, there is one last thing to discuss as we leave this scene. When speaking of Sensei's trusted favorites, Hina isn't the only one who holds that title. Sharing the spot in Sensei's heart is Akio Fuka of the Gehenna School Lunch Club, the kidnappee of today's heist. As you might have noticed in Haruna's section, not once do we speak on her cooking ability, as she has none. In fact, no one in the Gourmet Research Society can cook. This leads to a fairly obvious issue when they seek out these exotic dishes and ingredients. Ergo, poor Fuka, the Academy's head lunch lady, is their primary solution, getting dragged into their adventures with regularity against her will. While a fun dynamic, I've unfortunately had the unpleasant run-in myself with the type of person to frequently call this harassment, and a bad joke that those darn developers won't stop making. And while these people, as always, should simply be mocked and moved on from, I think this is worth addressing because beyond the comedic value of these dynamics, there is something deeper to be found in the connection between Fuka and the Gourmet Research Society. Fuka is undervalued. She runs Gehenna's School Lunch Club, a group permanently understaffed, chronically undersupplied, yet still tasked with feeding thousands. While she's factually a good cook, her output is bland simply because the amount demands it. Thus, she ends up with a negative connotation because of course the masses of Gehenna aren't going to offer any understanding. And while that is clearly an unhealthy situation, one of both stress and underappreciation, Fuka would not change that for the world. The culinary arts are her true passion. She loves nothing more than feeding others, even if that duty consumes her, which is where things go back to Haruna's group as they create a deviation in the cycle. They don't undervalue Fuka, they do the opposite. They actively see the value in her, and in their own way shower the girl in appreciation as they take off with her. One might say then, why don't they simply ask Fuka to come on their wild adventures? But that fundamentally misunderstands Fuka, because she'd say no. She has mouths to feed and schedules to keep. She is duty-bound, and fun times are often what gets sacrificed for obligation. So when the Gourmet Research Society abducts her, it creates an opportunity she so rarely experiences. New ingredients, premium cuts, techniques she rarely gets to touch. You can't tell me someone who loves cooking rather be slaving away on cafeteria slop, as opposed to that. On some level, I think it's obvious Fuka enjoys these detours, even if those dejected expressions sometimes give the opposite impression, due to the nature of everything that happens before actually getting the ingredients. And if you still doubt it, ask the obvious question: why does Fuka cook for them in the end? She'll huff and protest, but she's still gonna stir the pot, because cooking is what she loves. To say otherwise would mean the Gourmet Research Society is somehow the only exception to her passion, and I don't think that's the case. If anything, I think the Gourmet Research Society further proves the point. However, there is but one person she loves to cook for more than any other: Sensei. He's an office man with a diet to match. Granola bars, instant noodles, whatever's fastest. And Fuka's relationship stories highlight how she's always making time to care for him, making sure he's not eating too unhealthily amidst her own schedule. Whether it's packed bentos or warm meals made at his room within chalet, often coming with light scoldings here and there whenever he neglects her advice. It's not uncommon to hear others comment on what a good housewife Fuka would be, and I'm inclined to agree. Not only does she come equipped with her own handlebars, but she wears an outfit and expression that any man would be happy to come home to after a long day of teaching. A one-piece dress cinched with a big bow at its back, an apron on top, and that pleasant smile that you can just hear saying, "Welcome home." Traditionally, nice girls aren't exactly a rarity in Blue Archive, but they are a rarity at Gehenna, so it is ironic that there is no character that embodies the essence of the dream many of us share: a beautiful housewife more than Gehenna's resident cook, making it no surprise that she's one of the few Sensei has canonically confessed his love to.
もう健康に気をつけないのは先生の悪い癖ですよ。はい、毎日私の作った料理が食べたいですか？先生さえよろしければ、もちろん私は構わないのですが。
On that note, we leave the day behind us as Sensei greets the new, this time brought in with some positive news. The following mock exam marks the first time all students pass with maybe not flying colors, but enough to make it over the finish line. and certainly enough to make Sensei proud, leading to another round of celebration, where Kaharu asserts that she really was a genius holding back the entire time, and Azusa agonizes over reward choices, before landing on Dr. Pedro. Yet as this day progresses, things take a shift in the opposite direction. Sensei once more being called on by Nagisa, and while the scene starts with an air of pleasantry, it's not long before all pretenses are dropped. The Tea Party chair having caught on to the teacher's direct involvement with Mika, and moreover, she's now landed on the sentiment that every single member of the club is a traitor, Sensei included. Clearly her paranoia has only grown since the last encounter, though she ends this one with the same assured statement as the last, that the Makeup Work Club will be expelled for the sake of Trinity. Last time Sensei kept composure enough to walk off, but now having gotten to know these girls more closely, and having witnessed Nagisa be so vulgar in her accusations, a button too far is pushed. Thus he responds to her with, "You're nothing but a cynical skeptic. You only see what you want to see and believe what you want to believe. Your conspiracies end here. The Makeup Work Club will pass." These words are not meant as optimism, but a declaration. Sensei always remains cool no matter the situation. Life on the line, end of the world, you name it. But there's always one caveat to that. His students threaten their well-being and a warpath will be set. Thus, not another word is spoken between them, and he leaves her once more. However, as he arrives back at the school, he is greeted with a notice that a new set of rules are being introduced for the second exam. First, the scope of it will be roughly triple that of the initial exam. Second, the minimum score needed to receive a passing grade has been raised from a 60 to a 90. Third, the exam location has been moved to Gehenna District Zone 1577, abandoned building, first floor. And finally, the exam time has been moved to 3 a.m. This reveal sends confusion and frustration throughout the club room, particularly from those still not cued into Nagisa's plans, resulting in Sensei believing he owes the remaining two girls, Kaharu and Azusa, an explanation, leading him to lay the truth bare. Where within those talks it becomes clear that it's not just Sensei who's been set on his path, but all of the Makeup Work Club are filled with the same vigor. No matter how absurd these new parameters are, they will pass the exam. However, there's no chance to rest if they're going to make that 3 a.m. time slot at Gehenna, meaning they need to leave immediately. As not only is the distance remarkable, but this is Gehenna we're speaking on. Trinity students, especially at odd hours, shouldn't be walking into the district without express purpose, and Nagisa certainly isn't handing out any official documentation to help the group's case. Something that immediately lands the Makeup Work Club in the eyes of law enforcement as the border is crossed. Though, a surprising ally appears, the Gourmet Research Society, already on the run again. And thankfully, as the paths cross, they're willing to hear out the Makeup Work Club's pleas, with Haruna offering to take the girls to their destination, though in a vehicle that has recently been stolen, the catering truck of the school lunch club, Fuka included. Not the safest team-up Senseis entered in this story, but desperate times call for desperate measures. Predictably, chaos ensues before the thaw can even finish. A high-speed chase taking the newly formed team throughout the streets of Gehenna. Explosions around every corner while the Makeup Work Club has tears streaming down their face, desperately attempting to hold off the incoming fire. Though Haruna's squad seems pretty composed, all things considered, at least until the road ends in water. So let's take a moment to look at another of those within the Gourmet Research Society. This time, Shishido Izumi. Izumi is the total inverse of her leader, as where Haruna appears to come from money and seeks out the unordinary and exotic, Izumi is an open-hearted glutton. Whether it's simply the sight or a faint scent that makes its way to her senses, she will come under a spell of excitement, though thankfully, the resulting weight seems to always make its way to the more desirable areas. However, while she consumes with zero discrimination in the contents, it would be incorrect to say there is no nuance to her thought process, as Izumi dreams of finding the greatest flavors in the world, thus approaches food with the miss every shot you don't take mentality, or in this case, you miss every flavor you don't bite into. Something that she takes extremely seriously, best seen in her relationship story, where we find her on the ground scuffling with a pack of stray cats for the treats Sensei was feeding them, a moment that certainly highlights how animalistic this quality about her can be, at times pouncing at the first sight of food, which seems like an apt time to bring attention to her family name, as the Japanese characters that make up Shishido also mean lion, though it's simply said as shishi when referring to the animal. Moreover, this goal of trying everything and anything doesn't always present itself so directly, as she also researches superstitions related to how one can bring out food's flavor. One in particular that's worth bringing attention to is the idea of working out before eating. Why? Well, because it's somewhat true. Working out before a meal might not actually make the food taste better, but it does increase one's desire for food due to the energy your body absorbs from it, making it more satisfying. Yet the reason I'm calling attention to this is because even in an example where there is factual reasoning to back up the logistics, Izumi simply believes this method works because of the mystical. In her mind, the food has actually improved. The most prominent example of this can be seen on her exclusive weapon, in which it states, a heavy machine gun used by Izumi. The more troublemakers the gun defeats, the more delicious her food becomes. Where it is then fitting that if you take Izumi on a combat mission, your results screen has her drooling over a burger, like she had it stashed away awaiting for the secret missing ingredient of murder. Taken together, that highlights the stark contrast we've been getting at between her and Haruna. Her leader was someone who very much is cued into the finer aspects of dining, the way meals are prepared or the particulars of the ingredients, yet still understood and valued the outside factors that don't literally affect food, but nonetheless could heighten the enjoyment one would have with it, things such as being with your significant other or the atmosphere. Whereas Izumi treats cause and effect literally. Sweat, combat, ritual, she believes it all alters the food itself. To me, there is a certain gap moe in this package. The open indulgence of constantly stuffing one's face is something more typically associated with characters who are either grotesquely portrayed, or masculine characters with a bottomless pit of a stomach, clearly inspired by the likes of Son Goku. Yet here it's being attached to a beautiful girl with, well, generally effeminate mannerisms, offering an attractive contrast. And beyond that, I'd say it even has an innate appeal on its own. As to bring this discussion to the real world, I've been on several dates throughout my life where a girl forces herself to eat peckishly. This makes sense, eating isn't the most visually attractive activity, and you want to appear ladylike, especially if you're trying to make a good impression as a girl. But it was at times something I found off-putting, especially if we were sitting down to have something I really enjoyed. Partially because I felt an inclination to take things extremely slow myself, but also because it can be an exciting experience to share food together like any other hobby or interest. That's sort of a core tenet of the Gourmet Research Society if we're being honest. So while the contrast itself is artistically satisfying, I think the reality of it is something I can also find appreciation in, which leaves us with Izumi's design. Like many from Gehenna, we find a plethora of military inspiration in the language, and though Izumi isn't necessarily one of my favorite characters, this outfit certainly makes it to a top spot on my list. The black and gray coat flaring out in all directions, the large buckles dangling off, the splashes of red throughout the attire from the lining to the bows, the buttons that look like they're about to spring off at any moment, and of course the most Izumi part of the design, the halo resembling a burger about to be bitten into, just as the one she's holding in hand. That said, it's her horns that seem to have the most importance when it comes to analysis. These school staples don't always carry a deep meaning. But Azumi is one of these times where there seems to be a greater purpose, as her horns mirror that of a ram. And rams are adult male sheep that are such relentless eaters that they consume approximately 4% of their body weight daily, spending all of their waking hours grazing and foraging for food, much like a certain someone.
だってすごく美味しそうだったんだもん。それに私美食研究会の一員だし、気になったものはまず食べてみないと。
However, this glutton is currently sinking to the bottom of the lake with the rest of the Gourmet Research Society. Though that said, the group did keep their promise in the end, as the Makeup Work Club reaches their destination. As such, this would be a moment for celebration, but it's a victory that immediately slips through the creases of our fingertips, as the Hot Springs Department has been tipped off that an underground spring lies exactly here, and they intend to dig until it's found. Which is to say, even the group's unlikely success was accounted for by Nagisa, with all that remains of the students' exam papers being the shreds blowing in the wind. Resulting in another failure. In spite of this, the setback does not deter the club nor its teacher. In returning to Trinity, Sensei immediately moves to confront Nagisa, only to find her gone. He then turns his sights to Mika, hoping for answers, yet she's missing too. Thus left without a clue, Sensei does the only thing left he can do in this situation: teach. The next 6 days will be solely spent studying, drilling, and meticulously prepping for whatever Nagisa throws at them for the final exam. And to the club's credit, these days are filled with smiles, high scores, and the determination to see whatever is coming through. Where once the exam day approaches, the notice board finally posts the location: Trinity Building 19. Thus, the group is a bit uneasy by the lack of twist. Surely Nagisa hasn't suddenly turned over a new leaf, but it will only be until nightfall, before a surprise once again strikes. While Sensei and the others sleep in preparation for the exam, Azusa slips away from the dorms to meet Shomai Saori, one of the arc's antagonists who will finally begin moving toward the spotlight.
Sensei, どうしてここに?
It's within her appearance that our discussion will start. Up to this point, we've gotten all manner of villains design-wise. The mysterious enigma that was Black Suit, the soulless robotic businessman that accompanied him in the Kaiser Director, the numerous evil monsters that block Sensei's path, or the simple student twisted by her own fears. Saori would seem closest to Rio in that regard. There is just a girl that stands before us, but make no mistake, despite appearances, this chapter pits Sensei against a true monster. As with the ex-seminar president, there was always an aspect of regret and conflicting emotion that could be seen literally across her face or within her actions. By contrast, Saori bears no such thing. She's cold-hearted, bringing us to the very purposeful design choice of her mask. Obstruction of the face is quite common with villains, and it's because the face, emotion itself, humanizes characters. That's in part how Volume 2 sold Rio's turmoil. Her face did half the talking. Strip that away, and intention turns alien. You can't chart malice from a smirk, or flinch into hesitation, if you're barred from the window to it. Except one dial remains here: her eyes. They're left uncovered. If the mask dehumanizes, the eyes reconstruct whatever humanity is left into a single, focused point. To that end, Saori's stare is flat and unwavering. It's unsettling precisely because it rarely sways, yet when it does, it isn't to show doubt like our previous student antagonist, but to instead harden into rage. So the net effect is paradoxical. The mask denies us almost every cue that would humanize her, yet the one it leaves behind only makes her more menacing. Moreover, once we look at the rest of her attire, we find simplicity. A dark sleeveless crop top, with similarly colored matching leggings and ball cap. The only break in the palette is a long white coat, and this makes sense. Saori herself is not one concerned with appearances. Every aspect of this outfit is practical in nature. Her top and tights are both snugly fitted so that she can move swiftly with minimal risk of them getting in the way during combat, while just about every piece is coated in a dark blue hue to move within the shadows for stealth. It's strictly survival focused. Again, only the coat standing out, seemingly acting as a moniker of the group she leads, Area Squad. And that is a role she's taken to since childhood. Even before they were officially formed, the students that would come to make up Area Squad all looked up to Saori, viewing her as an older sister. In the war-torn district, she watched over them and taught them how to survive. Meanwhile, Arius' leadership drilled into every student that their poverty and ruin were Trinity and Gehenna's doing. Thus, Saori saw only one path to the future. That's why when Mika came to Arius, attempting wholeheartedly to create a truce and restore relations between the districts, Saori instead exploited her, slipping Azusa into Trinity under false pretenses, with the real plan being to destroy the Tea Party's halos and tear down Trinity from the inside, a plan we're currently seeing her reinforce into Azusa's head in the main narrative. When you take it all together, it's clear Saori saw no other path forward but to become a monster to free the people she cared for. And as a result, this student possesses a particular character trait I often find myself rooting for within stories, the exact thing that makes her so threatening when compared to the previous student antagonist: unwavering conviction. She will see her ideals through no matter what. There's no moral weight left for her to negotiate, not because she's evil to the core, but because she's already made peace with the cost. She set her feet on a path, and she will walk it until the end. This is what attracts me to Saori, even more than the midriff, because long after this story comes to a close, that same trait continues to define her. Saori does not get a clean, happy ending when the dust settles. Perhaps nothing illustrates that better, literally so, than her live 2D, because it's not as though other student antagonists get off scot-free. Rio, for example, lives under the weight of her own mental turmoil. But even then, we opened her section with her cutely cuddled up at her desk, ogling her lover. Meanwhile, we opened Saori's with Sensei not looking over to find his student batting her eyelashes, but instead he sees her bleeding out in an alley. Saori's fight does not stop with the Eden Treaty, both internally and externally. In its aftermath, she is left living on the streets, struggling to make ends meet, and given everything she's done, her public reputation leaves her with few options beyond work offered by shady criminals, where no matter the job, it always seems to end with her being taken advantage of. Her lack of education, perhaps coloring things to a degree, as she's unable to properly understand, or in some cases even think to read the contracts placed in front of her. It's divine retribution in a sense. She sought to manipulate the people of Gehenna and Trinity from the shadows, yet it only led to those in the shadows further manipulating her. But still, every time Sensei comes upon her, she is moving forward. She stumbles, learns from her mistakes, and keeps walking. Because while the path will change with time, from vengeance to survival to finding some form of normalcy, the determination in her step never disappears. The same conviction remains, only redirected. You can see it all across her, whether it's in the gray hues of her gaze or in the biblical verse carved into her cap. Ecclesiastes 12:8. Vanity of vanities, all is vanity.
そんな顔するな。痛みには慣れている。今までと何も変わらない。今更の話だ。今はこれでいい。もう少しこのままで。
But let's go back to that conversation with Azusa for a second. As following it, the student hits her breaking point, no longer able to keep the truth to herself. Thus, in coming clean to the teacher as well as the rest of the club, she explains her Arius origins and her next mission, that being to shatter Nagisa's halo, just as Seiya's before her, where it slowly becomes clear that even if the promise made to Mika was built on Saori's lie, Azusa's resolve was just as real as Mika's intent. She wishes to protect Trinity, to protect Nagisa, even at the cost of her own life. Yet she blames herself, forever thinking she could put a stop to this, as despite her intentions not aligning with the rest of Arius, her presence at Trinity has only further complicated things, leaving her at the point with no other option but to reach out for help. If the Makeup Work Club doesn't make a move, Nagisa dies tonight. As though she would typically have bodyguards, the reason Saori has moved the speed of her plans forward is because Nagisa's paranoia sent the entire JTF to watch over the exam building, leaving her with minimal security, an opportunity that won't be missed. And this too is something Azusa blames herself for. If it was not for her, perhaps Nagisa would not be acting in the manner she is. However, within these reveals, Sensei pulls her from the blame spiral. If Nagisa had trusted the Makeup Work Club, or Mika had trusted Nagisa, none of this would be happening. Azusa did everything she could. That said, now is the time for action. Up to now, Sensei has played a more reactive role, answering Nagisa, Mika, or whatever the plot threw at him. However, with all the information we have now, it's time to make a counterattack. He has the pieces: a JTF insider, a Tea Party favored ordinary girl, a guerrilla warfare expert, and a student with an encyclopedic knowledge of Trinity. That's enough for the winning play. So, what is that play then? Well, it's to become the traitors Nagisa insists they are. Wear the mask she's forced upon them. With Hanako's vault of institutional knowledge that she acquired in the Tea Party trying to court her into a chair, she knows the rotation order for all 87 of Nagisa's safe houses. Thus, they'll hit the target before Arius does. And at the tip of this operation, the most dangerous mastermind in Kivotos, the criminal genius, Faust, or as she is more commonly known as Hifumi, where with her order Nagisa is knocked out and extracted to a secure location, leaving Azusa behind at the safe house to do what she does best. Tripwires, detonators, noise traps, you name it. She takes control of the campus perimeter, sowing confusion within the area's soldiers for the short term, while in the long term, guiding these units to a specific location, the gymnasium, where once these soldiers flood into it, they initially take a smug tone, believing it is them who has the advantage, cornering the Makeup Work Club. Yet moments later, it is declared it is Arius who has been caught in the trap, Hanako welcoming the Arius students into a lesson on tactical command, before the teacher of the class, Chalet Sensei, guides the club into battle. Given the sight left in the wake of Sensei's lesson, this should be enough to prove an assassination attempt was being run on Nagisa. Thus, the group moves to put an end to things, contacting the JTF in order to clarify the situation. Except this volume is never one for clarity. A second platoon soon floods the doorway, and leading them is not Saori nor another area student, but instead it's Misono Mika, Trinity's true traitor.
Sensei は騙されたんだよ。
Well, Here we go. All throughout this project, I've tried to consolidate a character's breakdown into one clean section, even at times when the character's development is a process that takes place intertwined with narrative discussion, and this has largely been to the benefit of those characters, allowing a clean understanding and dive into their writing, yet still offering a chance to go over broader commentary in the specific moments that reflect what we spoke on in their section. In some ways, that framing leads to a better understanding overall for the story too. However, Misono Mika is not like other girls. She refuses that treatment. She refuses to be beholden to the rules. In fact, she demands so much more attention and appreciation when compared to other students, to the point of irritation. Thus, while I think it's imperative we begin to take a deeper look into Mika at this point, I simultaneously feel this is the only time I need to outwardly announce this pretext, that in some ways, this will be incomplete. But for now, we can dive into the why of Trinity's true traitor, as it's no doubt the first question the player will have in this encounter, and Mika answers without hesitation, stating, "Because I hate Gehenna." It's a line that, despite the lack of voice dialogue in the actual game, is delivered so perfectly and how blunt the execution is portrayed. It could give one chills. A hatred so defining that it manifests itself not just in narrative, but also gameplay. Teaching your students is a very real mechanic in Blue Archive. Every day you have the opportunity to visit 7 groups in the lesson area, and it will increase your relationship with the chosen students, as well as give you something extra in relation to the game's currency, whether that be credits or other items. However, students don't only show up at their own school district. They can appear anywhere as a form of quality of life for the player. This way, all students have an equal chance of showing up, except Mika. As one of the few exceptions, Mika will never appear at the Gehenna facility, because Mika hates Gehenna. While animosity between both sides of the Trinity-Gehenna conflict are ever present and visible, no one else has it manifest in such a way. Yet it's not her only standout quality, is it? Mika has always read as manic, a relentless talker who ignores tone and context. Think back to any of the times we saw her at the tea party, or even in visiting Sensei by the pool. She often interjects her own unfiltered thoughts, irritating others as she jumps wildly from emotion to emotion, without regard for any other participant in the conversation, her tone never quite matching the room. The current moment in the story being a great display of this, as she enters smiling, dismisses Hanako with an air of condescension. Then on a dime, the smile dies the moment she's questioned about her intentions. The face stiffens with no hint of the prior whimsy, and instead, an emotionless stare takes its place. Is Mika unhinged? Yes. But madness can be oh so enchanting, can't it? Just watch her walk down that aisle between those Arius rifles. There's an unfitting beauty to the imagery that matches the way she goes about conversations, one extreme to the other. When it comes to attire, we see a mild resemblance to Nagisa's outfit, the capelet, the white dress, the gold buttons. But Mika's appearance turns to the fantastical. The way the hair flows, as if a wind is always blowing. The way the lower part of the dress does not hug, but flares outwardly like that of a typical Disney princess, here affixed with an entire galaxy beneath the hem. Then there's the bows, baubles, the ballroom heels, and of course, a halo that resembles a proto-star. It really brings into question, what is this girl who looks like she just strolled out of a fairy tale even doing here, walking down that aisle lined with soldiers and blood? Well, Mika doesn't belong in this image, nor does she want to be in it. Though much of what Mika said to Sensei was a means of manipulation, there was at least one truth. Mika genuinely wanted reconciliation with Arius. Seiya was never meant to die for that. The plan, though reckless and childish even, was to keep her hostage, stall the treaty, slip Azusa into Trinity, and use that time to make a case for bringing Arius home using Mika's own political power. This only made sense to her. Arius was one of their own, and she sought to put an end to these pointless sister wars, because isn't it better to mend one's own blood than to cozy up to the enemy? Those wretched Gehenners. To her, both Seiya and Nagisa were committing sacrilege. Mika saw her own actions as justified to save Trinity. While the means in which she went about this might position Mika as someone who was always off kilter, that doesn't change the crucial distinction. Mika didn't intend for murder. In her head, it was a prank with politics. Lock a friend in a room, force a conversation. Yet reality didn't care. When she heard Seiya's halo shattered, something in Mika shattered with it. Nagisa spun into paranoia. Mika fell into obsession. If the blood is on her hands, then the only way to make it mean anything is to finish what she started. Stop the treaty, restore Trinity, give death a purpose. That's the real tragedy, isn't it? Mika's been played for a fool from the start, practically still wearing the clown makeup even now, believing she can at least achieve this goal, bring purpose to her loss, to her mistakes. Yet there was never a route to Mika's happy ending. Trinity made whole, everyone laughs and forgives the little prank. That script doesn't exist. Mika was targeted because she's easy to manipulate. Where Nagisa and Seiya combine both intellect and insight, Mika, to be blunt, is clueless. She's a girl who's more suited to a fairy tale, where goods and evils are just that, plain and simple to understand. Mika doesn't naturally think in layers of political motive or hidden betrayal. She thinks in clearly drawn lines. Friend, enemy. But this was never that kind of story. It was too grim, too crooked, too willing to punish her sincerity. So of course she was taken advantage of. Mika kept trying to rationalize the world through the only lens that made sense to her, never realizing the people around her were penning a story she could barely even fathom. You know, it's that smile that hurts me most. The default posing and expressions of Blue Archive characters often are used to convey a core personality trait. They can be seen as if they were a visual thesis statement. With that in mind, I can't help but feel as if something looks forced about this happy expression, as if it's weighted down by emotion she's holding back, or the smile is feigned for appearances. Perhaps then, Mika has always been a girl, simply playing pretend. Moving to the inspiration, Mika seems to take cues from the Archangel Michael. We can start with small tells such as her name, Mika Michael, but more concretely there's her birthday, May 8th, which just so happens to land on the feast of the apparition of Saint Michael. Then we have her unique equipment being named Quis ut Deus, which is Latin for who is like God, the phrase written across Michael's shield. So then that begs the question, what is the character relation to Michael? Well, Michael is the church's warrior. At least if we're measuring in strength, he is the strongest of the angels, just as Mika is within Trinity. And this when put in conjunction with her manic, unpredictable personality and heightened states of emotions, boy can she truly be a thorn in one's side. Whether it's in how she's able to stand her ground against the combined forces of every Trinity institution, or the way she misbehaves, always creating problems for Sensei, as well as me in the literal sense, being that she's refused to fit perfectly into the structure every other student managed to. But that's Misono Mika, isn't it? She's frustrating, unpredictable, ostentatiously eccentric, and a constant source of issues. Yet she's perfect in every way. Her very existence feels magical. The way she moves and speaks, it's also captivating. There's a purity that underlines even the madness, a girl who sees the world far simpler than those around her, and because of that often stumbles into terrible mistakes. However, it's that same simplicity that also shows me how kind her heart is. And for that and so many more reasons, there's still so much to be said about Misono Mika. Yes, some of it we will get to in time, but I'm not so sure I could ever feel happy with the end result, no matter how much time you put on that clock. So I'll just end things by telling you the most important fact about Misono Mika. Despite every criticism or scolding I can give her, it will never change one simple truth. Misono Mika is my princess.
先生、私、この景色を先生と見られてよかった。 配事も将来の悩みも不安もまだ残ってる。でもこんな星空を見ちゃったらさ、全部ちっぽけなことなんじゃないかなって、そんな気がするんだ。先生言ってくれたよね。今この瞬間がこれからもずっと私を支えてくれるって。だから私も幸せになるよ。
However, I've been getting pretty far ahead of myself, haven't I? As back in the fight at the gymnasium, the conflict continues to grow. The Makeup Work Club receiving its own form of backup as the Sisterhood arrives to the battlefield. Yet, the victor remains indecisive until Mika suddenly falters, stating that at this rate, she could never overcome the battle, chalking her defeat up to the power of Sensei. But even here, her words do not tell the whole truth. In actuality, what finally leads her to waving the white flag is that amidst the fight, she loses her reason to continue it. Seiya is alive. After the attempt on her life, Nagisa moved her to the Sisterhood, where the order was sworn to total secrecy given Nagisa's suspicions, with this information only now being revealed to all present. Thus, with Seiya being alive, regardless of if Mika could have won this battle, she took this as a chance to walk back from the edge of the cliff she stood on. She no longer needs to justify the blood on her hands, where in her apprehension, the Eden Treaty can be moved forward, and the Makeup Work Club can finally sit down in a normal classroom at a normal time and take their exams, ones they pass with flying colors. This doesn't feel like the usual midpoint, does it? Structurally, it mirrors the content covered in prior volumes, closing a lower stakes arc than what comes next for the group, while leaving bigger threads left open to engage players for when that next story drops. I mean, we still haven't seen the treaty finalize, Mika's fallout, or the effects on the school. And then there's Saori, who vanishes from the script as quickly as she suddenly appears. Thus, it's very clear this is not the end. Yet still, it's far more satisfying than prior. And to me, this is because Volume 3 is when I truly felt a turning point in Blue Archive's writing. Part of that can be chalked up to density. In just reaching the first breakpoint in the story, there is about double the text that was in Volume 1 or 2, allowing for this entry to be more fleshed out. But the bigger shift is still quality. As should be apparent, I've enjoyed every story arc we've covered, so this is not to say this is where the story gets good, but I certainly think it's when the story gets even better. There are far more moving parts in this leg of the narrative, and they move well. Take the central ensemble. Typically, the main group of each volume is fairly cohesive in their design, due to the club structure of the game. Characters with similar interests and commonalities are grouped together, oftentimes being differing variations on a singular theme, such is the case with the game development department and their gamer archetypes, for example. The Makeup Work Club is the exception by design. Students from different corners of Trinity with little in common beyond their failing grades, where even that comes about for differing reasons. And while it's true they find common ground, the contrast remains a constant. It's what sets them apart, and often allows the script to ironically dig deeper into their characters as a result, from how they bounce off one another to eventually coming together. Though it should be noted, I'm not saying other clubs should be designed in a similar way, or that the more typical structure is bad. The Makeup Work Club I would actually rate lower on my personal list than the game development department, which should illustrate that I generally prefer the norm. It makes the most logistical sense after all. But I do think this group's unique structure is both what makes it interesting, as well as being something that demands more thought being put into it. It's fairly easy to picture the specifics of the game development girls' dynamics on any given topic. Whereas with the Makeup Work Club, I think designing their scenarios takes a bit more consideration. So my point here is not wanting replication of this, but simply admiring the success. And this calls back to a larger facet of Volume 3. Previously we talked on how this volume blurs who is good or bad, keeping the viewer questioning, which too is not something I believe is inherently better than the more defined lines of past and later stories, but it is something that is harder to do well. It's very easy to have characters act a certain way with the distinct purpose of throwing the viewer off so that you can have a big twist later. Yet conversely, those actions have little logic to them in-universe. As once again stated previously, a character or script can only be as smart as the writer. Thus, to make an intelligent story, you need someone intelligent enough to actually have the capacity to trick and fool a similarly intelligent reader, instead of simply relying on withholding or lying about information. Ideally, you want to be planting clues, leaving trails one could follow in the moment, and retrospectively delivers a clean aha realization once the curtain is pulled. Mika and Nagisa are both a testament to the skill of the penmanship of the game, for that reason. And continuing with the success this story finds where others fumble would be the political conflict, especially in relation to racism. Oftentimes the biggest issue with these plot points is they fail to actually consider the situation they envisioned beyond prejudice bad, pushing away any and all other factors to have some Steven Universe-esque discussion, where it's all talked out and the audience is simply told, being mean is not good. Perhaps worse, as these stories will often paint the group that's receiving the prejudice as genuinely harmful, thus completely justifying the side they want you to view as bad, and sort of making the whole thing fall apart. Really, it's just still a symptom of a script not being able to be smarter than its writer. If this was handled like many stories of today, I could very easily picture the plot of the peace treaty being some lazy attempt to say a reversal of reality. That, wow, actually the angels are the bad guys and the demons are innocent?
Oh my god, holy shit!
But it's not. Gehenna is shown to be chaotic and mismanaged, a total mess. While Trinity is portrayed as ordered, life is good for these students, and even the treaty itself is not about creating some shared space where both societies come together, hugging one another. It's merely an agreement to tolerate the other's existence in the face of looming threats coming to Kivotos. So all of this is to say, what the volume suggests is more insightful than the usual fare. Some people and some communities are simply incompatible. Cooperation becomes pragmatic, not sentimental. And acknowledging that doesn't mean resignation from the idea of some form of tolerance. It means you design systems that let incompatible parts exist on their own, yet work in parallel when they must. Volume 3 is not about tearing down Trinity, desecrating what is the most beautiful and most righteous district of Kivotos. Instead, it simply shows us that beauty can have cracks within it, and some of which can be mended. Which loops us back to Arius, the wound beneath it all. However, my dear viewer, this is where our own story takes a break. As while this project was initially envisioned as a singular video, it has only increasingly expanded in scope with time, being nearly 2 years since I began writing it. And with the runtime presently somewhere in the ballpark of 16 hours, I believe finishing the entire thing would take me until the end of the year at best. And I'm not entirely comfortable with that time frame, so as a result I decided long ago to split it in two. Unfortunately for me, that has led to some compromises, preemptively introducing themes earlier than intended, as well as alluding to topics that will not be fully explored until the second video, in an attempt to ensure those topics are at least touched on here. And then of course there was Mika. I had to fully change my approach with her, and I'm still unsure whether the result does complete justice to my princess. But even if none of that happened, I know there would ultimately be some mistake in the writing or editing that I failed to catch by the end. Thus, I feel I could never be fully satisfied with the final result. Though hopefully, should any such issues have occurred, you can understand, especially with the scope. However, regardless of whatever flaws might remain, I am still proud of everything that led me to this moment. So I'll ask you one last time, but in this instance, with my own voice. If you enjoyed this video and want to see what this project is building to, or whatever may be waiting after it, please consider subscribing here on YouTube, liking and hyping the video, as well as supporting me through a membership here, Patreon, or other platforms listed below. Otherwise, I'll see you next time.
責任を負うものについて話したことがありましたね。あの時の私には分かりませんでしたが、今なら理解できます。大人としての責任と義務、そしてその延長線上にあったあなたの選択、それが意味する心ばえも。ですから先生、私が信じられる大人であるあなたにならこのねじれている